I forgot to check if my mic was working before I started. I usually test before I go live. So anyways, it is working. Haha! So right now we are on the last story in Caller X Malice. We are 2 chapters in. I believe I got that far last time. And this is Yanagi. He is the last one. You couldn't play him until you played every other one's story. So I just, as a quiet psychopath, accidentally hit start a new game. Yeah. That was not what I meant to do. Yeah, we're on chapter 2. Okay, cool. And the reason for that is because his prologue is longer because it has new content in it. Because you see more things. I forgot how we left. We believe our message was clear. If you have her stand idly by after she's... For this, expressed her intent to seek out the truth, we will have no further use. Did I mess up? No, okay. We're sure you understand the implications. Ooh, I ate breakfast and now my throat hurts. You'll take her life? Haven't been actively using my eyes today, I guess. Didn't realize my glasses were dirty. Not perfect, but it's hopefully better. You knew how we would react, so you told her your true intentions. Are we wrong? Aiji, Yanagi. Aiji. You used her under the pretext that you wanted to keep her out of danger. I won't deny that. Yanagi showed no signs of wavering. He merely nodded quietly, agreeing with the voice from the caller. It's true that I wanted to distance her from the investigation, but I'm also aware it'd be tough to reconcile that with your demands. So it's risky to involve her too much. If the caller is discovered by the police, Hoshino's life will be in danger. If the police got their hands on such a valuable clue, you'd toss her aside in an instant, correct? You want us to investigate without the cops. You give us these vague demands. A life is at stake, so we must be cautious. So, I figured I'd ask you point blank, what should we do with her? What should we let her do and see? Why did you allow us to know about the caller? The answer is simple. We wanted to see how she would act. But there was a problem. She would have difficulty uncovering the truth of X Day on her own. So we introduced... That's a lot for that. So we introduced you. We entrusted her with you. So you're saying it's okay if we uncover the whole truth about X Day? But of course.
今までの事件は過去に傷を負った者たちが復讐目的で起こしていることは分かっている。
Then I just have one question. I understand that all your targets until now have been targets of
法で裁け
vengeance.
ない犯罪、警察が取り締まらなかった犯罪、それを自分たちの手で裁こうとした。
They committed sins outside the scope of the law, crimes the police wouldn't prosecute. You took judgment into your
ア
own
ドニスの
hands.
掲げている再生は日本の法律を変えることなのか。
Is the rebirth that Adonis seeks the reformation of Japanese law?
それを聞いてどうするのですか？
What do you plan to do with that information?
アドニスがどれだけ大きな規模の組織なのかは知らないが、国を変えるというのは容易なことじゃない。
I don't know the scale of Adonis's organization, but it isn't easy to change the course of a
そんなことを
nation.
すれば当然反発から暴動だって起きる。傷つく人間が増えるだけだ。
Changes like that begin with a revolt, insurrection. It always creates more victims.
本当にお前たちが望むことなのか。
Is that what you truly seek? Yanagi's tone didn't seem to be critical of Adonis. He was earnestly questioning this person who might be the ringleader of the terrorist.
お前たちはアドニスはただ憂さ晴らしであんなことをしているわけじゃないだろう。
I don't think Adonis would do all this just as a distraction.
怒りや憎しみ、そしてそれらの奥にある悲しみゆえに立ち上がった人間たちのはずだ。
To me, you seem like people who moved to action by anger and hatred, and the sorrow that birthed both.
分かっているんだろう。裁かれなかった犯罪者を一掃したところで真に平和が訪れると思うのか。
Then you should understand. Do you really think that purging society of the unpunished sinners will lead to true
い
peace?
くら誰かを傷つけたからといってそんな人間すべてを殺していたらどうなる。
What is the end game if you kill everyone who has ever hurt someone
憎
else?
しみが憎しみを、悲しみが新たな悲しみを生んでまた犯罪が起きる。
Hatred leads to more hate, sorrow breeds sorrow, and that just causes more of the crimes that you
いつま
loathe.
でも憎悪は消えないし罪も消えない。結局は
Hatred can never disappear, nor will sin. You'll just be running in
世
circles.
間から見ればお前たちのやっていることは基準の曖昧な意味があるのかすらわからない無差別殺人に過ぎない。
From society's perspective, your standards are vague and they don't see the significance. All they can see is the indiscriminate
た
murder.
だの独善的なテロリスト。そんな扱いになるんだぞ。
You're viewed as self-righteous terrorists. That's how history will see you. He was negative, but he wasn't chiding them. He also didn't feel like he was trying to. It also didn't feel like he was trying to provoke them into revealing information. It seemed like he wanted to win them over.
そうですね。そのご公説には一理あります。柳愛知さん。
You are correct. There is some truth to that, Aiji Yanagi.
ですが、あなたがいくら解いたところで何も説得力がありませんね。他の誰でもないあなただからこそ。
However, we find nothing you say to be particularly persuasive, especially coming from you.
何？
What? Yanagi glared at the caller.
それはあなたが傷つけてしまった人間を復讐されないための口実ではありませんか？
Do you feel that way because you don't want those you've hurt to extract revenge from you?
あなたが傷つけた人間の悲しみを本当に理解しているのですか？
Do you really think that you understand the suffering of those you have wronged?
被害者の傷が癒されることがありません。どうしても現行の法律が邪魔をします。
There is no way to heal the wounds of victims. No matter what, we will obstruct current laws.
直見死刑に値するような犯罪でも精神鑑定や司法取引によって減刑され結局は 生涯泣き寝入りすることになるんです。
Crimes worthy of capital punishment are reduced by psychic vams and plea bargains down to the weak compromise of life imprisonment. Glossary word, plea bargain. In a plea bargain, the defendant in the case admits guilt in exchange for a reduced sentence or possibly an exoneration in cases where their testimony is needed in larger cases.
なぜそれに甘んじなければならないのです。泣き寝入りするより自身の悲願を果たしたい。そう願うことを悪と言えるのです。
Organize my desktop? No, thank you. Why would we accept this without question? We chose to fulfill our earnest ideals. Are you saying that our wish is wrong?
それは
Yanagi clenched his fist. Their argument did have some merit to it. The laws couldn't completely heal the victims. That's true, but I found it a little odd that Yanagi had been so badly shaken by the retort. But right now, more importantly, that's why your way of doing things is wrong. I had to let the people behind this collar know just how I really felt. Are you trying to tell me to study the vengeousness of the law and police incompetence? I'll learn about them anyway as I pursue the X-Day cases, won't I? I'm sure that I'll learn things that make me want to believe that the police are wrong. But even so, I still can't acknowledge what your group has done as delivering justice. You may want to purge all criminals from this nation, but your own acts have victimized people guilty of nothing at all and have caused them devastating sorrows as well. Straight up ninja, what is the name of this style of game? It's Otome. It's spelled O-T-O-M-E. It's a novel style story where you have a choice maybe once or twice a chapter, and the chapters are about typically 2 to 3 hours long. Copycat crimes have emerged and order has deteriorated due to the quarantine. Many kids don't feel safe enough to even attend school. Are you going to ignore their pain? Will you dismiss them as a necessary sacrifice? That makes you exactly the same as the police. You're like a law that doesn't save victims. Are you really fine with that? I'm gonna make this caller mad at you. No immediate argument or riposte came. Yanagi also kept quiet. For a while, silence enveloped the rooftop. I felt like the speaker on the other side was thinking about something.
そうですね。大いなる再生のためには仕方のないことです。
Indeed, it's an inevitable cost of the rebirth. After a short pause, the caller replied. It was a monotone voice devoid of emotion. But no matter what, I will never be one of your so-called sympathizers. They held the pain of the victims on high, yet never accounted for the pain they'd caused. I couldn't sympathize with people who torted justice only when it served them.
そうだといいですね。
We'll see about that.
あなたが柳愛知の
Can you read minds?
その姿勢を貫けるか
Heard about visual novel games but haven't played 1 through yet. They're fun. This one's a little bit older from the controls because newer ones let you skip straight to options after you've played through the story once so you can get all the different paths. But if you haven't tried one before and you like to try them, I'd recommend Paradigm Paradox. That one was really fun. This one is fun too. I'm so sad there's not a skip to the next choice, so you have to fast forward through the story to get back to the choices again if you're trying to get other paths. We look forward to seeing if you hold true once you discover on it Aiji Yanagi's sins. Did he sin against me? I don't think so. I have all my family still. To learn more, please continue to investigate the X-Day cases. Any save states you could use. Some of it, so sometimes you can go to one option and then like the other option will get you an instant different ending, but sometimes you have to make multiple choices in a bad direction in order to get a different outcome. So when you have to do that, there's no way to like save and then go to the next choice and save. You have to literally fast forward through the story in this one. But other options, they have a skip all or skip to next choice mode, and that is the mode I like because then you can skip right to the next option. Paradigm Paradox has that option. Wait! They appeared to be ending the conversation. Sensing this, I raised my voice. Oh, see, like this. And I'm gonna save over the last save because that one was just the beginning of the chapter and not a choice. Oh goodness, why me? Who are you? Why me? Why me? I was just a powerless rookie police officer. I had no direct connection to the X-Day cases. I didn't think I was tied to Adonis's goals. Again, the caller was silent for a time.
あなたの正義に共感したからですよ。
We empathized with your sense of justice. My sense of justice?
我々はあなたの可能性を知っています。たとえあなた自身がそれを知らなくても。
Well, that's interesting. We know your potential even if you yourself are unaware of
今
it.
は離れたところにいますが、あなたが我々の期待に応えてくれるのはいつかきっと迎えに行きましょう。
Though we may be far apart for now, we expect to see great things from you. One day, we will come for you. Wait, what's that supposed to mean, right? You'll figure it out. The voice cut off while I was in a daze. No further response came from the caller. The heck? Did he just poison you a little bit? Yanagi and I stood stock still for a while, just eyeing the caller, which had ceased communication. The awkward silence continued for a while.
悪い。
Sorry, Yanagi was the first to break the silence. No, don't worry about it. You intended that conversation to be heard, right?
ああ
Yeah. But even knowing it would incite a response from the caller, you didn't lie, did you? To me, Yanagi seemed genuinely troubled over how he should treat me as part of the team. So he had given me a straight answer to also provoke the person listening to the caller. You were just making use of the situation since I came to find you, right?
それはそうだが
That's true, but Yanagi was not a liar. He was someone who could grasp the situation right away without getting flustered. That's why I felt like I could trust him. I was happy to hear that, even though he had used the caller because he knew someone was listening. He had to put me right in the eye of the storm. Okay, I think that was supposed to be internal dialogue that entire time. I've noticed this in the last stories where they aren't using the right parentheses and stuff, and sometimes the dialogue gets brought to the wrong screen. He allowed me to help on the investigation even though he was reluctant to. I will investigate X-Day for my own sake. I'm the one who's wearing the collar after all. I can't pretend it's someone else's problem. I don't want to let it go like that. So, if you think I can be of use, then use me. I'm glad to be of service. All right. Yanagi sighed. Perhaps I'd gotten through to him, or perhaps he had just given up. It's hard to say when it could be either way. December 9th, 2:04 a.m. Are you going to bed or waking up in the middle of the night? Later that night. Ugh. I had a dream. It was a dreary, suffocating nightmare. Are internal thoughts normally put in italics, or is that manga style? I think it's mostly manga. For this one, they'll do parentheses if it looks like a chat box, or this board right here would be internal dialogue, but they've been messing up and not using the right format. So sometimes it'll be third person, like conversation, like he looks tired. And I'm like, you wouldn't say that to the person standing in front of you. So they just forgot to either do the parentheses around the words, or they didn't do it in the chat box like this. Or sometimes they'll do a chat box like this, where it's like the whole screen, which is supposed to be your internal thoughts, and they'll respond to it. So this has happened more in the last two stories I played. The earlier ones didn't have this issue too often. So it's fun. You're not supposed to say that to people out loud. You can if you want to. It's totally fine. Talk in third person. There's a character in this game that does talk in third person, but she was a bad guy, and she's not in this storyline, I don't think. Is she literally gonna have nightmares about Yanagi? Help, please help me. It rang out incessantly, a sharp sound and a bitter cry. She's having this dream? Forgive me. Was this what people called killing intent? A piercing cold stabbed my body. Yet I felt a blazing heat. What's happening? No more. Please stop. Stop. Stop it. It was terrifying. The sound of someone being beaten and the faint scream of a man. Stop it. I cried out in my heart. With a start, I leapt to my feet. That's when I realized I had been dreaming. I inhaled deeply to calm my ragged breathing. That dream again. I thought that was Yanagi's dream. It was a nightmare that recurred sometimes. It especially appeared when I was very tired. I couldn't remember when I first started to have this dream. I must be tired. Anyways, it had woken me up. I didn't much feel like going back to sleep. Interesting. Still, I lay back down on my bed and did my best to fall asleep again. That's when the events of several hours ago reappeared in my mind.
ですが、あなたがいくら解いたとこ
何
His sins. I don't read the flashbacks when I've already seen the flashbacks. It would be. I wonder what happened in Yanagi's past. We had parted ways right after that. I was curious, but I didn't press the issue. Even though I had reflected on each thing that Caller had said, it's all still baffled me. They empathize with my sense of justice. My idea of justice couldn't align with theirs. I was happy to be useful to someone and to help those around me. That was justice to me. I hit a button. I hit a button. That wasn't the button I meant to hit. That's why I wanted to catch these criminals. I guess it did make me feel rage towards those robbing the public of their lives. Is that what they empathize with? Still, I'd never entertained the thought of killing for revenge. It was unacceptable. I don't get this at all. I went over and over it in my head, but I came up empty in my search for answers. I took a deep breath and tried once again to go back to sleep. Is it Kazuki? There was a noise in the front door. Then I heard the door shut. Kazuki? His shoes aren't here. I told him not to go out so late. It looked like he had gone out. Where did he go? Maybe he was going to Akito's. I didn't know their phone number though. But you know Akito's phone number. With no idea where Kazuki could have gone, I peeked into his room for a clue. You just heard the door shut. Open the door. Go after him. Looking around his disorganized room, I realized something was missing. His guitar. Dun dun. His guitar is gone. So he had taken his guitar with him at this hour? Anyway, I should go after him. Really? With my mind made up, I went back into my room to change. No reply, huh? Mean brother of yours. I tried calling him, but it wasn't working. I couldn't get through to Kazuki. Kazuki didn't like me. Even if he did notice me call, he probably just ignored it once he saw it was my number. But a murder just happened yesterday. Anxiously, I sped up my pace. I might still be able to catch up to him. In what direction did he go, though? If only he had peeked out the window. When I turned the corner, I saw Kazuki's back. I sprinted to close the distance and then I stopped. If I catch up to him now, he definitely won't let me take him back home. Even if I was lucky enough to do that, he'd just immediately disappear on me again. There's no point in coming all the way out here if I don't find out where he's going or what he's doing. Stalking your brother, nice. I kept my distance from Kazuki and pondered the situation. I've been overlooking it so far, but Kazuki's words yesterday's made an impact on me. Even my brother was plagued by uncertainty about the future. As long as Shinjuku was in this state, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't get targeted by one of the incidents. But Kazuki doesn't even listen to anyone I tell him. Oops. Kazuki doesn't even listen to anything I tell him regardless. The guy's mean mugging hard. It looks like he's about to go perform some slam poetry. He's an angry child. Yeah, it's very, very close. They look similar too whenever they show the main character. She has a similar face to him. As I tried to calm myself down, I thought of Yanagi's face. That's right. If I were Yanagi, I'd... If you were Yanagi, but you're not Yanagi, and I don't know what Yanagi would do in this situation. Ask for help, discreetly follow him on my own. I don't know, man. Ask for help because he has a team. He might be sleeping right now. I would feel really bad if I ended up waking him up, but when I assessed the situation, I didn't think I could handle it alone. I felt that I should call for backup first, rationalizing it to myself. I sent a text. Sorry to bother you at this hour. My brother snuck out of the house. I'm telling him I don't think I'll be able to bring him back by myself. So if you're still awake, could you please lend me a hand? My phone vibrated after I sent the message. Where are you now? Younger siblings never ask for help. He's angrier because he's currently came to Shinjuku to go to school, and then the not quarantine, that's not the right word. Lockdown happened, no one's allowed to leave Shinjuku, so now he's trapped here. So he went inside. Is that a concert venue? Yanagi peeked out from the shadows of the building, whispering as he checked its signs. Ooh, I wonder if I need to go back. Hang on, let's go back and do the other option, because maybe she would have died. Maybe, should I laugh about that? Maybe she would have died, lol. Just, let's see. Follow him. I have to do something myself. This was my own family. I couldn't just rely on Yanagi. Because I had followed Kazuki's trail until he led me to a concert club. What is he doing at a concert this late? Oh! No concerts would be held this late at night. He had his guitar with him, so maybe he came here to practice, but maybe he'd been invited by a bad group of people. I was nervous, but nothing would happen if I didn't do something. I stilled myself and reached for the door.
そのまま続けてて。コンビニ行ってくる。
Aw, keep going. I'm heading to the convenience store.
はい。行ってらっしゃい。
Okay, be careful. The door opened from inside and a young man came out. He made a distinct impression.
お姉さん。こんな時間にどうしたの？何か用？
What are you doing here at this hour, miss? Is there something you need? Oh, the man had spoken to me when I was trying to get a peek inside. I hesitated. You don't think he'll kill her. He'd obviously be wondering why a stranger would be at their door this late at night. I'm Kazuki Hoshino's sister. My little brother snuck out in the middle of the night, and I think he came here.
カズキのお姉さん。
Oh, you're Kazuki's sister?
そういえばアキトがカズキにはお姉さんがいるって言って。
I remember Akito mentioning that Kazuki had a sister. So not only Kazuki, but Akito comes here as well? What does my brother do while he's here? Would you mind telling me your name?
はじめまして。石木康弘です。カズキ君と一緒にバンドしてます。
Yashihiro Ishiki, nice to meet you. I'm in the same band as Kazuki. Ah, I see. Thank you for taking care of my brother. He introduced himself more politely than I expected, so I returned his formalities. But Yashihiro Ishiki? I feel like I've heard that name before. No, I have to think of Kazuki now. May I go inside? You're in the same band, so I assume he's practicing. Kazuki is still in high school. It worries me when he goes out this late. The city's especially dangerous lately.
今度のライブのために一生懸命だから少しでも練習したいみたい。
Kazuki's practicing hard for an upcoming show. He wants to get all the practice that he
朝にな
can.
ったらちゃんと帰るように言う。今は集中してるから。
In the morning, I'll make sure he goes home. He's concentrating now, so please let him be. A concert. He was in a band, so practicing made sense, but who'd hold a concert in a city with a terrible murder just happened yesterday?
アキトから聞いた話が本当なら、カズキはお姉さんに会っても帰る。
So mean! From what I hear from Akito, Kazuki wouldn't go home even if he saw you.
今お姉さんが中に入っても、お互いに嫌な思いをするだけだと思う。
Miss, if you go inside right now, I think you'll probably just cause a situation. I couldn't think of a reply to that. Akito had told this person about the tension between Kazuki and me. Nonetheless, I couldn't just take something like that lying down. The band, practice, and concert aren't important to me right now. Ooh, you are such a problem. But there were teenagers out in a dangerous city at the very unseemly hour. This was wrong even outside of Shinjuku. Mr. Ishiki, this is who I am. I took out my police notebook, which I had kept in my pocket. I never thought this is how I'd be using it, but if he wouldn't hear me out as a concerned family member, then I had to escalate this. You're a cop? I'm Officer Hoshino of the SRCPO Shinjuku Station. It's against regulations for you to have a minor here at this hour. So,
警察官なの
Miss, you're a cop? His voice tensed up in a very peculiar way. I studied Ishiki's face. I saw fear, confusion, and anger. Could Ishiki become a murderer? He never murdered in any of the other stories. He was struggling to control his expression so that those emotions wouldn't show.
って
Leave. Ah, I yelped as he suddenly shoved me.
これ以上話すことないから
Leave if you have nothing else to say. He pushed me away from the door and shut it. There was no handle on the door. It looked like it locked from the inside. I suppose there was no talking him down. What now? Good evening! A sudden voice greeted me. Good evening? I turned around to see a strangely dressed girl. Was she cosplaying? More importantly, it was dangerous for her to be out this late.
あんた何？ヒロ君の何？
Hey, who are you? Are you one of Hiro's groupies? Huh? The girl suddenly closed in. She smiled cutely, more mere inches from my
何
face.
喋ってたの？なんでヒロ君がここにいるって知ってたの？
What were you talking about? Did you know what Hiro was doing here?
ほんと困っちゃうよね。ヒロ君が素敵なのはわかるけど、
I bet he really frustrates you. I know Hiro's a great
仲
guy.
良くなってないファンが一番迷惑。わかる？ヒロ君に迷惑がかかるんだよ。
Rude fans are what bothers him the most. Get it? You're bothering Hiro.
ヒロ君が悲しむの。そんなの絶対許されないよね。
I absolutely won't forgive anyone who makes Hiro sad.
ヒロ君悲しい顔してた。あんた何言ったの？
Yep, that's right. Hiro looked sad. What did you say to him? I think there's been a misunderstanding. She'd gotten the wrong idea in her head. I tried to explain, but I never got the chance. Yeah, Bunny Girl kills you like 4 different times. I felt a powerful jolt from my chest, but there was a madness in her smile. When I looked down, I saw a knife handle protruding from my body. She'd stabbed me pretty close to my heart.
これで今日もヒロ君の幸せが守られたんだね。
I protected Hiro's happiness
嬉
too.
しい。地獄で反省してね。
This is the one he talks in third person. Hana's so happy. Think about your mistakes in hell. I could hear a voice somewhere. My chest was hot, but I could feel coldness gradually overtaking my body. Why? What had happened? I didn't know anything. From the abyss, I could hear the ringing of cheerful, out-of-place laughter. Yeah, I knew. I kind of figured. Usually when you do something like, let's do something alone, let's run into a dark alley, you'll end up dying. So. All right. We're gonna go the other way. Ask for help. Yanagi had seen my text and hurried over immediately. I couldn't be more grateful to him. I'm sorry. You must be busy. I didn't want to make you come all this way.
ちょうど作業が一段落したところだった
It's all right. I reached a point in my work where it was okay for me to take a break. That was supposed to be part of the... See, that's where it has this issue. Yanagi chuckled softly at the way I was squirming
そんな
apologetically.
顔するなお前に一人で突っ走られるよりこうやって頼ってもらった方が助かる
Seriously, don't worry about it. I'd rather be helping you than having you run off somewhere randomly on your own.
こんな時間にお前を一人で出歩かせる方が心配だしな
Besides, I'm worried about you when you run out this late. All right, no worries. Thanks. I was a police officer, so I felt pathetic, but I felt like this wouldn't go well if I didn't have backup. About Kazuki, my brother, I'm really not sure how I should treat him in a lot of situations recently. I can't really say that we get along, but I'm worried about him.
なるほどなだから俺を頼ってくれたのか
I see, so that's why you asked for my help. Yanagi nodded in understanding. I'm sure that he thinks I'm weird for begging for help just because my brother snuck out at night. I might just be worrying too much. I did consider that I might be overreacting because Kazuki and I weren't getting
ギター
along.
を持って出かけたと言っていたな。となると練習か何かか。弟はライブとかよくやってるのか。
He said he took you his guitar with him, right? So he's probably practicing or something. Does your brother play a lot of shows? No, I've never heard him talk about any concerts, but I think he had an interest in music. He has a lot of CDs in his room, and I think he enjoys playing the guitar, but that's pretty much all I
そう
know.
か。何にせよ、未成年がこんな時間にこんなところへ出入りしているのを放ってはおけないな。
I see. Anyway, we can't allow a minor to go somewhere like this at this time of night.
ここからじゃ中の様子もわからないし、中に入るしかないか。
Also, we don't know what's going on inside. We'll have to go inside. Yeah. Yanagi slipped out of the shadows and headed for the concert club. I jogged after him. Nervously, I watched Yanagi as he reached for the door of the concert club.
あれ
Huh? Just then, the door opened from inside and a young man came out. I only got a small glimpse of what the inside of the building looked like.
誰こんな時間に何かよ。
Who are you? It's awfully late. Do you need something? When we had been trying to look inside, then a man who had exited the building spoke to us. It was natural that he'd be wondering why strangers would be at their door at this hour. I'm Kazuki Hoshino's sister. My name is Lee. My brother snuck out the house a bit ago. I think he came here.
お姉さん。
Oh, you're Kazuki's sister? Hang on, is this gonna match? Nope.
ああ。そういえばアキトが、カズキにはお姉さんがいるって
I remember
言ってた。
Akito mentioning Kazuki had a sister. So not only Kazuki, but Akito comes here as
そっちの
well.
兄さんは
What about you?
俺はただの付き添いだ。真夜中に女一人でうろつくのは危険だからな。
I'm just her escort. A woman shouldn't be out this late by
そっ
herself.
か。
Sure, that makes sense. What does my brother do while he's here? Would you mind telling me your name?
本当に何も言ってないんだ。
He really didn't tell you anything, huh?
はじめまして。石木康弘です。和樹くんと一緒にバンドしてます。
Yashiro Ishiki. Nice to meet you. I'm in the same band as Kazuki. I see. Thank you for taking care of my brother. He introduced himself more politely than I expected. But Yashihiro Ishiki, I feel like I know that name.
石木康弘。
Yashihiro Ishiki? Yanagi muttered the name and narrowed his eyes. Maybe he knew the name too. I had to think of Kazuki. May I go inside? You're in the same band, so I assume he's practicing. Kazuki is still in high school.
和樹、
It's dangerous.
今度のライブのために一生懸命だから。
We'll do all the
今は
practice
集
he
中してる
can.
から。
Don't let him be a concert. This is the first time I'd heard that Kazuki was in a band and that he played in concerts. I had a mountain of questions, so I couldn't just ignore this. But I couldn't think of what to say.
だが、未成年をこんな時間に連れ出すのはあまりいいことじゃない。
It isn't good for you to bring a minor here this late at night. Yanagi, who had kept quiet, rescued me from sinking into the awkward
万が一
silence.
何かあった時に責任を問われることになるのはお前だ。少し気をつけた方がいいかもしれないぞ。
If something happens to him, you'd be the one held responsible. You might want to be a little more careful.
警察みたいなこと言うね、お兄さん。
You talk like a cop, man.
でも、実際の警察はそんな通報したってすぐには動かないよ。
But the real cops wouldn't come by even if a cop reported that to them.
それに、もし警察が来ても、和樹の中でお姉さんの印象が悪くなるだけ。
Besides, even if they did show up, it just soured Kazuki's opinion of his sister.
多分、より意地を張ると思う。だから、やめておいた方がいい。
He's probably going to be stubborn about it. I think you should let it be. That's...
石木さん、ドア開けたまんま何やって。
Ishiki, the door's wide open. What are you...
お前なんでいるんだよ。
What the hell are you doing here? Kazuki!
ついてきたのかよ。最悪。石木さんに変なこと言ってないだろうな。
You followed me? You're the worst. I hope you didn't say anything weird to Ishiki. How was I not supposed to be worried with you sneaking out this late at night?
心配？何言ってんだよ。うぜえ。お前に心配されるほどやわじゃない
Worried?
し。
What are you talking about? Shut up. I'm not some child you need to worry about. But I told you yesterday that another murder just happened. It's
うるせえって言ってんだよ。
I told you to shut up. I jumped in shock as he suddenly raised his voice. Kazuki had violently pounded his fist against the door of the concert club. Kazuki. Ishiki, who was frowning slightly, approached Kazuki's trembling fist. He suddenly stopped. Kazuki relaxed and lowered his
なんだ
hands.
よ。これまで俺のことなんてどうでもいいって顔してたくせに急に姉貴面しやがって。
What's your problem? All this time you've never given a crap about me, but now you're trying to play big
自己
sister.
満足かよ。そうしてりゃ安心できるってのかよ。
The brother looks distressed. He's very distressed. Is this all to make yourself feel better? You won't rest easy unless you do all
そ
this.
んな上辺で心配されたって気持ち悪いだけなんだよ。
It makes me sick to see all this superficial concern coming from you. I feel like this is still the wasted voice. He should have been one of the love interest's voice. Kazuki stormed back into the building. I watched him leave in shock. I was utterly speechless. I never knew he hated me this
お姉さん。
much.
和樹は今本当に頑張ってるんだ。
Miss Kazuki's working really hard.
心配なのはわかるけど今はおとなしく見守ってあげて。
I know you're worried about him, but could you just watch over him from more of a distance for now? Mr. Ishiki,
ライブとか言ってたな。
you mentioned a concert. Is he practicing for that?
そう、今度やるんだ。和樹、すごく気合入ってて、一生懸命練習してる。
Yeah, it's coming up soon. Kazuki's really getting into it. He's putting all his heart into his
本
music.
気で音楽をやっていきたいって思ってるのがわかるよ。だから応援したい。
I know he genuinely wants to play good music. I'm really pulling for him. Kazuki,
そ
really?
う。
Yeah. I didn't know that. I hadn't even tried to find. I really don't know anything about my brother. Maybe it made sense that Kazuki would hate me so much.
この調子じゃ強行手段にでも出ない限り帰らないだろうな。
At this rate, he won't come home unless we resort to drastic measures.
さすがにそれはまずい
Yanagi.
な。力でねじ伏せても弟は納得しない。
That's probably not the best course, right? He'll just leave again some other time. Yeah,
でも
but
少しだけ安心した。
I'm a little relieved.
アキトからお姉さんの話は聞いてた。和樹とうまくいってないってことも。
Akito told me a little about you. He said you didn't get along with Kazuki.
和樹の音楽への熱意は本物。でも、きっとそれだけじゃない。
Kazuki's passion for music is ambient, but I'm sure that isn't all of it. What do you mean?
誰かに認めてもらいたいから、あれだけ必死になってる気がする。
I have a feeling that he's throwing himself into this because he wants someone to
いつも
notice.
焦ってるように見える。悔しさとか、情けなさとか、そういうのすごく伝わってくるから。
Feels like Sailor Moon suddenly. I can see that he's always anxious, whether it's frustration or self pity. He's practically radiating with that
俺
emotion.
の想像だけど、和樹が本当に認めてほしいのは、お姉さんに。
This is just my theory, but maybe the person Kazuki actually wants to acknowledge him as you.
でも、
Me?
お姉さんも和樹を心配してる。悪い人には見えない。
You're worried about Kazuki. I don't think you're a bad
だから俺
person.
は安心した。和樹のことを見守ってあげて。
I'm relieved to learn to Ooh, I said that way too many words at once just now. I'm relieved to learn that about you. Just watch over him for now. Mr.
ごめん
Ishiki?
よ。朝にはちゃんと返すから。
Sorry, I'll make sure to get him home in the morning.
それじゃ。
See ya. Sibling drama. It's every story is pretty dramatic for the siblings. The door finally closed. Basically, the older storylines talk about where he felt like she stopped talking to him, and that was when the police stuff started getting more intense. So she just started kind of distancing herself. And so then he came to the point where he just thought she hated him. And then he started doing music. And now Now it's this. They're just angry siblings now. What now?
これ以上食い下がらない方が良さそうだが。
Maybe we shouldn't press the
こ
issue.
んばんは。
Good evening! Huh. A voice greeted me from behind. It was disturbingly cheerful voice. Good evening?
誰だ？
Who are you?
こんなところで何してるんですか？
What are you doing here this late? I turned around to see a strange dressed girl. I should be asking you that. It isn't safe to be loitering at this hour.
散歩してただけですよ。そしたらカップルさんがなんか揉めてるみたいだったから。
Hana's just on a walk, you know? And then I thought I saw a couple having a lover
野獣の
spat.
工場で気になっちゃって。
Curiosity just got the better of Hana. Oh,
こっちもただの夜中の散歩だ。気にするな。
we're just on an evening stroll. Don't mind
通り
us.
がけにライブハウスが見えたから、こんな時間までやってるものなのかと気まぐれで覗いてみただけだ。
We happened to spot this club, so we were curious about what was going on. We just swung by to take a look.
まあ、これもただの野獣馬根性だな。
I suppose curiosity got the better of us as well.
そうなんだ。で、ライブハウスやってました？
Really? Are they having a
い
concert?
や、今度ライブをやるらしい。バンドが練習してるだけだな。
No, it sounds like they're just practicing for an upcoming show.
ああ、やっぱり。今度ここでやるライブ、花とっても楽しみにしてるの。
Ooh, I knew it. Hana really loves the concerts at this place.
すっごいんです。お兄さんたちも絶対夢中になっちゃいますよ。
They're totally amazing. Mister, you'd probably be blown away by them.
そうか。いや、ライブが楽しみなのはいいが、さすがにこんな時間に一人でうろうろするな。危ないだろう。
I see. Look, it's great that you enjoy their shows, but it's really dangerous for you to be out this
はー
late.
い。お兄さん優しいですね。それじゃ。
Okay, you're nice, mister. Good night. I'm gonna just notice her nails were different. Then the girl swiftly departed. Whew, if you weren't here, I might have got stabbed to death. Hana embodies the classic Walter White's meme, I am the danger. It's so true, because she's so happy in all of the stories she pops up in, and then she kills you. You lied to her,
正直に
Yanagi.
話す必要もないしな。面倒なことになっても困る。
It's like he could sense the murderous intent inside of her. I didn't want to tell her what we were doing. Things could have gotten out of hand. That's true.
どうするか。ずっとここにいるわけにもいかない。
Now, as for what we should do, we can't just stay here all night. Yeah, speaking of tomorrow, I have to go into work. Technically, it's after midnight, and I am that person that's all like, technically, it's today. If an emergency call came in, I'd have to head in immediately no matter what the time. It wasn't feasible to wait for Kazuki, and even if I did, there was a chance that he wouldn't come straight home
ああ、
anyways.
そうだ。いい手がある。
Ah, right, I have an idea. Yes? Yanagi suddenly turned around, as if possible, possessed by a good idea. He spoke to empty air.
岡崎、そこにいるか？
Okazaki, you there? Huh?
うん。何柳さん。
Mm-hmm. What's up, Yanagi? For some reason, Okazaki was really there. He was wearing his standard innocent grin. Where did you come from?
柳さんが慌てて事務所を出ていくから、何か大変なことが起きたのかと思って。
I saw Yanagi leave the office in a hurry, so I figured something was wrong. You really are a ghost. In other words, you followed Yanagi, but you don't seem to think you did anything creepy.
いや、それほどでも。
Ah, shucks. It wasn't a compliment.
ねえ岡崎、せっかくこんなところまでついてきたんだ。一つ仕事していけ。
That sounds so I'll have to semi-fixed hours. Mine's is... I wouldn't say mine's is semi-fixed. I write the schedule, but they tell you, like, you have to close certain days and you have to open other days. So even though I write the schedule, it's not as flexible as I would like it to be. So Okazaki, you came all this way, so I have a job for you to do.
え
Huh? Okazaki blinked.
つまりそれって 俺にここを張ってろってこと？
So basically you just want me to stay here?
そういうことだ。
Exactly. I was grateful for Yanagi's quick thinking. Yanagi explained the situation to Okazaki and asked him to watch over Kazuki.
柳さん、もしかして忘れてない？俺の仕事は柳さんたちの警護なんだけどな。
Have you forgotten something, Yanagi? My job is to guard you.
事務所の方には吉成がいるだろう。それにここから事務所までそう遠くない。
Yoshinari's at the office. Plus, it isn't that far from here
笹山は
anyways.
お前の世話になるほど弱くないからな。笹塚ならともかく。
I'm not so weak that I need protection. Sasaka's a different story.
まあそうだよね。俺だってどうせ守るなら猫さんの方がいい。
Well, that's true. I'd prefer to protect the kitty cat anyways.
ああ、猫さんって呼び方は正しくないんだっけ？ね。
I guess I probably shouldn't call you that, right? Right, Lee Hoshinyo? I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I knew he had figured me out. I had been prepared for this eventually. Now that I had been confronted with it, there was no point in hiding my identity. I'm sure you know, but I'm Lee Hoshino from the Shinjuku Station Special Regions Crime Prevention Office. 7 to 5. Quota base so you get everything done you can. Leave early 1 day a week. Ooh! 7 to 5. It's like, what, 10 hours? Is it hourly or are you salary? Roughly 10. I don't know. Hourly? Ooh, that's not too bad. So is it typically 4 days a week then, not 5? Or do you have like a 5th day? It's not too bad. I can't tell you my
仕事
situation.
に関わること？それなら話さなくてもいいよ。
Work a half day on Friday. It's kind of like what my sister does. She used to do 410s, and her shift starts 6 because she would try to go there as early as she possibly could to get in. But now she's salary, so she technically more works 5 days than 4, but she's still allowed to only work up to 40 hours. So if she goes over 40, fine, but she doesn't have to work more than 40. Is it related to work? Why did you just tell me? Why don't you just tell me?
そうだ。そう呼んでもいい？
All right, can I call you Lee? I don't mind. Okazaki was so carefree. He'd shown no apparent intent of investigating me. It's nice to meet you again. I'm very worried about my brother. I'm terribly sorry to lay this on you while you're working a mission, but could you please help me?
そこまでお願いされちゃうとダメって言いにくいな。
All your work is done, so you get to watch Twitch. That's exciting. I don't have that luxury. I work retail, so we're not supposed to be watching anything. Plus, it's really busy at the place I work, so I wouldn't have time even if I wanted to. It's hard for me to say no if you need my help that badly. After I pleaded with him, Okazaki seemed to be seriously considering my request. Ew, I know, right? Ew, retail. I've been doing it, Mike, forever. While pondering the request, Okazaki looked over at Yanagi. Yanagi had said all he was going to say, so he broke eye contact and looked up at the sky. Okazaki sighed.
わかった。お願いされるよ。
Okay, I get it. I'll help you.
ただ
Really?
一つ条件があるけど。
Under one condition. A condition? What's that?
連絡先交換してくれる？
Could I get your phone number? Oh, I shifted my weight and uneasily looked over at
連絡
Yanagi.
先くらいならいいんじゃないか。
It's just contact info, why not?
やった。お父さんの許可も出たことだし。
Yay! I got your dad's blessing. Oh,
誰がお父さんだ？
God. I'm not her dad.
あと、これからはもっと君のこと教えてほしいな。
I want you to tell me all kinds of fun things, okay? Okay. Within reasonable limits. His friendly smile made me lower my guard a little bit. He may be trying to pry into my situation. Okazaki's awfully passionate about his job.
よかった。柳さんも貸し一つだよ。
I'm so happy. You owe me a favor now too, Yanagi.
お前に貸しを作るのはかなり不本意だが。
Not because I wanted to. Well, there's no helping it.
利子いっ
Let's
ぱ
see.
いつけるから覚悟しててね。
You do 3D design work, technically available for consulting, while there's nothing to do in the design queue. That sounds exciting. Is it video game 3D design work or is it something else? That's fun. Yep, I charge a lot of interest, so watch
とりあ
out.
えずあとは頼んだぞ。俺たちは戻る。
We'll leave this to you. We're heading back. With that, Yanagi turned to
はい
leave.
はい何か動きがあったら連絡するよ
Okay, I'll let you know if anything happens. Thank you, Okazaki.
弟くんのことは任せて
Sure, just leave your brother to me. That doesn't sound weird. I bowed to him while he was nonchalantly waving goodbye and then followed Yanagi by. We had left Okazaki to handle things here. We walked through the darkness of Shinjuku. I wonder if that was okay.
何
What? Asking Okazaki to do that. Medical design. Oh. CAD stuff for fabrications. That's cooler, actually. Is it like all custom made for the fabrications, or is it? Oh, that sounds exciting. Do you get to build the models? As Okazaki had stated, his real job was to protect Yanagi's team. A lot of it is, yes. Oh, nice. That's super cool. That sounds like a fun job. That sounds a lot more fun than retail. I can say that much. As Okazaki had stated, his real job was to protect Yanagi's team. I was worried that he might not properly look after Okazaki, but that wasn't all. Was it really okay for him to abandon his job? The thought troubled me.
そこは心配するな。保証する。
Can you read my mind, Yanagi? Because those were his internal dialogue. Don't worry about all that, trust me. Yanagi slightly soothed my worries.
一度受けた仕事はきっちりやる。そういう面での几帳面さはかなりのものだ。
Once he takes a job, he'll see it through. He acts flaky, but he's very diligent.
頑固すぎて融通が利かないことも多いけどな。
In fact, he's so persistent that it's hard to compromise with him most of the time. Oh my god, meticulously stubborn. I just had to read that word 4 times. The smaller stuff I can build, but the normal size of things are big. We have a welder and stuff. I get to run the 3D printer. You get to, that's exciting. Do you ever do things that you just want, like for your own collection? We have a 3D printer, but all our stuff typically doesn't turn out that well. It's a resin-based one, and we're in Arizona, and apparently it has something to do with heat and the temperatures. Officially, no. Wink, 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 wink. I got it. Got anything adorable? Okazaki seemed to be carefree. I had trouble imagining him as a hardworking employee. Yanagi, you seem to know a surprising amount about
調
Okazaki.
べたからな。
I investigated him nonchalantly. Oh, I see. I suppose if he's observing you that you would want to know about him.
とはいえ、SP の情報
You
は
made
調
some
べ
custom
て
size D&D dice?
基本的なものしか
Ooh, I don't think I thought about 3D printing the dice. My sister paints miniatures, so that's why she got a 3D printer, so she could make her own. I actually have one of the things she 3D printed right here. It didn't turn out right, so she gave it to me because his base turned out wrong, but he's got scissors, and this was made with our 3D printer. And his scissor also broke. That's part of his handle broke off. That's why she let me keep him. But I thought it looked cool, so I keep him up here. So she does that. She'll sometimes 3D print her own, but she just likes painting them, so that's why she started doing it. But it's pretty exciting. She made a Cubone head once, which was really cute. It's pretty tough to find info on SP officers. Even Sasuke could only dig up basic information on him. I know everything about him, actually.
俺たちを熱心に張っているのを見れば
But I didn't think about 3D printing dice. That'd be fun too. I would imagine you have to do it in 2 parts, at least with hers, because it like attaches on the bottom. Because then you'd have to attach the 2 pieces. Otherwise, you'd have a gross side of the dice always. Well, from the way that he diligently stakes us out 24/7, You can tell what type of guy he is, even without looking him up. Indeed.
何度追いかっても勝手に入ってきて、時々普通に榎本と雑談してたりするし。
No matter how often we run him off, he gets info. Oh, into. I turned the T to an F just now. Sorry. He gets into the office sometimes just to chat with Enomoto. I can totally imagine
こっち
that.
が望んでなくても人格を把握できる程度には顔を合わせる時間が多いからな。
We've had enough unwanted contact with him to construct a full psych profile.
仕事に対して真面目なのは間違いない。
So we know he takes his work seriously. That's hilarious. When he said it so plainly, it gave me a feeling of security.
それに引き受けたから
Sounds
には
more than security. That sounds too
メリット
much.
があると踏んだんだろう。
Have a 3D scanner too, so you can scan stuff into the model and edit it. Used it to make car parts. Oh, that's super cool. I think the future is getting much better because I feel like 3D printing is incredible and that we can now make so many more things easily without like specially shaped molds to create them. So that's exciting. I can see this. This is really fun. I like 3D printers. That's why I was fine with us buying one because I'm like, ooh, 3D printing, this is cool. I want to get another one, but then that just seems like I don't need 2 3D printers. But they're fun to see what they can make. And then yours is like probably a cool one, especially since you said you can make car parts in it. Besides the fact that he accepted the job means that he stands to gain
ただ
from
の
it.
ボランティア精神であっさり利用されるようなやつでもない。だからお前が気に病む必要はないぞ。
Listen, Okazaki is just wanting to die. Like, that's it. That's his whole goal. He isn't the kind of person who can have the goodness of his heart taken advantage of. So you still need to watch out for her around him. Right. Yanagi has an impressively thorough understanding of Okazaki. That might explain why he didn't try and throw off his minders, even though he knew that he was under police
あいつは
surveillance.
現職の警察官だから万が一何かあった時には動きやすい。
He currently works for the police, so he can easily take action if trouble
好きな
arises.
ら警戒もされにくいだろうからな。
SP officers
意識を警戒させる
My
だろう。
apologies, Yanagi. I thought you were done. SP officers are good at avoiding attention. A normal cop would raise Ishiki's guard. Yanagi sounds like he has a thing for Okazaki. His thing with Okazaki is Okazaki, as a character in his story, he's like the most bubbly. He's like a My Little Pony character incarnated as a special forces police officer. So he does not accept no very well. And he breaks into their office constantly. That's just like his go-to. He's like, "Hey guys, what's up?" And they're like, "What are you doing? You're standing in a window of the 5th floor." And he's like, "I just wanted to say hi." And that's him all the time. That's a great way to describe him. And then his interactions with your character in that story, he's like instantly holding her hand and dragging her around. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, just this is so we don't get lost." And it's just like, what? He's really quick. He acts very childlike, but then he has a very serious side of him too. So it gets interesting. I remember something. I thought I had heard the name Ishiki before, and the hostile attitude he seemed to have towards the police. That's right. I think I've heard that name before. A few days ago, I was just trying to memorize a mountain of X-Day files. His name was in them. Yashiro Ishiki. He's related to the May X-Day case.
そうだ。
You're right. Yanagi had probably recognized the name right away once he heard it. Yashihiro Ishiki was one of the people mistakenly arrested by the officers who were victims in the May incident. He was under suspicion of being one of the perpetrators in May, motivated by
ほんの一
revenge.
瞬だがな。完璧なアリバイがあってすぐに候補からは外れた。
For a moment anyway, he had a perfect alibi, so he was immediately released. But even if he wasn't a suspect, it meant that someone tied to X Days was also tied to Kazuki. The reality of that hit me, and I grew even more anxious. It felt as if the chance of Kazuki getting entangled in an X Day case had skyrocketed. Bum bum. Go to a side story? Nope, it's next day. December 9th, 1:10 p.m. I forgot she woke up at 2 a.m. I'm like, that's the same day. I attempted to stifle a yawn with my open palm. Is Seiki gonna be here? In the end, I didn't get any sleep at all. Yes, you've reached the SRCPO.
昨日からずっと不審な車がうちの前に止まってるんですよね。中に誰もいないんですけど、ちょっと不気味で。
There's a suspicious car that's been parked in front of my house since yesterday. Nobody's inside, but it's kind of
巡回ついでで
creepy.
もいいんで、見に来てほしいんですけど。
If you have time to send patrol out, I would like if someone could take a look. Understood. Please tell us your address. We'll send a team to investigate
来
immediately.
てくれるんですか？助かります。住所は？
You're coming? Thanks. The address is. While taking the report after report, my mind wandered back to the events of this morning. After that, Okazaki had given us real-time updates on Kazuki until he returned home. I was impressed he even sent photos. Okazaki really is meticulous. I was relieved to see him go home, and I'm grateful, thanks Okazaki. But it was time to go to work, so I never got to see my brother after that. Phew.
おい、星野。顔色悪いぞ。
Oh, Mochida, don't listen. Don't look at me. Hoshino, you don't look so good. Huh? Really?
そうですかじゃないぞ。鏡見てみろ。とりあえず、昼休憩取ってこい。
Don't give me that. Go look in the mirror. Go take your break. Yes, sir. Thank you. X-Day files. I used my break to read over the X-Day files some more. I had asked Shigarara to forward me files on each crime scene, but there just wasn't enough information. I was hoping to dig a little deeper. My increase in motivation stemmed from last night, of course. Kazuki was linked with someone tied to X-Day. Now, I could never be sure that Adonis would not aim their fangs at someone other than me. I was painfully aware of that. I had to do whatever I possibly could do to prevent that from happening. I need more intel. Now then, I wonder where I could go to scrounge up more information on the X-Day cases. Oh, do I actually get a pick? Can I save? Let's go to the roof. Let's go to the roof. Can I go to the roof? No, I can't go to the roof. Forensics. Where do I actually get a pick? Sometimes it does this and there's only one place I can click. Community affairs, field ops. Let's see. Investigation headquarters. I'd made my way to investigations HQ and peeked inside. They don't seem like they're in a meeting.
おい、さっきの資料どこだ？
Hey, where are the files from earlier?
課長に持ってったよ。
Huh? Didn't the chief take them?
マジかよ。これ抜けてたんだけど、そのまま？
Seriously, this fell out. Is he gonna leave without it?
こりゃどやされる。
Oh crap, we're gonna hear it later. Feels like a big commotion. If I could use the chaos to my advantage, I might be able to get some intel. That feels impossible though. Excuse me, I have a question about yesterday's suspect. Anyway, I decided to try and casually talk to someone on the investigation.
菅原のことか。
Huh? Shigawara?
おい、何してんだ？早く来い。
Hey, what are you doing? Get over there!
はい。
Yes, sir. I had managed to engage one of them for a moment, but the investigator was pulled into some other task. Still, I might have managed to get a fragment of a lead. I don't know. I don't know if that was... Oh, let's go to the firing range. Woo! I kind of felt like I had been futilely spinning my wheels. I need to collect myself, so I went... my usual sanctuary. Did I shoot too soon? Good, that's it. Oh, it seems like I pushed too late. No, one more time. That's enough for now. I mean, it's so relaxing. Reception? No, can't click there. Community affairs. Field Ops Unit. Audio room, organized crimes. Forensics is where it's only the shooting, and it can lead to bad endings. Excuse me, and is Sakagawara in? Oh, there she is. You're back. Sakagawara had came out to greet me, not even bothered to hide her exasperation. She lets everything show on her face. It was true that I came by quite often to see if she had any new information. I couldn't deny that I was being persistent. I was wondering if there had been any new developments on yesterday's homicide. Not exactly nothing, but it's a minor development. The damage to the burned body was severe, but there were a few oddities. Take a look. Thank you. I expressed my sincere gratitude to Sakagawara. I keep trying to call her Sugawara, and it's not her name, for showing me the new files. How many rooms can I go to? Can I still not go to the rooftop? Let's go up here. That's where he hangs out. I went there. Went to forensics. Audio room. Field operational support team. You came at a great time, Hoshino. What? When I poked my head into field support, Mukai greeted me graciously for some reason. You kept me waiting too long. Now tell me about Director's weaknesses and vulnerabilities I can exploit. No, I don't. Mukai, knock it off or I'll develop a special form of harassment just for you. Oh, I was kidding. Totally kidding. That didn't sound like a joke to me. Did you come here to ask about yesterday's case? Yeah, I was wondering if there were any new developments. They seem to narrow down the list of suspects, but nothing other than that. I see, thank you. But narrowing down the suspects could count as development. Even if the rest of what Shirashi said was sarcasm, he had given me a bit to go of information. I can speak. I know what words are. Community affairs. Nope, can't click on that one. Reception, can't click on that one. Field operations unit. I'm going everywhere. Searching for more information on the X-Day cases, I poked my head into field ops. I looked around for someone who looked like they would speak to me. I made eye contact with a scary looking man. Hi. Hi. What is it, girl? Sakagawara told me about him before. His name is Sadake. He was Anamoto's former supervisor and the one to ask about the initial investigations. I'm from SRCPO. The residents around yesterday's crime scene are uneasy, so they're asking if have any new updates. It wasn't exactly a lie. We had gotten a lot of reports today thanks to the recent batch of homicides. Nobody could rest in this state of affair. Captain Yami from Black Clover. Oh, is that the voice actor? I have not watched Black Clover. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I've seen it. I just haven't watched it. That's not my department. Still, the initial investigation is over. A voice actor for her brother. Oh goodness. Is it her brother? A voice actor for her brother is the voice of Yor, if I remember correctly, from Spy Family, though. I did look that up. Oh, he just looks similar to him. If you're getting lots of complaints, just tell them that we'll solve it soon. Although, to be perfectly honest with you, it doesn't look like this will be over anytime soon. Understood. Thank you. Also, I had been intimidated by Sadake's presence, but I managed to get him to hear me out. Also, hear you out about what? When I returned to my desk, I sat down and let out a satisfied hum. I felt like I had gained some information, but it was all just scraps. None of it was crucial information that would have an impact on the case on its own. I can't keep progressing like this. This was too slow to be a real investigation. My inexperience as an investigator meant that I was useless if I couldn't get good intel.
ため息なんかついてどうした？ちゃんと昼飯食ったのか？
Why are you sighing, Hoshino? Did you eat a proper meal? Oh. While I was spacing out, I hadn't noticed that Mochida was looking at my monitor. My screen was displaying a website that collected rumors about the X-Day cases.
最近様子が変だとは思っていたが、まさか
Didn't even eat lunch, you need calories. She usually makes her own lunch, but I'm assuming since she was how tired she is, she didn't make food today, so she failed herself. I thought you were acting kind of odd lately. Don't tell me you've been investigating the X-Day cases on your own. Yes. As usual, I totally spilled the beans. I couldn't lie to him. I had no choice. I shrunk down, ready for the verbal lashing.
気になるのも当然だ。俺たちの仕事が慌ただしいのも結局は X デー事件が原因なわけだしな。
It's natural for you to be curious. The X-Day cases are the reason our job has gotten so busy. Huh?
怒られるとでも思ったのか?
Did you think I'd get mad at you for that? Yeah, this isn't part of my duties, so... SRCPO exists to reassure the public in the midst of the X-Day crisis. There's nothing wrong with wanting to know a little more about the X-Day crimes. I'm curious about how the case is going too. Actually, I've been poking into it myself. What? You? Mochida? Not so much that I'd get caught, of course, so I haven't really learned anything that could help with the case. Mochida, sir. Encouraged by Mochida's graciousness, I suddenly raised my voice. This could be my big chance. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Isn't there more that I could be doing as an SRCPO officer? Of course, I know that I already have a job to do, but the X-Day deadline is closing in on us. The frequency of the crimes has started increasing as well. Even though we've been getting more reports from the public, SRCPO doesn't have access to much info. So we can't explain things to them. I feel like at this rate, we risk not helping as many of Shinjuku's citizens as we could have. Hoshino? I know it was a lot of passion. Mochido seemed to be surprised by my fever. Everything I had said was completely honest. I was. Sorry, that's my dyslexia sometimes. It was what I had been thinking all this time. The people of Shinjuku were directly appealing to us for help, but we couldn't act. It frustrated me and made me feel impotent. Impotent? Impotent. I did it. You're right. I understand your desire to help the people here better than anyone. As long as you don't neglect your day job, I won't fuss if you choose to privately look into it. Oh, Mochida, you're so happy. Your zeal is a credit to our profession. Good luck. Yes, sir. Mochida's encouraged me with a beaming smile. I felt nothing but gratitude from his concern, which warmed the cockles of my heart. But I won't make much headway sneaking around. I was painfully aware of our lack of progress. There was only so much I could do in secret. I wouldn't be any real help to Yanagi's team if I just kept browsing abstracts and memos. I understand how you feel right now. There are people wondering if we are even trying to solve the X-Day cases.
俺も捜査本部に混ざってみたいと思ってた頃もあったしな。
I was actually thinking about trying to slip into Investigations HQ. I did that. Mochida's musings gave me an idea. That's right, this could work. I had nothing to lose. A bruised ego was the worst that could happen. Mochida, do you have a moment?
なんだ
What is it? I gathered my courage and made eye contact. Can't our RCPO assist people in Investigation HQ?
は
What? It's crossing battlefields. Mochida had brought me into the hallway to talk. He had been quiet. But after my suggestion, his eyes had gone wide, possibly moved by my zeal. He had gone to argue for authorization. Couldn't hurt. A bruised ego is the worst that could happen. Meanwhile, Hana and the knife with the knife in the corner. Dude, Hana, like, it's hilarious. I love that. That's my favorite character in this entire game. It's so true. She just pops up and you're just like having a fine time, and then she's laughing at you, and then she stabs you, and then you die. It's not very nice of her, but she's enthusiastic the whole time, and that's all we can hope for. He must be getting yelled at. Don't scare me like that.
いや
Sir?
驚いていい。俺ももしかしたらこれは夢なんじゃないかと思ってる。
No, I mean, that's fine. I was just wondering if this was all a crazy dream. What?
特防が捜査本部に参加する許可が下りた。
SRCPO has been cleared to work in Investigations HQ. Really? I never actually expected them to give us permission. But this is fantastic. If I was allowed to work in investigations, new information would come my way at least. The officers that would actually work there would probably be more experienced than I was, but I'd take whatever I could get. Thank you so much,
喜ぶ
Mochida.
のは早いぞ星野。まだ続きがあるんだ。
Don't start celebrating yet, Hoshino. There's more. Huh? This should have been good news, but Mochida was being very still. Did something happen? Did they force some troublesome job on you in exchange for us getting
そう
permission,
いうわけ
or...
じゃないんだが、特防から参加させるなら、持田と星野、そう指名された。
Not exactly. Masanobu Mochida and Lee Hoshino have been ordered to be the SRCPO participants in the investigation. But why? I could understand why they picked Mochida, but I had no idea why they would include me. There was other members of SRCPO who would be far more helpful than a rookie like me. Now I'm nervous. This had gone too smoothly. No matter how green I wasn't an airhead that I wasn't so airheaded that I'd be thankful for this sudden stroke of luck.
最初はな、上司も何バカなこと言ってんだって予想通りの反応だった。
At first, the brass told me not to bother them with stupid suggestions as I
特防
expected.
が参加して何の意味があるってな。そのまま追い払われそうになってたところに、
They asked
たま
what
たま峯岸管理官が通りかかったんだ。
apologies, Mochida. They asked what point of our help would have, so I thought they were about to dismiss me when Commissioner Minagishi passed
で
by.
話を聞いた峯岸管理官が、ぜひ参加してもらいましょうって笑顔で言い出したよ。
The commissioner heard what was happening and said, by all means, let's include them. Honestly, I didn't understand it. I see. Minagishi was an investigations bigwig. A single word from him was enough to grant our approval. Minagishi also is the person that Okazaki relays information to, so he most likely heard her name in passing because of it. I have a bad feeling about this. There's Minagishi.
全員揃っていますね。では、捜査会議を始めましょう。森岡さん、お願いします。
I see that everyone's here. Well, then let's start the meeting. Please begin, Morioka.
本日から人員を増やした。
We have some new members. Commissioner Minagishi of Investigation Section 1 kicked off the meeting. The person he had called on was also from Section 1 Division's Chief, Hajime Morika. He was the highest in command after the Chief of Police. I was anxious, but the entire room was focused on Morika. He scares
所
me.
轄特殊地域防犯対策室から持田巡査、星野巡査。
Officers Mochida and Hoshino of Specials Region's Crime Prevention Office.
Ha!
Sir! Sir! Mochida and I hastily stood at attention when Morioka called us on us. I was more nervous than I had ever been. I could feel the whole room's eyes on us.
なんで特防が
Hey, why SRCPO?
知るか。
Rude?
つか特防ってどこ？初めて聞いたんだけど。
Hell if I know. Where is SRCPO anyways? I've never
窓
heard of
際
them.
だろどうせ
They work that service
森岡さ
window.
んも何考えてんだか
What is Morioka thinking?
静かにしろ
Quiet! I could hear whispering from all over. I controlled my emotions so that people wouldn't get a bad impression of me. I'd expected this kind of reaction. We weren't welcomed in the slightest.
特防の担当は6月に起きた中学校爆破事件の聞き込みサポートだ。
SRCPO will assist us with gathering information about the middle school bombing that took place in
すでに
June.
担当がいるから連携をとって関係者の洗い出しの補助に回れ。
Oh. We already had people working the case, so speak with them to rule out possible suspects.
了解しました。
Yes, sir.
では各担当、本日の報告を。まずは組織犯罪対策課。
All supervisors, give me your daily reports. Let's start with organized crime. And that was basically how our first investigations meeting went. You did it. I feel so exhausted. We haven't even done anything yet. Yeah, well, after the meeting was over, Mochida and I snuck into a pair of chairs, sighing heavily. Although we had been assigned roles for now, the detectives had told us point blank, we don't expect much from you, so stay out of our way. It was very demoralizing. I just felt mentally fatigued.
持田さん、星野さん、少しいいでしょうか。
Minigishi, Mochida, Hoshino, a moment, please. Huh? As I was sighing again, I heard a voice speak from behind me.
峯岸管理官。
Commissioner Minigishi?
ああ、楽にしてください。座ったままで。そんなに緊張しなくてもいいですよ。
Please stay seated. There's no need to be so nervous.
は
Yes, sir.
普段から区民の声を直に聞いている特防に参加いただけるのは我々としても助かります。
We greatly appreciate the help of SRCPO since you're a direct source of public
今は些
communication.
細な情報も見逃せませんから。
Right now, we can't overlook a single detail. Right. He was undoubtedly just paying us lip service, still being told that at least made me feel at least slightly like I belonged.
まずはこれをどうぞ。捜査本部に参加していただく以上、把握してもらわなければなりませんから。
Take these. Now that you're working in investigations, you have a lot to catch up on. Smiling, Minagishi handed us both a massive dossier. This is wow. There were several documents inside. Just from the glance, I knew that what they were. Did you get promoted? No, I didn't get promoted. They just are including them in the investigation now. They're like liaisons between investigations and the SRCPO. So they're still SRCPO agents. Several documents inside. Just from a glance, I knew what they were. SRCPO had never seen anything like this. They were detailed files on the X-Day crimes. It was exactly what I had longed for. When Mochito saw them, he started sweating. I understood exactly how he
あ
felt.
私たちのような下っ端にいいんですか？
Is it really all right for us underlings to be handling this
よ
information?
くなければ最初から渡しませんよ。内部資料ですから世間に漏れるのはさすがに困りますが。
I wouldn't have given them to you otherwise. Of course, these are internal documents, so I'd prefer you didn't leak them to the
犯
public.
人側ならもうとっくに知っている情報ですからね。敵に知られる分には問題ないものばかりですので。
However, the information in there is all details that the criminals already know we know. It wouldn't matter if they got a hold of them. Something struck me as off about his reply. Are we under suspicion?
星野、
Lee Hoshino.
お前、
Yes.
柳愛知と面識があるな。
You're acquainted with Aiji Yanagi?
やれやれ、いきなりですね。彼女が怖がっているじゃないですか。森岡さん、顔が怖いんですから。
Good grief, man. Just popping in like that, you're scaring her. Morioka, what's with that scary look? Minagishi made an apologetic expression as if taking pity on me.
あなたが柳くんだけでなく、笹塚くんや榎本くんとも面識があるのは知っています。
Hoshino, we know that you're acquainted not only with Yanagi but also Sasuka and Enomoto as
ご友
well.
人といったところでしょうか。
Are you friends? Yes, I managed to answer honestly, thanks to the slightly more relaxed mood. There was really no point in lying anyway. They'd just suspect me more if
ど
I
こで知
did.
り合ったのか伺っても？
Can I ask you where you met? I happened to run into them during one of my patrols.
そうですか。
I see. It wasn't a lie, but it also wasn't the truth. I responded hesitantly. Minagishi
今
smiled.
のところはそういうことにしておきましょう。
For now, let's just leave it at that then, shall we? Minagishi.
我々に不利益をもたらさない限り、捜査員の交友関係に口を出すつもりはありませんよ。
As long as it doesn't impede our work, I don't intend to stop our investigators from having personal lives and relationships. This was directed at Morioka, who didn't seem like he accepted this. It had the air of a warning. Yes, sir.
それでは私たちは失礼します。森岡さん、少しよろしいですか？
I think we'll excuse ourselves now. Is that all right with you, Morioka?
ああ、
Yeah. Finally, we were free. I could actually hear my heart pounding.
どういうことなんだ？星野、お前大丈夫か？
What was that? Are you all right, Hoshino? I'm not sure either. Such a liar. While I was able to respond to Mochida's concern, I was internally panicking. I had unconsciously raised my hand to my neck. I tried to calm myself down. The police know I'm working with Yanagi's team. I had figured as much. Okazaki had figured me out after all. I knew that the collar was still secret. If they knew about it, I wouldn't be alive. She is a bad liar. In one of the storylines, anytime she lies, it turns into like almost a bad ending because she lies so bad. So he's like, I can tell you're lying every single time. And so it'd be like, ugh. Maybe I was invited to investigations because of Yanagi's team. I was consorting with a group of ex-officers. I was a rookie officer of no significant note. They must have sensed that something was off about me being there. I'll have to be even more careful from now on. I repeated that resolution to myself. Ooh, is that actually updated? That's the real question. Can I see? December 9th, 5:08 p.m. Ah, I noticed a new text. Hang on, let's see. Materials. Oh. Wait, are these updated? I don't know. I'm pressing the button that says to go forward. I don't know. It's acting like I can't go forward. I noticed a new text message and fished my phone out of my coat pocket. I'd gotten out of work early today, so I had already left the station. As soon as I left work, I had sent a text to Yanagi updating him on the situation. He was probably responding to that. Off doing something crazy again. Anyway, come tell me about it. I'm in the park from yesterday's case. I could practically hear his expression. Exasperation. Okay, I'll be right there. I sent a quick reply and headed to the park that Yanagi indicated.
来たか。
Hey. Sup? Sorry to keep you waiting. What are you doing here again? The park Yanagi had came to was the site of yesterday's incident. The investigators had all left, although the area was still under police cordon. During crimes or when emergencies and disasters occur, the police will set up an emergency blockade in certain sections to prevent people from entering in order to keep them safe and preserve evidence. You came here yesterday too. I thought you had finished examining the scene.
調査とは少し違うな。今日は犯人側に立って思考を整理してみた。
This isn't exactly an examination. I tried reconstructing the criminal's thoughts. The criminals? That's what profilers do, right? I guess that's what Shidashi does too. I heard that you say I have heard that you say when someone does that, there's a danger of empathizing too heavily with the suspect.
白石は飲み込まれることはないだろうな。あいつは人事として見ていられる。
That would never happen to Shidashi. He views it all as somebody else's problem.
感情移入せずに別人になりきる。ちゃんと他人との間に線引きができるやつだからな。
He can easily become someone else. I can't. That word's so big. I know how to say it. He compartmentalizes. Ooh, my goodness. The two sets of emotions.
だからプロファイラー向きなんだ。
That's part of why profiling suits him so well. I see. I felt like there were implications in what Yanagi said. It sounded self-deprecating. Maybe he thinks that he himself empathizes too deeply with criminals. Of course, I couldn't ask him about that because that would be rude. Instead, I chose to bring up something else I had just thought of. I'm surprised that you and Shidashi get along so well.
ああ、白石とは警察にいた頃、かなり初期の頃から付き合いがあってな。
I've known Shidashi since I was new to the police
付き合い
force.
が長ければ気心も知れる。考えてみれば、交友という意味ではあいつが一番長いかもしれない。
I've grown accustomed to his temperament. Come to think of it, he might be the friend I've had the longest. That's a surprise. Somehow I thought you two were complete opposites. It felt to me like you didn't know each other very well, despite you two being friends for such a long time.
傍から見れば
He's
そうだな。
smiling. It might look that way from the outside. Yanagi chuckled at my opinion. I rarely saw this side of him. He seems to be enjoying himself. Instantly sad again.
似てるところがある。
But we're alike in some ways.
お前はそういう風には感じないか？
Haven't you ever thought that? I'm sorry. I'm just not seeing any way you two are alike.
まあ、外からだと見えないものだな。
Are you also a mole, Yanagi?
白石が苦手か？
I guess it could seem that way. You're not fond of Shidashi, are you? Guilty. I still don't know much about him, but I can never tell what he's
あいつ
thinking.
は変人だが不器用なだけだ。コツをつかめばそれほど憎めないやつだぞ。
Well, he is odd, but he's just awkward. He's not so unlikable once you get used to him. Awkward? I had trouble just accepting that. That didn't seem like the right word for him. But Yanagi had shown Shidashi much... How did I change that word? Yanagi had known Shidashi much longer than I had. I didn't know all that much about Shidashi. I didn't know Yanagi that well either.
それより捜査本部に乗り込んだってどういうことなんだ？
More importantly, what's all this about you joining Investigations HQ? Is that true? I didn't exactly join them per se. We just decided to ask if we could help, and they assigned us to the team for some reason. But now I can finally get the newest, most detailed intel from headquarters. Though it seems that the price for that is that Morioka is keeping a sharp eye on us, I'll have to move carefully from now on. I'll do my best to gather better information and support your investigation. You found that out fast. I'm not sure if this, because every storyline's a little bit different, but they get emails from the police department because they've hacked into their network, so they might have seen like an email with the corresponding information. And Shidashi, who they're talking about, actually works at the police department as well, and he also sends them information. So they have multiple sources that they could hear that from. I had to be more careful now, but the situation certainly wasn't bad. If I had access to information in real time, that would definitely be of help to the team. Yanagi had a slightly dour expression when he saw how fired up I was. All
無
the
理してないか？
music just changed and his pupils just dilated. Hoshino, you're not forcing this, are you? Huh?
動いていないと不安なのはわかるが、焦ると周りが見えなくなるぞ。
I know that you're anxious to pitch in, but you'll lose sight of things if you force the issue. I knew that I was trying a little too hard, but it was painful to hear it said out loud. It all started last night with that key change. Ooh. So far, I've been focusing on my work and ignoring my little brother. Even if he hates me, he's still my brother. I want to do whatever I can to protect him. But Kazuki is human too, and unlike me, he has aspirations for the future. I realize that I can't just protect him while the world around him isn't in peace. I've just come to grasp that now. As long as Shinjuku is a myriad of chaos, Kazuki will never feel like he's safe, even though I am protecting him.
そうか。
I see. Yanagi had been listening to me quietly. I was thankful for his patience, but now I felt a little embarrassed. I was pushing myself, but not unreasonably so. I was about to explain that when...
まあまあ、公園遊びたい。
Mommy, I want to play in the park. There was a little girl peeking through the park entrance. The child gawked at the empty park with shining eyes.
勝手に行かないの。
Hey, don't run off alone.
危ないって言ってるでしょ。いい？絶対手を離さないで。
I told you it's dangerous. Are you listening? Do not let go of my hand.
まあまあ、痛いよ。
Ah, Mom, that hurts. A woman who appeared to be the girl's mother rushed in and roughly yanked her away. It was hysterical overreaction, but one that had become the norm in this town. She's so on edge, it didn't even seem like she wanted to take the girl out on a walk. She'd regret it forever if anything happened, so it was natural that she was so cautious. But they apparently couldn't just stay home. After all, humans are still creatures who are driven to do dumb things out of habits. Should have screenshot that one. Come to think of it, I was about the same age as that girl. A thought had slipped out while I was thinking about a memory of my childhood. You get one string of murders of the city and everyone starts freaking out, shaking my head. Right? Like someone died yesterday in this park. It's so dramatic. When I was in kindergarten, I used to get along really well with my brother. We held hands and went everywhere together. But when Kazuki was little, he was much more talented than I ever was. Our parents always spoiled Kazuki and were always complimenting him and never expected anything out of me. It got me pretty down. But things changed around the time I started going to elementary school. It was when he came to Tokyo as a family. We, not she, we.
家族で東京に
When your
その頃
family
は
came to Tokyo?
東京に住んでいなかったのか
You mean you didn't live here yet? Yeah, my hometown is Niigata. I think we traveled to Tokyo to visit some relatives. Then I think we got caught up in some kind of
事件
incident.
に巻き込まれた
Is this how you know Yanagi? Caught up in an incident. Well, I say that, but my childhood memories of it are kind of sketchy. All I really remember is that I was really scared.
そうか
Was it you, Yanagi? Was I scared of you? I see. The fear I felt was so powerful that it left behind strong memories. I thought I had always remembered it all, but just now I recalled certain portions of that experience that had faded. When it was over, I made it safely back to my family, though it turned out they hadn't really missed me. Kazuki hugged me while bawling. He had held me so tight while the tears flooded. I'll never forget how Kazuki was that day. That's when I decided I had to get it together. I was Kazuki's big sister, so I didn't have the luxury of sulking through life. I still remember the look Kazuki had while crying, but I'd forgotten the vow I made. I failed to properly watch out for my brother.
頭では忘れていても心は覚えていたんだろうな
Dang. She's got a dark history I didn't know. You had consciously forgotten it, but you might have still remembered it in your
だか
heart.
らお前は今どれだけ弟に拒まれても歩み寄りたいと思っているんだろう
Isn't that why you keep reaching out to your brother no matter how often he rejects you? Yanagi slowly spoke up after being quiet and listening for a while. Drawn in by his manner, I looked to Yanagi. His words and expression were kind.
お前
Yeah.
は弟にもらった温かさを今でも忘れてないのと同じように
Did I know you when I was a child and I forgot it because trauma makes you forget things? Is that what happened, Yanagi? Just tell me. Just as you still haven't forgotten the warmth you received from your
お前
brother.
に可愛がられて優しくしてもらった記憶を弟は絶対に忘れてない
I'm sure your brother hasn't forgotten the kindness and affection you showed
今は
him.
難しい年頃だし状況も状況だ少しこじれてしまっているかもしれないがそれがずっと続くわけじゃない
He's at a difficult age, so it is what it is. The situation may get worse before it gets better, but this phase won't last
兄弟って
forever.
のは相性が悪くてもどうしても好きになれなくても必ずどこかでつながっているものだ。
Even if siblings aren't compatible, they'll always connect somehow, no matter how little they get
お前
along.
が弟とちゃんと向き合おうと
Seems
決
like
めたら
bad
絶対に
advice,
諦める
Yanagi.
な。
If you've truly decided to sacrifice for your brother's benefit, then never give up.
諦めなければいつか伝わる日が来る。
If you're persistent, he'll understand someday. Your eyebrows furrowing and look so angry. Yes, thank you very much. I'd been etching Yanagi's words onto my heart. I hoped he was right. I wanted to believe him.
俺も年の離れた兄がいるんだが、ガキの頃は意味もなく気に食わなくてな。
Much older brother, huh? I have a much older brother. When I was young, I decided I couldn't stand him just because. He's pushing the sibling connection hard. Seems that way. There was another storyline where it was a brother and sister. So there was a lot of overlap between her brother and them.
相手が大人ってだけでバカにされてるような気分になってた。
But he has a brother, so I guess it makes sense. I always felt like he was talking down to me just because he was a grown up.
実際に毎日バカだと言われてたんだが、若い頃だと余計過敏に受け取るもんだ。
To be fair, he did call me an idiot all the time, but I was overly sensitive to it at my age. There's nothing wrong with not liking being called names. Like, oh my god. He called you an idiot. That makes him sound just like Sasuke.
ああ少し似てるかもな。さすがに笹塚は兄貴ほど冷血じゃないが。
They might have some slight resemblance, but Sasuke isn't as cold-blooded as my brother. He's cold-blooded? Your brother was a lizard?
気にするタイプなんだ。公務員型とでも言えばいいのか。
Is the blonde guy his brother? They show him like twice. I don't think they are related, but that'd be interesting. He prioritizes reputation and appearance. I suppose you could call him a public servant. I think I know what you mean.
感情的にはどうも反りが合わなかったが、別に兄貴が悪いわけじゃない。
Our personalities never quite mesh, but I wouldn't call my brother a bad
兄貴が言う
person.
ことをいちいち真に受けて、ガキみたいな反抗をしてた俺の方が、あっちからしたら面倒だったろうし。
I took everything my brother said at face value. I'm sure that I was the one who bothered him more by reacting like a brat. His brother's definitely a criminal. That's why he feels like he's overlapped between cops and criminal. That's a good possibility. I don't know if any of the other stories even hinted at Yanagi's story. If you haven't done Atomi games, when you play one storyline, you pick like a person and follow them, there'll be a little bit of an overlap between each story, and I don't recall them ever hinting at Yanagi's history in any of those stories. There were characters that maybe they're related in some way, but I don't know. Nobody sounded like they were Yanagi's older brother in any of the things that I've seen. So it's interesting. I
そ
see.
の程度のもんだ。今考えるとバカバカしいだけだが。
I mean, that would be a common trope, wouldn't it? You're a police officer, but your brother's a criminal. Is that a trope? It feels like it. Well, that's how things were. It seems so stupid when I think about it now. It's kind of charming to imagine you losing your temper at everything your brother
そ
says.
んな想像はしなくていい。
You really don't have to imagine that. But it does make me curious. What exactly were you like when you were little?
俺の子供の頃か。子供だったな。
That is such a, well, you look like a man line. When I was little, I was a child. He said it like it was obvious.
周りにいる同い年の連中よりずっとガキだったって意味だ。
I just mean that I was far more childish than other children my age. It was hard for me to imagine the mature Yanagi that I knew as a child.
小学校高学年から中学にかけてがひどかったな。まあ、いわゆる不良ってやつだ。
It was especially bad from elementary to middle school. You could say that I was a delinquent. A delinquent? You? No way. The happy background music. I really couldn't fathom how that was at all possible. The Yanagi I knew bore no resemblance to what he was describing
そ
to
んなに
me.
バカ。
Does it surprise you that much? It's not surprising. It's more like completely unthinkable. I expect you to just say that you were lying.
そこまでか。
That bad, huh? Well, it's hard to imagine you on a motorcycle wielding a baseball bat and with blonde hair. That image pretty much broke my
髪
imagination.
は染めてなかったぞ。バットとバイクは、まあ、ほどほどに。
I didn't dye my hair. As for the bike and the bat, sure, close enough. Close enough?
ピアスくらいか。
Also, I had piercings. Ooh, go on, talk more. Piercings? That did it. My mind was broken. He had to be playing a joke on me. I need pictures. What about the way you talk? Did you roll your R's and stuff like
やけに
that?
突っ込んでくるな。不良に興味があるのか。
You're getting awfully into this. Are you obsessed with the delinquent life? Maybe. No, but the idea that you were once a delinquent is just too out there for me to imagine.
口は悪かったと思う。それなりに。多分。
I just enjoy that he's trying. He's like, I guess this too. I guess I probably had a dirty mouth and probably a mean expression to match. Could you maybe talk a little bit like you used to?
は？
What? Well, I'm still having trouble accepting this.
昔の口を。
Talk the way I used to talk. Yanagi thought about it for a while. I waited for it, my heart
やめた。
pounding.
諦めてくれ。
Nah, forget it. Yanagi definitely laid a beat down on someone in front of Hoshino with those repressed memories she has. That's definitely the vibe I'm getting from it. But it's also the first time they've mentioned her having repressed memories in any of the storylines, which kind of feels like a cheat. Because I feel like maybe she should have had a nightmare or two in like one of the other, oh god, 5 stories.
やってみたところで、お前に惹かれたら地味にショックだ。
If I did, you might get charmed by it and go into some kind of shock. Charmed? I have no idea what you mean. I literally can't imagine it after all.
まあ、ともかく、わかりやすく典型的な不良だったのは間違いない。
It seems like that would be the connection to him for this storyline. Yeah, that's what it seems like. But like I said, they usually have a little bit of overlap, so you would expect like a hint. Which they have a big bad wolf in all the stories, and I'm pretty sure it's Seiki. If they ever show him in this storyline, I'll point him out to you. But he's an officer as well who's known her since they were in training days, and I think he's the big bad wolf because they never show the big bad wolf's face, and the big bad wolf knows her very well. And it's the only person, because you feel like you would introduce him as a person like, aha, pull off the mask, and it's nobody you recognize. It makes no sense. All right, anyways, you could basically just describe my past self as the typical delinquent? Okay. A delinquent with a bat in hand, driving a motorcycle through the hallways while destroying windows. Even Aiji Yanagi lived that bittersweet life in his youth. This world really is full of wondrous mysteries.
そんなに不思議か？自分じゃよくわからないが。
Is it really so strange to you? I'm not understanding this. He had a weary smile, but I didn't back down. When I firmly nodded in agreement, Yanagi just
まあ、
shrugged.
そんなガキだったからな。親にも兄にもいらない心配ばっかりかけてきた。
That's just the kind of kid I was. Maybe it's because your brother was always picking on you. All I did was cause my family unnecessary
もう会
worry.
うことはないが、俺が事件を追うことで家族を守ることにつながればいいとは思ってる。
I don't see them anymore, but I like to think my pursuit of X Day is protecting them in some way. He doesn't see them anymore. Are you and your family far apart?
いや、新宿じゃないが、東京だぞ。ただ、もう何年も会ってない。
They're not in Shinjuku, but they're in Tokyo. It's just been years since I've seen them. Eh?
警察官になった時、家族とは縁を切っているからな。友人知人も同じだ。
What were you washing your hands of, Yanagi? When I became a police officer, I cut ties with my family. Same goes with my friends, too. Why? Yanagi looked at me gently. In response to my thoughtless question, I could see quiet convictions in his
警察官
eyes.
になると決めた時に、一人で戦う覚悟も決めただけだ。
When I decided to become a police officer, I made up my mind to fight this fight alone.
特に刑事というのは危険な職業だ。もしもの時に自分の立場が大事な人の足かせになるかもしれない。
He's a martyr. Being a detective is particularly dangerous. Worst case scenario, my position could become a threat to the people important to me. It's like I watched Criminal Minds once and I decided I didn't want to live my life like that. I didn't want that. Hey, close. I understood the logic. Still, it was a drastic determination to sever all ties to his private life. You told me the reason you quit the police is because you wanted to protect everything. Is that also why you cut ties to your friends and family? Yeah. As a cop, he didn't want to become a liability to anyone, so he gave up his relationships and then sacrificed his police career. Everything Yanagi did was to protect others. He had no qualms about self-sacrifice. Why does he go this far? It's true that when you're in the police, there are things you can't protect because of the rules, but does quitting the police give you the ability to protect everything? Isn't it impossible to protect so much? I didn't voice my concerns, but they existed. Perhaps my thoughts took this route because I was aware of my own powerlessness. Of course, I know they're just noble intentions. Yanagi looked calm.
警察にいた頃は多くのものを守れた。誰かの助けになることが自信にもつながった。
Honestly, I protected many people as a cop. I gained confidence that I could help
それで
people.
も守れないものがあったのは警察という組織そのものが悪いわけじゃない。
The reason I couldn't...
弱かったからだ。
Sorry, my apologies, Yanagi. The reason I couldn't protect everyone wasn't because the police organization was wrong. I was just too weak.
いざという時に犯罪者を撃つ覚悟を持てなかっただけだ。
When it came down to it, I didn't have the guts to shoot a criminal.
俺は
Huh.
たとえ人を傷つけた加害者でも闇雲に命を奪っていいとは思えない。
Even when I'm facing an assailant who's hurt others, I never think about taking their
罪を
lives.
償わせるために相応の罰は必要だ。だが事件解決のために犯罪者の命を消せばいいなんて絶対に思えないんだ。
Crimes must have a fitting punishment, but ending criminals' lives just to prevent a crime is something I'd never consider. I had a lot of thoughts in response to what Yanagi said. Disagree with Yanagi. Agree with Yanagi. I think she'll agree with him overall because... Okay, hang on. What's exactly... Ending criminals' lives just to prevent a crime. So if you disagree, I feel like you're agreeing with Adonis. You're right. I don't believe it's right to arbitrarily hurt someone because they've committed a crime. Earlier, I decided that I'd shoot without hesitation to protect people from criminals. I knew that I needed to be clear on that in order to protect people, but not all criminals actually hurt people while committing their crimes. That's such an obvious realization. My thinking might have been too extreme. To protect victims, there are times when we don't have any other choice, but we shouldn't forget the value of a life. So I don't think what you're saying is all that strange, Yanagi.
お前は強いな。
Nailed it. You're strong. Yanagi smiled. It was a warm, gentle
迷いのない
smile.
意志がある。でも人の言葉にも耳を傾けられる。
Maybe that's why Adonis likes me so much. You have an unwavering determination, yet you're still willing to hear people out.
汚れない強さだ。なかなか持てるものじゃないと思うぞ。
It's a bold, incorporable, nope, can't do it, strength. I don't think there are many people like you. I didn't know how to react when he complimented me with that kind of expression. I don't have much experience, so it's just words for now. Who knows how I'll act in a real
経験がない
situation.
からこそまっすぐでいられる。その素直さは武器にだってなるものだ。
You can be forthright because you're green. Your sincerity can be a
お前
weapon.
はそのままでいい。
You should stay that way. Yanagi?
お前にはそのままでいてほしい。
I want you to stay that way. Thank you. His sudden expression resonated inside me. Yanagi, that sound of the music changed so quick. Yanagi is kinder than any other person that I know. When I listen to him talk, I want to sympathize with his ideals. Yanagi wishes and ideals were motivated by pure kindness. He wanted to protect everything. He refused to accept peace built on the other's sacrifices. His ideals were easy to dismiss as fantasies, but to me, his ideals seem beautiful. I want to help him. That desire burned fiercely in my heart. Staring at each other. While I was thinking, Yanagi handed me several sheets of paper. He didn't say anything, so I understood. I also looked down at the papers he gave me. They were documents. They contained information about Adonis that Yanagi apparently dug up on his own. He doesn't want the caller to hear this. There was information in here that Minigishi's files hadn't contained, so I was grateful. I nodded quietly in thanks. Yanagi laughed and made small talk.
無茶はするな。
Well, don't push yourself too hard. Yes, I'll try to work
微
hard.
妙に信用していいかどうか悩むところだな。
I'm not sure whether that gives me confidence or not. It's not like that. I'll be fine, really.
ママどこ？
Mommy? Mommy, where are you? Huh? When I turned towards the source of the voice and slight footsteps, I saw the girl had entered the park alone. She looked distraught, like she was about to cry.
さっきの子だな。迷子か。
That's the girl from earlier. Is she lost? She's dead for sure. I hope not. Maybe she got separated from her mother.
ママ。
I can't find Mom. Mommy! The girl was desperately looking around for her mother.
うわ
Well,
ママどこ？
where are you, Mommy? I can't do the crying. The girl had ran to Yanagi at full speed and was clinging to his legs now.
おい、泣くな。母さんなら探してやるから。
Hey, don't cry. We'll find your mom for you. Mommy! Flustered, Yanagi tried to calm the girl down, but it wasn't working. It seemed to me that this had stirred up some peculiar feelings in Yanagi. This might be the first time I'd ever seen him so protrude. That's not the right word. I collected myself and looked directly into the girl's eyes. Hey there, can I ask you something? Did you lose your mommy?
ママいないの。ずっとお手でギュってしてたのに。
Mommy isn't here. I was holding her hand the whole time. Okay, that's why you're crying. What's your name?
川村千春。
Chiharu Kawamura. Thank you, Chiharu. What's your mommy's name?
ママ。
Haruka. Mommy? It'll be all right. Don't cry. I'll take you to your mommy. Really? I mean, yeah, we don't want you to get lost again, so hold my hand, okay? While trying not to scare the girl, I extended my hand towards her. The little girl slowly released her tiny hands, gripped on Yanagi's leg, and then grabbed mine tightly. Phew. I could hear Yanagi's sigh of relief above me. His relief at finally being freed overwhelmed his usual decorum.
さすがだな、星野。
I'm impressed, Hoshino. Well, this is basically what my day job
ネゴ
consists
シエー
of.
ターとか向いてるんじゃないか。
Maybe you're cut out to be a hostage negotiator. I don't know about that. Dealing with suspects is different than
そ
children.
れはそうなんだが、鮮やかで感心した。
That's true. Well, good job. While Yanagi chuckled in admiration, the girl looked at him. The girl was staring intently at Yanagi with bright eyes. Then she suddenly thrust her other hand out and at Yanagi as if to form a chain between us.
おじちゃんも。
Give me your hand, uncle. Uncle. Yeah.
おじちゃん。確かにこれくらいの年の子から見れば、俺は間違いなくおじさんだがな。
Uncle, I suppose that's probably how old I'd seem to someone her age. Uncle, huh? No, wait.
わかったから。
Uncle?
おじちゃんは勘弁してくれ。
Fine. Just please stop calling me that. Yay! It was hard not to laugh. We're gonna find this little girl's mom. Oh, she's so cute! Yanagi reluctantly gave the girl his hand, which she clutched as tightly as she did mine. She laughed so happily you'd never had guessed she was bawling just seconds ago. She wasn't alone anymore, and these nice people would take her to her mother. I'm sure she was smiling out of relief. Oh, it's so cute. Good grief. What a surprise. For some reason, I assumed that you would be used to dealing with this with kids. I never really had a chance to interact with them like this. But even his clumsy method of hand-holding seemed to calm him down. It looks to me like he didn't know quite how much strength to put into his grip. Uncle, you're so big, you're even bigger than Daddy. Uncle again. Are you two a couple? What? An unexpected word slipped out of this child's mouth, even though she looked to be only in primary school. Do you even know what that word means? Ah, yeah, couples kiss each other. They lovey-dovey. Young kids sure know a lot these days. Are you two really a couple? No, calm down. Yanagi paused, perhaps to think of a way to explain so that this girl would understand. He was unable to mask his bewilderment. He didn't know what expression to make. You probably look like a family right now, don't we? You're the father and Yanagi was troubled. So I tried to fill the silence when it struck me. It was Yanagi. If Yanagi was the father, then that made me the mother. In other words, it was a terribly embarrassing image to see at the spur of the moment, if I say so myself. Come on, stop calling me that. I guess that would make both of you my little sisters. That's right, because you're so old, Yanagi. They keep stressing this out. Isn't she way too young to be your sister? Sister zones. I was kidding. Don't take it so seriously. Well, you really are like a sister. Dang, I wasn't sure if I was happy to hear that. It was a complicated feeling. Internally, I hummed in agreement, and the girl gripped my hand a little tighter. Will I really see my mom? You will, Yanagi answered quickly, as if to dispel his own doubts. I didn't detect a hint of hesitation. Really? Absolutely. You see, Uncle is a detective. Typical Sigma male mindset. Ooh, that's terrifying. No matter where she's hiding or even if she's lost, I'll definitely find your mommy. Really? The girl tilted her head as she looked up at me. Really? It's the truth. Aww. I nodded with a smile and the girl's face immediately brightened. Dude, where did you lose your mom? Uncle's the world's greatest detective, so he can find anybody. Oh, yay! Yanagi watched over the girl with a smile as she cheered up. The sight warmed my heart. Did we find Mama? Where's the mom? What? Uncle Big says thank you. See you later. Bye-bye. A brief while later, we found the girl's mother. Yanagi sighed while watching the happy family reunion. So if I recall correctly, you called me uncle back there, didn't you? Well, I didn't want to call you brother and confuse the poor girl. Just keep keep up with this age thing. I guess it wouldn't be odd for a guy that's already 28 years old. Oh, so we're 7 years apart. As Yanagi muttered, I realized that our ages were pretty far apart. Maybe that was the reason that Yanagi always struck me as mature. He's reliable, decisive, and kind, but he'll walk a lonely path for his desires to protect everything around him. Today, when we were with the lost child, Yanagi had flashed a smile at me that I had never seen him make before. It was a natural smile, the sort he might have made when we still had our everyday life. At 28, he can't even run for president yet. Yeah, but he's so old. They've been like hammering that one down for a while. He's called the dad at the office because he's the oldest. He strongly wants to reclaim that life, even though it required him to meddle. I've always thought you were mature, but I guess you're not quite an uncle yet. Bearing my genuine thoughts, I tossed off a lighthearted remark.
慰められると余計に複雑な気分になる。
I get weird feelings when you praise me like that. It bothers you more than I
俺
expected.
もまだまだ現役のつもりなんだよ。
I'm still on active duty, you know. You'll be okay. You're not retiring anytime
Mama.
soon.
楽しんでるな。
Are you enjoying this?
まったく。
Seriously. Yanagi shrugged while chuckling just a little bit. December 11th is like 2 days later, 11:45 p.m.
それじゃ星野、あとは頼んだ。何かあったらすぐに連絡くれ。
Oh, is she on night duty? Well, Hoshino, you know what to do. If anything happens, let me know right away. Yes, sir. Good work
お
today.
うまた明日な。
Thanks. See you tomorrow. Dang. Mochida left the room to get ready to go home. I watched him leave, and then I picked up a file of documents. I was on standby here until morning. Others were working, but it was pretty empty. Everyone was working, so while the office wasn't abandoned, it was definitely quiet. Is Seiki here? Not many reports came today, so we don't have much work. It's a good timing. I can dive into the X-Day files. I opened the massive stack of files, planning to review all of the cases from the beginning. Huh? What the? Suddenly, the station had burst into activity. The people that had stayed behind were flustered, and I could hear concerned voices.
X-Day 事件だ。
It's an X-Day homicide.
おい、動けるやつは出ろ。
Anyone who can leave needs to move out now. An X-Day incident? I hastily opened a web browser and checked the video site. I had to wait a bit for the site to load. Maybe the servers were overloaded. And then the familiar intro played. Oh, perfect. This is actually the one they're investigating. In the video where the three people frozen still on what appeared to be a rooftop. All of them were blindfolded. Their footing was extremely precautious, and it looked like they could fall at any time. Might recognize this this voice. These people have committed a naughty crime. Did you know that thanks to them, 3 pitiable people have died? Families reunions, it's not allowed. But they act like these things were second nature to them. Isn't ignorance scary? That's all it takes to kill someone. All of you watching, are you curious about what will happen to them? Are you? Anyone with a curious nature would wonder, wouldn't they? Obviously, they will receive an appropriate punishment for their crimes. We of Adona shall dish it out. Then a slender hand gently pushed the people. Actually, come to think of it, she'd have her nails painted when she did that. The video ended. This means a random thought stood out in my head. Something was off. No deja vu? Then I received a call on the internal line. I picked it up. The receiver, SRCPO speaking.
X デー事件発生。捜査本部に緊急招集だ。急げ。
An X-Day incident has occurred. Emergency meeting at Investigations HQ. Hurry. Yes. Should have probably already been hurrying. Side Adonis.
ゼロ。また執行者に事件を起こさせましたね。一体何を考えているのですか？
Zero. The enforcer caused another incident. What in the world are you thinking?
分かっているのでしょう。このままでは秩序など跡形もなくなってしまいます。
You understand, don't you? At this rate, any semblance of law and order will vanish.
本来、我々が描いた理想はこんなものではなかったはずです。
This isn't how we imagined our ideals were going to be expressed.
確かに秩序を保つためには圧倒的な力が必要です。
I understand that I realize that we need indomitable power to preserve order.
抑止力とするためには時に暴力となり、必然的にある程度は秩序を乱す。
At time, violence is the deterrent that prevents greater evil, and it carries a cost to implement.
ですが明らかに被害が大きすぎます。あれだけの人間が傷つき、悲しみ。
But this amount is clearly
あなたは平気なの
excessive.
ですか？
So many people have been hurt and are suffering. Are you really fine with this?
最初から言っていたはずです。あなたがこの悲しみに耐えられるのか。
I've said this from the
それを危
beginning.
惧していると。
I worry that you may not be able to tolerate this much
悲し
sorrow.
みが必要だなんて。なぜ必要以上に増やそうとするのですか？我々の力は十分に示したはずです。
To say that suffering is necessary is... Why must we create any more than is necessary? We've more than adequately shown our power.
もう私とは違う景色を見ているのですね。
It seems that your vision has already differed from mine.
お願いです。私は
Zero, please,
も
no more. Hi, Zero. Anyways. Chapter 3. December 12th.
今署
12
内にいて
on
集まる
camp.
ことができるものはこれで全員でしょうか？
It looks like everyone who works at the station
Hi.
is here.
残りは署を出ていた者たちだけです。至急招集はかけています。
Yes, anyone still missing? It's because they left work already. We're calling them back
時
here.
間が時間ですからね。仕方ありません。むしろ予想よりも多くて助かりました。
It's quite late now. There's no helping it. In fact, I'm glad we managed to get this many.
緊急捜査会議を始めます。
Let's start the emergency meeting. The conference room was full of tension. There was only one reason we'd gathered this many officers this late at night, and to send out a call to all other personnel. A new X-Day crime had occurred. The video that had just been broadcasted had thrusted us into this reality. While we didn't have any evidence yet, the format of the video in the announcement made it seem like Adonis was behind it.
現在、動画を解析して現場特定に努めている。目撃情報はまだ入ってきていない。
Sorry, Moriko. We're working to determine the crime scene. We don't have any witness information yet. 3 people are believed to have been pushed off a building or other high location. It was late at night, but Shinjuku had always had a lot of foot traffic in the evenings. It would have been easy to find a witness, but many things have changed now. Very few ventured outside at
映
night.
像、声明、発信元。奴らからのメッセージは一つ残らず見逃すな。
Going to cross
今は
my
現場の
lanes.
特定を急げ。
All right. Images, statements, transmission sources. Don't overlook any detail they've transmitted. Hurry up and point the
奴らのやり
location.
方はここ最近やたらとずさんだ。7日と8日の事件もすでに容疑者を確保できているしな。
They've been getting sloppy lately. We already have suspects in custody for the July and August
今回
incidents
も
too.
必ず穴がある。早急にそれを見つけ出せ。
There's bound to be flaws in their plans. Find it quickly.
解析班は引き続き作業を進めてください。どんな小さいことでも構いませんので、何か判明したらすぐに報告を。
Analysts, please continue your work. Report any confirmed findings, no matter how trivial it may
他は
seem.
所轄地域課と連携を取り、条件を満たす新宿区内のビルとその周辺の洗い出しをお願いします。
Contact other local stations. Have them conduct a sweep of Shinjuku building that fits the profile and the surrounding areas. Yes, sir.
了解しました。
Understood.
それから
星野、
Also, Hoshino. Yes? I think I yelped all loud in the most embarrassing way. I didn't expect Minagishi to actually call on me while he was issuing orders. Morioka was even more of a surprise. What could he want from
動画を
me?
見て何か気になった点はないか。
Did anything in particular stand out to you in the video? Morioka's question prompted everyone in the room to focus their attention on me. I couldn't say that nothing struck out to me, but I also couldn't quite pinpoint anything. What should I say? I was torn. Was it appropriate to voice the hunch that I had earlier? Girl, it's time. You gotta be bold. It's the high school. It's just a hunch, and there's a good chance that it's off base, but it could be an important clue that connected the
何でもいい。
perpetrators.
何かあるなら言ってみろ。
Anything is fine. If you have an idea, spit it out. Yes, sir. I hadn't had time to collect my thoughts. I had to break it down one fact at a time. First, assuming the video is genuine, what do we know about the criminal? It's a young woman. Her name is Hana. Would be too much? Is that too much information? It's a young woman. In the video, we can see what appears to be a hand of a young woman pushing the 3 victims from behind. She likes bands and concerts and going out at night, yeah. It appears that she'd be in her late teens to early
まあ
20s.
そうだな。それはここにいる誰もが分かっていることだが。
Fantastic. Everyone here already knows that. What else do you have? Hey! Also, something small struck me about the statement in the
声
video.
明のどこだ。
What about it? I thought back to the declaration. The thing that struck me was... Oh, I don't know. Anyone with a curious nature would wonder. Thanks to them, people have died. Does it show that? It could be important. Can I, how far back can I go? I don't know. Thanks to them, people have died. I think that might be accurate. Anyone with a curious nature would wander. Oh no, we can go back. We can go back. Anyone with a curious nature would wander. The part where she says stands out to
そこ
me.
ですか。特に違和感を覚えるような場所ではないかと思われますが。
Don't do that to me, Minagishi. That part, I don't recall it being standing out. Actually, the other evening, I happened to bump into a woman who said something similar.
女性がですか。
That seems unusual. When I think about it, she also had a similar pattern of
なぜ
speech.
それを早く言わない。
Why didn't you say anything sooner? I'm sorry?
森岡さん落ち着いてください。そんな偶然の産物のようなものがきっかけなら思い出してもらえただけ運がいい方ですよ。
Calm down, Morioka. It's just a chance encounter, so we're lucky she remembered it at all.
それで星野さん、その人はどんな女性でしたか。
So, Hoshino, what was the woman like? Right, well... like an excitable high school student, she wore a mini skirt and a rabbit ears. Come to think of it, she had a knife. Yeah. That was a different storyline. I don't remember that in this one. What was the woman like? Like an excitable high school student. I don't know, because neither one of these seem like it should. They're both describing her just fine. I didn't see the mini skirt though. That's a shame. She seemed excitable, like her typical high school
そう
student.
じゃない。外見の話だ。
See, you didn't say that.
装飾
We're
品
gonna go back.
特定できるものを答えろと言っ
I
てい
can
る。
still hear you. We're going back. Don't you worry. That's why I saved. She wore a miniskirt and a large hoodie with rabbit ears. It was quite a bold and memorable look. I think she probably stands
目
out
撃
in
情報
town.
に加えろ。
Add that to the witness accounts. Yes, sir.
それでその女性とはどこで会ったんですか？
And where exactly did you happen to meet this woman? When Minagishi posed this question with such a pensive look, my words stuck in my throat. There was no doubt that she was suspicious, but I couldn't help but think, what if Kazuki was involved? She had said that she was looking forward to the next concert. Wasn't Kazuki supposed to be in that one? Kazuki had stayed at the club all night long practicing, meaning that even if they weren't acquainted, Kazuki had contact. Hoshino.
言えないような理由でもあるのか。
Is there a reason you can't tell us? Huh? Return to reality by Minagishi's dubious tone and Morioka's glare. I shook my head. If I didn't handle this right, I could end up hurting Kazuki. Pardon me, if I was just recalling the meeting. It was near the concert club by the east
詳
entrance.
細な場所はわかるか。
Do you know the precise location?
至急
Yes.
詳細をチリ班に伝えてください。判明次第付近にいる捜査員にも通達を。
Describe it to us in detail quickly. When we have an address, alert nearby officers. Yes, sir.
まだ未
Understood.
確定情報が多いですが、何が解明につながるかわかりません。
Much of the information is still unverified, so we don't know what this will
その
lead
点も
to.
含めて動きましょう。では、よろしくお願いします。
Let's follow this thread as well. I'll let you get to work now. I just find it very suspicious that of all the things, oh yeah, I know who committed the crime. I met her yesterday.
わかりました。おい、星野、どこだ？
Come to think of it, she did mention a specific time and location she would be at to attend a concert. I had a really great conversation with this very suspicious person. Yes, sir. Hey, Hoshino, where is it? The map says mentally recreating the path that I took to follow Kazuki, I then quickly compared it to the map they had here. Once I indicated the precise location, the exact address was pinpointed. Reports and orders were sent to the area. Then a composition artist asked me about the girl's features and build, and I filled in as many details as I could. I want to see the artist. A facial composition artist listens to witness describe a person in order to try and draw a composition sketch of the supposed perpetrator's features. Composite? Did I say it wrong? Whatever.
星野、すぐに出る準備をしろ。そのライブハウス付近に向かうぞ。
Hoshino, get ready to leave immediately. We'll be heading to the concert club area. Morioka, I don't want to go with you. Yes, sir. I quickly stood in attention in response.
管理官、現場捜査員から報告です。
Commissioner, report from the crime
お願い
scene.
します。
被害者3名発見されました。動画に映っていた背格好から見ても、まず間違いないとのことです。
3 victims have been discovered. Their builds match the people depicted in the video.
死亡が確認されました。
All were confirmed dead at the scene. The atmosphere in HQ changed. Once again, a video had announced a crime, and the thing everybody wanted to know right now was
場所は
宣告判明したライブハウス近くの廃ビルです。
in an abandoned building near the concert club that we identified earlier. How nice! I didn't have to look in the mirror to know that the blood had instantly drained from my face. I did it! I described something.
返事はない。
No reply, huh? I checked my phone before stowing it away. I raised my head and headed to my destination. Adonis's newest statement was uploaded to the internet a little while ago.
おそらく星野も気づいたはずだ。
Hoshino probably noticed it too. Never mind the statement and the profile. This was definitely tied to the woman we had met by the concert club before. Hoshino was probably telling HQ about it now.
にしても嫌な偶然だな。
Still, this is an unfortunate coincidence. The woman had mentioned an upcoming concert. Hoshino's brother was likely in that concert, and he and Hoshino had a tense relationship. If he was involved with the incident, it could very well deepen the divide between brother and sister. Let's worry about that and not the murder. What am I thinking? This is no time to worry about that. I steered my thoughts away from the tangent. Solving the case took priority now. That's how it ought to be, at least. But it wasn't so easy to turn off my feelings. I realized that I was worried about Hoshino more than I was about the case. I understood why. It was nothing other than my ego. That's how it's always been from the beginning. The beginning of what, Yanagi? She had mistaken it for kindness. My worry over her and my desire to protect her were an extension of my selfish feelings. She said she's happy to be used. She had told me to use her and her collar if I could find a use for them. If that's what she truly wished for, then I should adhere to her wishes. Yet, I don't want to hurt her like I did before. What did you do, Yanagi? I couldn't stop myself from thinking it. It was another aspect of my protective nature. I'm just scared. I didn't want to hurt people, so I didn't want to see her get hurt. But she's already moving forward. Right now, Hoshino was trying her best to carve a way forward on her own. That was why I'd grown attached to her. Just as she wished, I wanted to treat her as a police officer rather than another victim. Maybe I'm actually the one who lacks conviction. I knew that my interference wasn't truly in her best interest. Maybe it would be better not to tread any deeper than I already have. I muttered, as if trying to convince myself, both for her sake and for my own. What are you hiding, Yanagi? Blaze. When I arrived at the concert club, investigators were milling about the entire area. It'll be problematic if I'm spotted. I watched from the shadow of a close building. The crime scene had been identified. I knew this was the place. That meant the suspects were... So he knows that she's a victim and doesn't want to hurt her again? Sus. It's true. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Javi, hi! It's weird, right? I wanna know what happened and how long ago it was. Was she a little kid? He's 7 years older than her, so if he's 17, she's 10. So, you know, things could happen. While I was thinking, I received a text from Hoshino. You wish. Are you at the scene yet? Alas, the text had came from Shirashi. My whole body slumped in exasperation. He's obviously enjoying this as always. I hadn't said a word about coming here. That said, it was business as usual. Shirashi knew my behavior patterns inside and out. Honestly, our inseparable bond scared me. Should I just ignore him? This was Shirashi who we were talking about. He was probably trying to be patronizing towards me if I hadn't gotten here yet. I stopped myself from putting my phone away. Unconsciously, I thought of her again. Right after I had just gotten scolded was too many words. Right after I had just been scolding myself, I was hopeless. What's Hoshino doing? Don't you mean what's my star doing? Awfully curious for you to be asking about her straight away. Mission failed. I completely taken the bait. A few days ago, Hoshino and I ran into someone who might be a suspect. They located her with Hoshino's help. Looks like it. Thanks to her, they're already in custody. But what? I scowled at the way he left it hanging. All I could do was wait for the next text. Want to know what? Shirashi was a huge pain in the ass. Stop screwing around. You mean the collared kitty? Looks like she caught Morioka's eye. There's an open investigation now. They already got Hana. That was real fast. I mean, they knew where she was at. So that makes sense. In this previous storylines, these three murders happen really close to each other. They find all the suspects rather quickly. Although Hana had been not found as quickly because she wasn't a suspect, because she was indirectly linked to the case, whereas everybody else was like, I had a grudge and I took out on it. It's more like he has a grudge and I'm taking action on his behalf, was the difference with Hana. I couldn't help but be frustrated at the way he had been toying with me. I had to say it bothered me considerably.
星野の素性を知っていた。おそらく森岡さんも捜査本部も
Okazaki knew about Hoshino's background. Morioka and the rest of the investigators likely know about her connection to us. That was why they allowed her into the fold, so that they could keep an eye on her. Once they learned she met the suspect before, their suspicions would only increase. She was a likely suspect to be a mole since she was so new to the force. Since they've arrested a suspect, it might delay Hoshino's interview. Of course, I'd never said she was the one being investigated. This guy. Morioka doesn't jump to conclusions, but Hoshino's life would be at risk if suspicion revealed her caller. No, can you do anything on your end? That was a pause between my text and Shidashi's next reply. I know you like to fuss over people sometimes, but this is a bit much. What's your relationship to her? As if I could tell him that easily. I'd tell him if I could sum it up in a text. I opted to ignore Shidashi's text and slid my cell phone back into my pocket. Our relationship, huh? Yeah, I too would like to know your relationship. She was a partner in an investigation. She was the lead to the criminals. On the surface, that was all she was to me, but the truth was, we're assailant and victim. That was probably closer to the truth. Even if she didn't remember, there was no way that I could ever forget. I wasn't allowed to forget. She was a living reminder of my worst sin. My guilt is simply self-pity. There's no point in forcing it upon her. I shook my head to try and clear the sentiments and looked straight ahead. Like her, I couldn't do anything but keep moving forward. The buildings where the murders occurred. There? Observing the police, I managed to ascertain the building the victims were pushed off of. It was coded off, so I didn't have access, but I should be able to get a bit closer. Hello! I knew it's just for me. Even coming all the way out to the crime scene to try and understand the criminals, though, was just out of selfishness in the end. Oh, he's so selfish all the time, going to crime scenes, investigating things. Apparently the girl we had ran into earlier had been detained near the scene of the crime. Yanagi definitely killed someone in front of her during his rebel phase. He has mentioned hostages and kidnapping to her a couple times. Oh, I don't know if he killed. Part of me thinks that maybe he didn't go as far as kill, but he definitely beat somebody up, because in the first chapter for his story, it has like him beating somebody up. And I guess maybe it was in front of her and she doesn't remember it because she had a traumatic childhood, but maybe he did kidnap her. It's hard to say. The age gap does leave a lot that could happen when she's a bit younger and he's like a teenager, early 20s. Just scary. Who knew? The person that acted like the most mature of them all is actually the worst. His mysterious brother. That's true. I'm also curious about his brother. I don't know if his brother's going to play a part in this, or if maybe his brother's dead. I think I made a joke that blonde guy could have been his brother because he said he was political. It could be true. Apparently the girl we had ran into earlier had been detained near the scene of the crime. She wasn't resisting and was heading to Shinjuku Station for questioning, but...
触らないでよ。あんたたち何なの？
Don't touch me. Who do you think you are?
花がやったって証拠でもあるわけ？バカな警察さんがそんなものつかめるわけないよね。
This is my favorite character in this entire game. There's no evidence Hana did anything. You said so, right? You dumb cops won't catch anyone that way.
だから話してよ。せっかくいい気分だったのに邪魔すんなよ。
I feel that. Hey, I said let me go. Let me go. Why'd you have to show up and kill the vibe? She wasn't physically resisting, but she was unleashing plenty of verbal hostility. Ouch.
おい、どうした？
Hey, what's going on? In the interview room, the girl seemed to wince in pain.
痛い。もう何なの？
I have taken so many screenshots of her.
で、あれ？
What's happening? My head is suddenly... Huh?
なんで花こんなところにいるの？
What's Hana doing here? Her demeanor abruptly shifted. The girl was blinking in surprise, as if this scene was very bizarre to her.
お前、名前は？
What's your name?
おじさん誰？
Who are you, mister?
警視庁捜査一課の森岡はじめだ。
Hajima Morika from Investigations Section 1.
もしかしてここ警察？
Is this the police station?
新宿署まで任意同行をお願いすると言ったはずだが。
Aren't you the one who said you'd come to Shinjuku Station to answer our questions?
そうなの？
I said that?
だからお前はここにいるんだろうが。とりあえず、名前は？
Isn't that why you're sitting here now? Anyways, what's your name?
本名はダサくて嫌いなんで、花って呼んでくれていいですよ。
I hate my real name. It's so lame. Can't you just call me Hana?
本名を言え。
Tell me your real name.
小林花子。でもほんとこれ嫌いだから、花って呼んで。
Hanako Kobayashi, but I really hate it, so call me Hana, okay?
どうしてあの現場近くにいた？
What were you doing so close to the scene?
現場ってどこ？何の話か全然わかんないんですけど。
Scene? What scene? I have no idea what you're talking
お前
about.
がやったのか？
Did you do it? Hey!
もしかして花
It's a party
なんか疑
now.
われてるわけ？
Did you bring Hana in because Hana is suspected of something?
もう一度聞く。お前がこいつらを殺したのか？
I'm going to ask you one more time. Did you kill these people? She's going to have no memory.
意味わかんない。
Huh? Huh? I don't
こん
understand.
な人たち知らないし、会ったこともないんだけど。
I don't know any of these people. I've never even met
な
them.
んで花が会ったこともないような人殺さなきゃなんないの？
Why would Hana kill someone she's never even met
お
before?
じさんは知らないかもですけど、花にとって一番大事なのはヒロくんなの。
You might not know this, mister, but to Hana, Hiro is the most important thing in the
ファン
world.
が人を殺したなんて知ったら、ヒロくん悲しむでしょ？
If
そんなの
Hiro...
絶対嫌。
What a plot twist for you to say something like this when you've killed people and my character multiple times. If Hiro knew his fans were killing people, he'd be sad, wouldn't he?
花はヒロくんのためだけに生きてるの。だからヒロくんを悲しませるようなことだけは絶
Hana
対にしないわけ。
Hana only lives for Hiro, so I'll never ever do that because I don't want Hiro to be sad.
彼女で間違いないですね。
He sighed so deeply. Are you sure it's her? I nodded in response to Minagishi's question. The girl Morioka was grilling on the other side of the one-way mirror was definitely the girl I had met in front of the concert club. There's no mistake, it's her,
何か
but
気にかかることでも。
what's wrong? When I met her, she was very excited for an upcoming concert. Anyone can sense her genuine enthusiasm, so doesn't it seem odd that someone would commit such a gruesome crime right after
現
that?
在発覚しているすべての事柄が彼女が犯人であることを指し示しています。
Right now, all of our evidence points to her being the
様
perpetrator.
子がおかしいのは確かですけどね。
Though I must admit that she is indeed acting oddly.
はい、どうぞ。
Come in.
ああ、白石さん。
Ah, Shirashi.
どうも、お邪魔します。
Hello. Don't mind
ぜ
me.
ひご意見を聞かせてください。
Please, let us hear your thoughts. Shirashi entered and stood next to us. His gaze was focused on the scene beyond the one-way
彼
mirror.
女、嘘は言ってないね。
She isn't lying. Huh? After listening to the exchange for a while, Shirashi mumbled his assessment.
やはりそう見えますか。
As I thought, so it looks that way to you as well.
表情も声も偽ってない。つまり、黒ってことだ。
Her expression and voice are sincere. In other words, she's
困
dark.
りましたね。今度こそ話を聞けるかと思ったんですが。
That is problematic. I thought we'd manage to get something this time. What does that mean? Minagishi and Shirashi's conversation confused me. If they were sure that she wasn't lying, how could they conclude that she was guilty?
峯岸管理官、いいですか？
Commissioner Minagishi, may I come in?
どうぞ入ってください。
Yes, please. It's a party now. Now, Sakagawara had decided to join us inside the room. Her expression was stiff.
何か判明しましたか？
What have you discovered?
被害者の目隠しに使われていたガムテープに付着していた指紋と小林花子の指紋が一致しました。
Fingerprints found on the packing tape used to blindfold the victims match those of Hanako Kobayashi.
そうですか。他には？
I see anything else?
今回の事件で被害者の目隠しに使われていたガムテープの種類が判明しました。
Ooh, is it like concert tape? I don't know what the right word is for that. Like the kinds you use for the cables? We've identified the type of tape used to blindfold the
4月
victims.
と5月に起きた一連の警察官拉致殺
Ah,
害事件に使わ
not
れてい
what
た
I
も
was
のと
expecting.
全く同じです。
It's exactly the same as the type used in the police officer kidnapping and murders from April and May.
さらに小林花子の音声サンプルを取って解析した結果が出たようですが、
The results of Kobayashi's vocal analysis have also been
今回の
processed.
動画及び5月の動画の声明に使用されていた加工済み音声との類似点が発見されたとのことです。
We've identified points of similarity between the latest video and the altered voice from the video broadcast last May.
あからさまだね。
How brazen of them. At once, tension gripped the room. Sakagawara results were incontrovertible. Oh god. I can't. Incontrovertible. Evidence that tied Hanako Kobayashi to the X-Day crimes.
まんまとあちらのマーク
Big
に
words
踊らされているような気
mess
分で
with
すね。
me. It feels as if we're being thoroughly manipulated by the other side. I finally managed to connect some dots in my befuddled mind. Yashihiro Ishiki had been a suspect in the May incident. He was the hero in the band. That Hanako Kobayashi, so how dare you not just call her Hana, so fervently followed. Ishiki was deemed a suspect because he had been mistakenly arrested by an officer who was killed in
一色
May.
康弘から依頼を受けて彼女が犯行に及んだ可能性もあります。
There's a possibility that she perpetrated the killings of Yoshiro Ishiki's orders.
バンドを宗教に例えるならね。ま、それほど的外れでもない。
For some fans, bands are like religions. It's not out of the realm of
盲目
possibility.
的なファン、すなわち信者の行動としては至極自然だと思うよ。
It can feel like a completely natural request to a blindly devoted fan, a zealot. Shirashi's words painted a distasteful image.
小林花子。
Hanako Kobayashi.
被害者の目隠しをしていたガムテープに付着していた指紋とお前の指紋が一致した。
The tape used to blindfold the victims has your fingerprints all over it. You're finished.
はあ？なんで？知らない。花、本当に知らないってば。
I'm really curious how they were able to process all these crimes because the moment they get caught, their minds get wiped by Adonis, so they don't have any memory of committing the crime. So how do you still prosecute them after that? I mean, yeah, they have the fingerprints, sure, but how? Hana doesn't understand. Hana really doesn't know anything about all this.
指紋とか、なんでそんなものついてるわけ？こんなの罠だよ。 れでしょ？冤罪？でっち上げってやつじゃん。
Why are my fingerprints on whatever? It's a trap. This can't be happening. Someone set me up.
お前には動機もある。5月の警察官拉致殺害事件。あれも一色康弘のためにお前がやって。
You couldn't process it? I can't process it because like they keep putting them in jail for it. I'm like, how does that go over? The motive is easy enough to see. The police officer murders back in May. It was all for Yashiro Ishiki, wasn't it?
5月？警察官？拉致？ヒロ君のため。
May? Cops? Kidnapping? For Hiro? Ah!
もしかしてヒロ君間違って逮捕してメジャーデビュー潰したクソ警官のこと？
Are you talking about the cop that ruined Hiro's debut and arrested him for nothing?
あいつ死んだんだ。わーい、ラッキー。神様っているんだね。
Oh, Hana, you're so sweet. You're serious? So that pig's finally dead? Wow, how lucky. I guess there is a god after all.
神じゃない。お前がやったんだ。
It wasn't an act of God. You did it.
はあ？やってないし。顔も名前も知らないのにどうやるっての？
Huh? No, I didn't. How could I be his killer? Hana doesn't even know what he looks like.
ヒロ君のためならやるけどね。もともと殺してやりたいって思ってたし。
Although I totally would have do it for Hiro. I always wanted to kill that
マ
jerk.
マがやってもおかしくはないよ。だってそれくらいヒロ君を悲しませた。ヒロ君にひどいことしたんだもん。
It'd make a lot of sense if Hana did it. After all, they made Hiro really sad. They did something terrible to him.
一式に頼まれたのか？
Did Ishiki put you up to it?
はあ？ヒロ君がそんなこと誰かに頼
Hiro
むわ
would
けないじゃん。
never.
ふざけないでよ。
Hiro would never ask anyone to do that. Stop screwing around.
何？もしかしてヒロ君のこと疑ってるの？そうだよ。前にもそれでヒロ君に話聞いてたよね。
Or maybe you suspect Hiro. That's right. Hiro mentioned something like that before.
ちゃんとアリバイあったんでしょ？なのにまだヒロ君のこと疑ってるって？
Those words are not helping her at all. I think she knows exactly where she belongs. But he had an alibi, didn't he? So why are you suspecting Hiro again?
意味わかんない。アリバイなんかなくたってヒロ君は絶対にそういうことしないから。
Better be careful insulting Ishiki. She will gank you even in custody. I don't know if they took her knife. That's so fair. I don't get it. Hiro would never ever do something like that. That's true even if he had no
ヒ
alibi.
ロ君がまた悲しい思いするくらいなら花がやったってことにしていいよ。
If Hiro's just gonna be sad again, then Hana can fix that for him.
それは自白と捉えるぞ。
We can basically treat that as a confession.
いいよ、別に。ヒロ君を守るためだもん。
Aw,
でもライブに行けなくなるのは嫌。
poor Hana. Fine, whatever. I'm protecting Hiro. But I'll miss his concert. That would
お
suck.
前に聞きたいことは山のようにある。まずこれだけは嘘偽りなく答えろ。
We still have a mountain of questions for you. Now answer this question truthfully.
嘘なんて一つもついてないっての。
I haven't lied to you once since we started.
お前はアドニスについてどこまで知っている？他の事件の犯人との交流はあるのか？
How much do you know about Adonis? Do you interact with the other perpetrators?
だからさ、アドニスって何？
You have mixed feelings with her. It might just be because my nickname is Bunny and my username is Psycho Bunny, but like I resonate well with this girl. Seriously, I don't know any Adonis. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that a new band? It's cute but bad. I mean, it's also a vibe. You know, just like super adorable, she's very supportive when you think about it. Like if she likes you, she will do anything for you. No questions asked. She wasn't even asked. There's no one living in Shinjuku who doesn't know that name. I like her character too. I like her character design too. I'm sure somewhere online there's like a full body shot of her too, but they only pretty much show her from like her waist up. You say that, but I can't tell you what I don't know. If you asked me about something I actually knew about, I'd explain it.
ほんと警察って最悪。何でもかんでも決めてかかるってなんだろうね。
You cops are such worthless scumbags. You're super serious about doing everything wrong. Speaking bluntly, the interview wasn't going anywhere at all. No matter what Morioka asked, the suspect didn't provide any useful information. At the same time, it also felt like Hanako Kobayashi was being completely honest. She really doesn't know anything.
じゃあ俺は戻るよ。
Well, I'll be going now. Huh? You're not going to listen until the end?
もう得られるものがなさそうだからね。
Nope, there's nothing else to be gained here.
では得られたものは
Well, then what have we gained so far? Minagishi voiced the question to Shidashi, who had already turned to leave the room. Shidashi looked back and shrugged.
予想通り記憶を消されてるよ。アドニスにとってはただの使い捨ての駒。
As we predicted, her memories have been wiped. She's just a disposable pawn to Adonis.
7日の事件の容疑者相田学8日の事件の容疑者菅原理香
If you have a brief conversation with someone she likes and they fawn at you, she will stab you in a dark alley. That's not frown at you. I read that wrong. I was like, that's not true. It's only when they're mad at you. That's so true. Yeah, she'll stab you in a dark alley. In a previous story, if you tried to talk to him, he thinks you're a groupie, and he's all like, I don't have time for this, and then she'll stab you again. And then if you reveal that you're a police officer, she'll try to kill your brother. So, and in one version, she successfully kills your brother, and then you kill her, and then there's just death. So, I mean, she's got some layers to them, mostly homicidal, but super cute. And she gave you tickets to the concert to see your brother's performance. So, I mean, is she really evil? Does committing murder make you a bad person? The suspect in July was Manabu Shota. The suspect in August was Rika Shigawara.
どちらも白石さんの言った通り小林花子と似たようなプロファイリングがされています
Imagine being a guy that accidentally forgot the pickles on his burger and getting whacked. Oh my god. That's hilarious. I just now picture her like following him everywhere, just like making sure he's having a good day. She's not a bad person, just a little crazy, which is fine. Both of them were, as Shidashi said, they had similar psychological profiles to Hanako Kobayashi.
だからこれ以上聞いてても意味ないってこと。じゃあね。
She's just a fangirl. Aren't we all a little crazy? That's why there's no point in listening to this any longer. See ya.
確かにこれ以上何かを聞き出せる可能性は低そうですね
It's true that we're unlikely to get any additional information out of her. Right. Now that we had evidence, she was most likely the perpetrator of this incident. That was why Adonis had erased her memories using some unknown method. But could Ishiki be a perpetrator even though Kobayashi denied the possibility? Of course, a big point of concern for me was Kazuki. Maybe you should ask. Kazuki. The interview took a break since it had stalled out, so I left the room. I was going to call Kazuki. Most likely he won't answer the phone at this hour. It was past 4 in the morning. He normally would be sound asleep unless he's practicing.
何
What? But surprisingly, Kazuki answered the phone. I unconsciously sighed in relief. Where are you?
いえ。何また事件が起きたから気をつけろとか言いたいわけ
Home. What were you going to do? Tell me to be careful because another murder happened? Yes, but more importantly, you had a concert today, right?
なんで知ってんだよ
How'd you know that? I just happened to hear about it. Did you go straight home after the
打ち
concert?
上げあったから帰ってきたのは今
We went out to celebrate. I just got back. She needs a ring camera. Okay, was Ishiki at the concert
な
too?
んで一色さんまさかまた警察があの人のことを疑ってんの
Why are you asking? Wait, do you cops suspect him of something again? I clenched my phone tightly. Of course, I couldn't bring that up now. Sorry, I can't go into any detail right now, but there's something I need to discuss with you after I get back, so just stay home.
なんでそんなの聞かなきゃ。
What? Why do we have to talk about? Please, Kazuki. I cut off Kazuki's response with stern words. Was it stern? I guess I didn't sound stern enough. I don't know if it got around to him, but I tried to put my heart into it. I worry about you more than anyone else. Liar. Huh?
家にいろってのは分かった。
Kazuki, you're so mean. I get that you want me to stay home. The question is how they're wiping memories remotely. So there is like a chip in their, I don't know if it's their neck or like their shoulder blades, but there's like a chip on somewhere. And when they activate it, it erases all their memories entirely. So it's not like specific, but starting from like the day they met Adonis forward. So any interactions they have is completely gone. They got Order 66. Yes. He seems to be more sincere than usual, but my unease hasn't faded. Look, he wasn't super mean to me today. It's like December 12th, 7:05 a.m. Phew. When I got home, the sun was perched high in the sky. I plopped on the sofa and heaved a deep sigh. That sounded like it rhymed. For now, it seems certain that last night's culprit was Hanako Kobayashi, but her connection to the May killing still wasn't clear to me. And she was still scheduled for more police interviews. Still, she'll likely have a psych exam. I recalled the conversation in an effort to keep my groggy mind awake.
弟さんが一色康弘のバンドに
Hi, sleazy. Your younger brother is in Yashihiro Ishiki's band. Yes, I learned that when I met Kobayashi in front of the club.
そうですか
I see. What'll happen to Ishiki?
彼には5月の事件で確かなアリバイがあります
He did have an alibi that cleared him from the May
小
incident.
林花子の証言もあることです
Just
し
got up.
たとえ関与していたとしても
What time is it?
現状罪に問うのは難しいでしょう
I'm trying to remember your time zone right now. Although we have Kobayashi's testimony, it would be difficult to accuse him of a crime despite his connection to the case.
そもそも本当に無関係の可能性も十分にあります
Rather,
No,
there is a real possibility that he has nothing to do with the crimes. We can't say one way or the other right now. 1:30. Oh, so it's the same time. Nice.
ただ弟さんにも事情聴取はさせてもらうことになります
However, this means that we will likely need to question your brother. Yes, sir.
もしものことがありますから今は弟さんには何も言わないでください
4:30 in your case? Are you in? Hang on, I can do this. I forgot time zones are a thing. 4:30. So then you are more on the East Coast than I am. Maybe like New York-ish. I did it. 3:30. Nice. So you're closer to. No, I was wrong. Darn it. Maryland. Do I know states? South America. Ooh, I don't know any of the places in South America, but that's exciting. Trying to think. I won't come up with anything. I did my best. Yes, I speak Spanish. My best friend is from Puerto Rico, and she speaks Spanish too. And it's always funny when I'm talking to her because her mom will come in the room, and all of a sudden it's just Spanish, and I'm like, "Yep." Brazil, possibly. Ooh, Chile. Ooh, that's exciting. Hang on, it's getting too warm. It's just a possibility, so for now, please do not mention this to your brother. I'm going to mention it to my brother. Understood. Just a possibility, huh? Worrying endlessly, I absentmindedly took out my phone and saw a notification. It was warm. It's like 60 in my office. Dude, let me Google it. I'm in Arizona, and sometimes my AC doesn't want to be temperature. Current temperature. The current temperature where I'm at, it's 110 degrees right now outside. How hot it is inside, I don't know, but this room doesn't get the AC as well, so it usually warms up. It's probably around 70 something right now in here. It rained a bit earlier, so it's cooler, so it's 87 outside. That sounds lovely. That sounds beautiful. Unless we're talking in Celsius, then that doesn't sound good at all. But yeah, no, it's warm here. Also, did I read that? Hang on. No, in my brain for a second. Oh, no. Sleazy said British Columbia. I'm like, I know you're in Canada. There's a text from Yanagi. Thanks to all the commotion, I hadn't checked my phone at all. It's that humid heat. Yeah, it's a dry heat here, which I do appreciate. I went to Korea forever ago, and they had so much humidity that my bangs always looked wet constantly. There was no not my bangs looking wet no matter how long I went outside. As soon as I stepped outside, it was wet. You die at 110. I die at 110 degrees. I walk outside and my face is instantly red. Like I just flush instantly at heat, so I always have like red cheeks. 15 degrees Celsius. That's nice though. That's a nice temperature. Here, we'll do translate. I'm not the best. My sister actually has our car programmed to Celsius, so I always forget. Let's see. Does this tell me Celsius? Sometimes. Google is fun. Right now, where I'm at, it's 40 degrees Celsius. So 43 degrees Celsius. I hate it. But 15 degrees Celsius, that's nice. Around 60, I think, Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's about right. It probably sounds right. That sounds lovely. I would love for it to be 60 degrees right now. I saw the video. I'm heading over to the club now. To the club? Let me know if anything happens. To the club? So Yanagi noticed. Oh. The concert hall. I was like, what club? When we were there together, he also had similar suspicions of Hanako Kobayashi. It took me a minute, yeah. I was all like, they did not go to a club. You probably knew that she had been taken into custody by now. Kazuki, you're so full of love. Hi. Oh, you're back. While I was thinking about the text, Kazuki came out, looked like he just woke up. He turned around as soon as he saw me. Kazuki? What? I told you I need to talk to you about something. Yeah, well, I don't. Please, this has to do with your future. I pleaded with him, not breaking eye contact. This was very important to me. I wondered if that got through to him. Fine. Oh, he did his cute face. Your office gets cold enough you have to wear a sweater during the summer. Dude, I love that. That's my favorite. I'm so sad. So the AC at my store broke the other day, and inside it was getting to be 90 degrees. And I always wear like a cardigan like this. I always wear that every day. And so I had to like keep taking it off at work because it'd be too warm and I'm like sweating and I'm like, I can't do this. I would love to have to wear a jacket every day to work. Straight up my favorite thing. But is it cold because of the printers that you guys have? Because I know that weather affects them. Because like I said about our 3D printer, we kept having issues with it and we thought it was the temperature inside our house. Fine. Kazuki nodded unwillingly. Dude, I want an AC like right beside me always. Do you know anything about a girl named Hanako Kobayashi? Kobayashi Hanako? She calls herself Hana. She dresses a little odd. I think she's one of Ishiki Super's fans. Did he just get really quiet? Hana, oh, yeah, that groupie that follows him everywhere. I think that's her. Can you tell me what she's like? It's because the other offices decide to physically block up their vents so I get all the air for the whole department. Dude, that's a win, unless you don't like it. But for me, that would be a win. She followed me around a bit too. Honestly, she was kind of annoying.
錦さんに近づくために俺を踏み台にしようとしてんのバレバレだったし。
She was just trying to use me to get closer to Ishiki. It was completely obvious. So you kept your distance from her? Something like that?
そりゃくっついてこられたって困るし。足しにされて喜ぶやつもいないだろ。
Alright, have a fun shower. Well, yeah, her obsession with the deal breaker was a deal breaker. I'm not cool with being used like that.
あいつ一色さんに関してはすげえ必死で真剣だったとは思う。
Still, that girl was just out of this world persistent when it came to anything Ishiki. That's past tense, Kazuki. What did you do?
それこそ何でもするってのは感じた。
Hanging around her, you'd get the feeling that she would do literally anything for him. Weird. So she was that transparent to everyone around. So what's Ishiki like then? I couldn't help but be curious about what kind of person Ishiki was, seeing as how Kobayashi was so attached to him. But Kazuki's guard immediately went up after my question. His demeanor went from conversational to instantly prickly.
警察は一色さんを疑ってんの。昨日はライブの後も俺や他のスタッフとずっと一緒にいたし。
So the cops suspect Ishiki after all. He and I were with the staff the whole time after the concert.
つうか、もしかして俺を疑ってんの？
Wait, do you suspect me now? No, that's not it. Kazuki's glare was piercing. I desperately shook my head to try and deflect its intensity. I had never suspected Kazuki. There was no way I could. I trust you, Kazuki. I'm asking you because I trust you. I want to trust the people that you trust. After all, we're family. But it's true that Ishiki is in a position where suspicion is likely to end up on him, which is why it's even more important that he prove his innocence. To do that, he needs to... I said all the words at once just now in my head. To do that, he needs your testimony. You know Ishiki a lot better than police do, isn't that right? When I looked straight back into Kazuki's eyes, his glare seemed to soften somewhat.
一色さんは悪いことできる人じゃない。
Ohana means family, and family means you need to rat out your friends if they did a crime. Oh god, you should capitalize the H in Hana, so be like, Ohana. Ishiki isn't someone who does stuff like that. It was a low murmur. Kazuki looked at the floor.
ぼんやりしてる風に見えるけど、マジですごい人なんだ。歌うと人が変わる。
Kazuki said the same thing with Akito. And Akito was a criminal. But Akito was a sweet criminal. Like, he felt bad about the crimes. But he was sad about his sister's death. He looks like an airhead, but he's actually amazing. People change when they hear him sing.
あの人の歌にはみんな引きつけられる。
I get it. He's a harpy. Maybe it's his charisma, but his music just enchants people.
いつもメンバーのこと気遣ってくれて面倒見よくてさ。
Kazuki, you're so quiet right now. He always makes sure to look after the other band members. He really cares about
5
them.
人逮捕のせいでメジャーデビュー潰された時もスタッフに頭下げて謝ったって聞いた。
Even after his mistaken arrest ruined his debut, I heard that he bowed and apologized to the entire staff.
自分のことより他人のこと考えてる人なんだ。
He's the type of guy that always puts others before himself. I see, got it. I believe you. If you're saying it, I'll take it as a fact. I engraved the image of Ishiki that Kazuki related to me in my mind. I was sincerely happy to hear that Kazuki had met someone that he looked up to.
あっさり言い切れるわけ。今さら姉貴面されたってそう簡単に信じらんねえよ。
Oh, man, I just picture him like a little angry potato, just instantly. That's it? You just started acting all sisterly, so I doubt you'll trust me that easily. But I am your sister. I gave dubious Kazuki the simplest answer. It surprised me how easily the answer came without a hint of hesitation. Even if you don't trust me, I'll always believe in you.
なんだよそれ。
What the heck? What is this? Do you care about me? But Kazuki made an unpleasant expression when he heard me say it. It wounded me a little to see that look. Maybe Kazuki just couldn't accept me anymore, whether I trusted him or not. Maybe it's because we can't see eye to eye. He is so tall. I wasn't prepared for that bit of anguish. I buried my worries deep in my heart. Then I remembered what Yanagi told me. Sure, your brother hasn't forgotten. We don't do flashbacks. Ah, man. I don't do flashbacks. I already read that once. I'm not doing it again. He's right. When we were children, after I was rescued from that incident, Kazuki had cried for me. He wept terribly and hugged me out of worry. That turned my life around and saved me. Tall people prejudice is real. It's because you can't look them in the eye. You can't trust them anymore. This time, I want to protect Kazuki. Besides, I knew that Kazuki had always been a kind boy. Rude. I had no doubt that I was the one who had made him the stubborn young man he was. I'm sorry. It's like, whoa, you just like took 50 hit points off of him. What now? I've been so busy with my work that I haven't paid any attention to you. I never asked what you wanted to do, and instead, all I've done is lecture you. I didn't really try to understand you. I've watched you as you grew up, but I was never actually facing you. I know that now. Your music is important to me, just like my police work is important to me. Obviously, nobody wants to have their life and hobbies nitpicked. As long as you get it, that's fine. Yeah, Kazuki's demeanor seemed to soften ever so slightly. I think that you'll probably be interviewed by the police soon, so make sure you're completely honest. If you tell half-truths or if you lie, you could end up casting suspicion on Ishiki. Don't worry. I'll do my best to protect him. From now on, the things that are important to you will be important to me too. It's the best you're gonna get. Kazuki nodded. Inwardly, I was relieved I managed to convey my feelings to him. December 12th, 4:44 p.m. Ooh, 444. Is that lucky? I don't know. I see, so that's why you're here so early. Ah. I was like, early? That's late. I only managed to stay home for a few minutes. I went back to the station immediately. I hadn't gotten a wink of sleep, so I was allowed to leave work early. I heard from Minagishi that Yoshinari Ishiki doesn't seem to be under strong suspicion at this time. He has a solid alibi, and it looks like the police are being extra cautious after already mistakenly arresting him once. With things like this, I don't think they'll try and pin the crime on him. I had decided to put faith in Kazuki. If Kazuki trusted him, then I would too. Hoshino isn't sleeping, she isn't eating, she's gonna fall apart. This is like that movie, Insomnia. She's just gonna have like a spiral near the end of this. We're at a good point to pause for a bit. You must be exhausted from all your work. Don't you think you should go home and rest? I came here to make my report, but I also wanted to thank you. For what? Thanks to your advice, I managed to heal the relationship with my brother a little bit. Truly, thank you. I bowed gratefully. Yanagi's words had given me the resolve not to give up on Kazuki. I didn't do anything, but I'm glad you managed to talk it out. Yeah. Seriously though, you look pale. How long has it been since you slept? Well, come to think of it, when was the last time I woke up in my bed? I honestly couldn't remember. Hey, probably like less than 50 hours? I really hadn't paid attention. Maybe my mind was so out of sorts that I couldn't even count the hours. My problem now was that Yanagi was shooting me a very troubled look. This is embarrassing. I'll be okay. I'm pretty confident in my stamina. Pretty confident. Just as as those words left my lips, my stomach let forth a monstrous growl. It continues to grumble. I guess in addition to not sleeping, I also neglected to eat, maybe? What's the last time I ate? It was probably dinner yesterday. Whew. Yanagi tried to choke back a chuckle. I looked down, unable to look him in the eye. Oh, he's called it. Yeah, she's not eating. What was it? She literally went to work, took her lunch break, and started looking for stuff, so... She's like me. She forgets. She either eats too much or she forgets. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Yanagi tried to choke back a chuckle. I looked down, unable to look him in the eye. Calm down. Calm down. Come downstairs. I'll cook you something. Huh? I'm so used to them telling everyone to stop fretting. I looked up to see Yanagi had stopped laughing at me and had already disappeared through the door. I keep sneezing. Oh no. Wait, Yanagi. I chased after him in a panic. And she fell down the stairs because she was so tired. Yanagi is going to be a master chef. He does cook, actually. They've had him cook their Christmas dinner in one of the storylines, so he is a good cook. But so is she. That's one of her strong points. I can cook by myself. As if I'd let someone cook who can't even stand up straight. What would you do if you burned yourself? It's fine, just lay down for a second, it won't take long. But... You've been pushing yourself for days, right? It's okay, rest. Reminds me that I have a new udon recipe to try. That sounds lovely. The opposite situation in comparison with the other routes. It's so true. Although I made the mistake in Sasuke's route to try and make him food, but then he didn't have anything in his house to make food with, so I had to redo that story, and I was sad. But yeah, usually it's her making all the food. Look at that. She gets to be treated like a princess for a change. I'm down for this. Part of a detective's job is taking care of her own health. Nah. Hearing that broke my resistance. I didn't want to rudely reject his offer. I decided to accept Yanagi's hospitality. I understand. Then, thank you. No problem. Just leave it to me. Oh, you're gonna need a place to lie down over here. Am I gonna sleep where they make the food? Nice. The place that he pointed out to me was in the back of the office, contained a kitchen and beds. Yanagi and Enomoto live in the building. In other words, this was their bedroom area. Sorry, I can only offer you a musty bed in an all-male apartment, but it still beats the couch. I don't mind at all, thank you. Take it easy. Is this supposed to be the difference? Like the messy bed is Enomoto's? I watched Yanagi go to the kitchen and I sat on the bed. Phew. Fatigue overwhelmed my entire body as soon as I laid down. In an instant, my body felt unbearably heavy. Ugh, he's cutting something. I could faintly hear the sound of a knife being used on a cutting board. It was a comfortable sound of everyday life. My heavy eyelids slowly closed. It's like cooking ASMR. Before I knew it, I had slipped into the pond of slumber. Oh no, wait, she's sleeping in the same room as Yanagi. Is she gonna have a nightmare? I could hear a sound. It was a sound that summoned fear. Is that a phantom? Something red caught my eye. It was a monster, something like a thick fog. Is this a dream? So it's this one again. I'd had this dream a lot lately. No, this isn't just a dream. I remembered now. This was a memory from my childhood, from when I was caught in that incident. Oh good, I get to explore the incident. Stained glass. Like in the church they found me in. I moved my head just enough to look up and saw an elaborate stained glass window. It's 100% Yanagi. Yanagi's a monster. He turns into a thick fog. It twinkled in the sunset's rays and eased my fears slightly. Where have I seen this? This sight was familiar to me. It was beautiful, mysterious, frightening. Where? I know where you saw it. Is this like the other ones where you click on it more than once? My mind was in a daze. Is this blood on my hands? Black monster. That dark monster. What was this anyways? Even now I didn't know. Because of how it splattered everything red with blood, the pain it tormented me with. When you've never seen Yanagi in the same room and the shadow monster from Lost, that's all I'm saying. Oh god. That's fair. I was terrified of the dark monster. Can I click on it again? Sometimes it gives you... Nope. Nothing else. Okay, so it's not the one where you have to click on everything twice and it gives you like a second thing the second time. I'm just saying, this hand of yours is pretty interesting. Is this blood? Red. Crimson blood splashed everywhere. It's pretty. What? It was kind of like watching scarlet flowers bloom. Oh my gosh, whose blood was this anyways? Okay, she has a dark side after all. Ah! The monster shook the man roughly. Bitter shrieks emerged from his mouth. Oh dear. Yeah. Stop it, just stop it already. That's what I wanted to yell, but I couldn't make a sound. Is there more? Uh-oh, just chain on wrist. I was supposed to see that. My wrists were bound in chains. I couldn't see well, but the short chain was attached to something so I couldn't move. Even if I could, there was no way that I could stop the monster. Plus, I was mortified. What am I missing? Yeah, I do need to click on things twice. Nope. I clicked on the monster twice, right? Where am I missing? What am I missing? Oh no. The screaming man, maybe? I gotta click on him twice? Nope. Okay, stained glass. We clicked on the extra click on the monster again? I don't know. Oh, we did it. We did it together. Stop. Please stop it. A bitter voice. The cries of someone assaulted by the monster. I'm scared. The dark monster paid the cries no heed and attempted to devour the man. Over and over, I was scared. Maybe the blood says something now? I don't know. First off, that's rude that you have to be at like such an angle. Nope. Oh, I got so dizzy. Do I recognize the building yet? Nope. I guess I could click on the monster guy again. Do I just keep clicking on him? I don't know. Maybe it was... Maybe it hadn't noticed me. The monster had not turned its attention to me thus far, abruptly stopping moving. Yeah, we're just gonna keep clicking on the monster. I'm silly. I'm thinking there's something I'm missing. I slowly turns its head and started to stare directly at me. I'm paralyzed with fear. Stay away. I'm scared. That singular emotion alone filled my entire body. I'm scared. Somebody help. The terror ate away at me and consumed my heart. Looks like Yanagi's hair. Yanagi face on the monster. I mean, that looks like his hair. Everything's gonna be okay. At that moment, I heard a voice. Are you afraid of me? Not knowing whether it was safe to nod or shake my head in disagreement, I simply whispered inside my mind, I'm scared. But I was afraid of the monster. This voice wasn't human. It was dark. I didn't know how to face this. Are you okay, Hoshino? His pinky finger is huge. I got really confused. I groggily opened my eyes when I heard a familiar voice from my side, a dream. Something pleasantly cool lay on my forehead. It was cold but comforting. Searching for that coolness, I snuggled up against it when I realized what it was. This is somebody's hand? You were having a nightmare. You're feverish too. Is this cold? It was a very gentle voice. It's soft and dulcet tones washed away the terror I had been feeling earlier. It was just like the voice that had saved me back then. In relief, I closed my eyes. Closed my eyes? That's not closed. I got confused. He looks like a snake if I've ever seen it. Huh? Suddenly, I was awake. My vision began to focus. I finally realized that the face in front of me belonged to Yanagi. Yanagi? I woke with a start, also realizing that the large, cool hand on my forehead belonged to Yanagi. Don't get up so quickly. Calm down. Well, you see... Wait, I just had a thought. Was it maybe his brothers who kidnapped her? I'm sorry for touching you. Do you know where you are? Yes, I was lying down while I waited for you to make some food. You just slept for a little while. Are you sure you're okay? Your face is pretty warm. I was flushed because Yanagi's face was quite close to mine. I also noticed that I'd broken out in a sweat and that my heart was pounding. I guess I had a scary dream. And also because I had been thrust into this panic-inducing situation as soon as I woke up. I feel like Yanagi was the smoke monster and that was him beating the guy that took her. That's what I think. That would make the most sense. But he could be a straight-up monster. Who knows? I knew Yanagi had just been sincerely worried about me, so I couldn't just run away. I just had a slightly scary dream. I think I'm okay now. You never complain, do you? It's okay to be a little selfish sometimes. I think I've indulged in your care enough. I'm fine, really. Please don't worry about me. If you say so, the food is ready. Do you want to eat? Yes. Now that he mentioned it, I could smell a wonderful aroma nearby. My stomach began growling again. I'll help myself then. Go ahead. Yanagi's cool expression broke as he laughed. The nightmare has been added to your materials. This is delicious. Yanagi's cooking was superb. Are you actually a chef, Yanagi? You're not a retired cop, you're actually a cook? Hey, don't exaggerate. I'm not. It wasn't just the flavor. Yanagi had been meticulous in his preparation. He served a fluffy, scrumptious omelet rice. The rice was infused with melted butter and scallions. The tomato sauce paired perfectly. I'm hungry now. It was garnished with peppercorns. They cut the saltines, as did the olive oil. The entire dish was exquisitely made. The entree was accompanied by a salad and a soup of mixed roots. It was well presented and well balanced. This was a restaurant quality meal.
幸福は最大の調味料っていうだろ。それくらい腹が減ってたってことじゃないか。
You're glad you get off work soon because the description are making you hungry. I'm hungry and I ate before I started streaming. Like, now I want more food. They say hunger is the greatest seasoning. I guess that should tell you how hungry you are now. But this is the first time I've ever tasted anything so delicious. I was undoubtedly hungry, but that was definitely not the reason this tasted so good. Besides, omelet rice is a tricky dish to make. Despite its simple appearance, the egg was absolutely cooked to perfection. Nice Cervantes quote. Not sure I know that one. You're really skilled, Yanagi. It seems he was just good at everything. It made me really jealous. Let's see. I'll treat you next time. I'll learn from you. I'll treat you next time. I don't know if he wants her to learn from him when he thinks he's a monster. It's my treat. Let's see.
ああ、気にしなくていい。俺が勝手にやったことだ。
Don't worry about it. I just wanted to cook for you. Oh, Don Quixote. Okay. I have not read or watched that, but I remember Wishbone making a joke about it. A reference? That's a reference, not a joke. Don't worry about that. I just wanted to cook for you. Is he not going to like this? Because I'll go back to my previous save. I may not be able to match your cooking, but I consider it to be a specialty of mine. So if you're okay with it, next time please allow me to play you. When I empathetically made my request, Yanagi went quiet for a moment. If we get a chance, then sure. When he spoke again, Yanagi wore the bitter smile of his. Alright, let's load back up. He doesn't seem like he wants me. I've read some of it. It's a long book. We just recently got The Lord of the Rings, because I never actually read them. We got a box set with all The Hobbit and all 3 of the other stories. I haven't touched them yet, though. We'll see. I'll learn from your example. I want to be able to do anything well just like you. Being so outclassed at one of my specialties made me feel slightly inadequate as a woman. Yanagi's skill level might be out of my reach, but I still felt like I could improve.
お前はいつも前向きだな。
Planning for the future again? There, he liked that way better. Whether or not he knew what I was thinking, Yanagi smiled. It's on your read list. You're currently reading Brandon Sanderson currently. What does Brandon Sanderson write? Because I'm not familiar with the name, but I probably have heard something.
別に何でもできるわけじゃないぞ。苦手なことだ。
You can kind of see the books over here. This is the books we need to read. And then back here, we keep the mangas behind the statues. So those ones I have read. I'm way better at reading manga than the books. It's not like I can actually do anything. I'm bad at a lot of things. Do everything and to say anything. Things he's bad at. I was terribly curious. I burned with a need to know more. A lot of fantasy, Mistborn, the Stormlight Archives, Elantris. Ooh, that sounds fun. Okay, I lied. I have not heard of any of those books, but those sound like good books. I like fantasy novels. It's one of my favorite genre. I was terribly curious. I burned with a need to know more. What are you bad at? Puzzles and stuff. Puzzles? That's surprising. Somehow I had gotten the notion that Yanagi would be building things. I do them to help relieve stress, but I'm not very good at fixed thinking things. When I start thinking about the pieces only fitting one way, it'll give me a headache. It's fun when I solve them in a burst, though. If you rely on instinct, doesn't that make solving big puzzles pretty tough?
笹塚がいつの間にか完成させてるぞ。
Yeah.
さすがに怒るだ。
Most of the time, Sasuke finishes them while I'm still thinking. It totally pisses me off, of course. Wait, every time you get angry at Sasuke?
ああ、効果はないけどな。
Yeah, it doesn't accomplish anything though. I think I'd like to see that. Yanagi losing it in front of a jigsaw puzzle? The thought of Yanagi not noticing that Sasuke had touched the puzzle until it was completely finished was funny to me. Recently got back into reading more. I used to read a bunch as a kid. I was the same. I also read a lot more when I was younger. Recently, to save gas, my sister used to always give me a ride to and from work. So now I will take myself to work and then she'll pick me up when she gets off work instead. So because of that, I started reading more again because that's what I was doing on public transit to not have to talk to people. So this year, I think I've read about 5 books so far from doing that. I'm currently reading one called The Ravens, and I could not tell you the author's name, but there's 2 authors in it, and it's basically like The Craft is the easiest way to describe it. So that's what I'm currently reading. Before that, I read a book called Ash, which is a retelling of Cinderella, which was terrible. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. It was really boring. The thought of Yanagi not noticing that Sasuke had touched his puzzle until it was completely finished was funny to me. I couldn't help but laugh.
まあ、料理もそうだが、家事はやってれば自然と上達するだろう。
Well, this goes for cooking as well, but household chores get easier with
一人暮ら
practice.
しが長いからな。大抵の家事はそれなりにできるようになる。
Just read through all the books of the Resend files that are out. I have not heard of that series. Wizard Detective, love it. Nice, nice. That sounds great. I'm trying to think if I've read any series recently. Actually, I did. A Magic Steeped in Poison. I read that one, and then the sequel to that one was A Venom Dark and Sweet. So those 2 I read, and they are interesting. I feel like the ending was a little meh, but like the story was good. I lived on my own for a long time. You figure out how to do most chores that way. So you mean you're good at cleaning and laundry too?
ああ、まあ。
Yeah, I guess. You've seen them on TikTok. The covers are really pretty. I didn't see them on TikTok. I saw one of the covers in person, went like, ooh, this is pretty, I want this. And then we found out it was the second one, so I had to go get the first one. But they're really pretty. The story is nice. But like I said, the ending felt like it was really rushed. As I leaned in unconsciously to ask the question, Yanagi casually
掃除も
nodded.
洗濯も嫌いじゃないな。榎本がすぐ散らかすから。
What you're saying is you guys are perfect for each other because he likes to clean, you like to clean, he likes to cook, you like to cook. You guys can cook and clean together. I don't mind cleaning or doing the laundry. Anamoto's messy, so I do most of the cleaning. So the fact that an all-male apartment is so clean is thanks to your
努
efforts.
力ってほどのことはしてない。別にこだわりもないし、結構適当だぞ。
It's not hard work, really. I'm not obsessive. I tidy up whatever needs it. I think that's impressive on its own. Your cooking was absolutely delicious.
何も出ないぞ。
Flattery will get you nowhere. Yanagi averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing slightly. He's blushing. The first time I'd ever seen him embarrassed. Looks tired. His eyes look red. I was very happy to witness this most rare of Yanagi's phenomena. Gorgeous. What a lovely time. It's nighttime now. Thank you for the meal. I put my hands together in satisfaction as I devoured the meal Yanagi had made me. He had finished the meal with a cafe au latte. Oh God, I can't say that right. And a slice of tiramisu. I was in heaven.
口にあったならよかった。
I'm glad everything was to your liking. Which that's her brother's favorite coffee. How did you know that, Yanagi? Please allow me to do the dishes. Yanagi was reaching down for the dishes that I had used. He glanced at
そ
me.
んなこと気にしなくていい。病人はまだ寝てろ。
Don't worry about these. The sick woman needs to sleep.
本当に辛そうだったぞ。あまり心配させるな。
It looks like you had a pretty rough sleep. Don't make me worry so much. When he uttered those words with that look, I was unable to produce a response. Sorry, I must seem like such a child to you having nightmares like that.
いや。何年生きてても、何歳になっても。
Like, nah,
苦しい時
man.
は苦しいさ。
No matter how old you are, tough times are still tough
自分
times.
で見る夢を選ぶことなんてできないからな。
Nobody of any age gets to choose the dreams they have. You're right. I told you before that I'd been involved in an incident as a child, right? That's what the nightmare was about. Lately, I've been having them often. The stress of the X-Day crimes might have unconsciously drudged up old memories. They were a symbol of my unease.
No.
Shrimp got a 5-course meal like I'm jelly. He broke a glass. Are you okay? I heard the sound of breaking glass. Yanagi must have dropped something. When I rushed over, Yanagi was completely frozen still. Yanagi?
まあ、大丈夫
Uh,
だ。
yeah, I'm fine. He slowly turned to face me. I trembled a little when he looked straight into my eyes. What is it? I didn't know why he was looking at me that way, and I couldn't break the silence. For a while, we both stood there quietly. We both stood there stock still until Yanagi hesitantly opened his mouth to say something. But then, did Enemoto walk in? Fucking ruining everything.
あんなのドラマでしか見たことね
What's with the stare down? I've only ever seen this in dramas.
え。バカ。声が大きいんだよ。デバガメすんなら静かにやれ。
You're too loud, idiot. If you're gonna be a peeping Tom, keep it down. Slang referring to people who hide while watching people. The original Japanese term was debakame, a reference to a man named Kametero who was accused of and convicted of murdering a woman after peeping her. That's fun.
だってさ、見たか柳先輩が料理褒められて照れてた。
But didn't you see that? Yanagi blushed after she praised his cooking.
俺は興味ない。
Idiot. Like I give a crap.
まあ、照れる柳さんってのは珍しいけど、明日やり振るかもな。
Though it's rare to see Yanagi embarrassed, so maybe you'll get hit by lightning tomorrow.
お前もバッチリ見てんじゃねえか。
You did see it. From the next room, I could hear voices whispering loudly. The two of them were trying not to be heard, but they were being heard easily. If they saw Yanagi blushing too, then that means... How long have they been watching us? Yanagi let out a very heavy sigh, shaking his head.
ささずか。戻ってたならさっさと言え。ちょうどいい。最近の事件についてまとめるぞ。
Hey, you two, say something when you arrive. Good timing. We're going over the latest incident.
はい。
Yes, sir.
了解。
Got it. The topic had quickly been steered over to the X-Day cases. Dun dun dun.
星野、お前はまだ寝ていた方がいいんじゃないか？
Hoshino, are you sure you don't want to get more sleep? You've slept 5 minutes. No, I'll be fine. If we're talking about the latest case, then I want in.
わかった。これが終わったらちゃんと休むんだぞ。
All right, but after this, make sure you rest. Okay. He looked like he was really worried about me. Did I look that bad? I need to pull myself together. Scolding myself, I sucked it up.
じゃあ始めるか。12月に入ってから複数の事件が発生しているが、おそらく近いうちにまた起きるだろう。
Then let's begin. Multiple incidents have transpired since the start of December, which means another is likely to happen
できれば
soon.
未然に防ぎたい。そのためにも、まずはここ数日の間に起きた事件を整理する必要がある。
I want to try and stop it before it happens. To do that, we need to organize what we know about the cases from the past several days.
7日の事件が銃殺。容疑者はソーダ学ぶ。ネットゲームでのいじめが原因なんですよね。
July's murder was by gunshot. The suspect was Manabu Shota. The motive was online bullying.
8日の焼死事件の容疑者は菅原理香。過去、ストーカー被害を受けたことが原因で犯行に及んだ可能性が濃厚か。
Rika Sugawara was suspected in Augustus I can't do the plural for that one. Augustus arson probably suggests that the murder was related to a stalking incident in her past.
それぞれ7月、8月に起きた X デイ事件との関連が見つかっている。
We found connections.
調査が進んでいるはずだ。
We found connections to both the July and August incident. They should be looking into it at the station.
11日は雑居ビルの屋上から3名の人物が突き落とされ
Yesterday on the 11th, 3 people were shoved from the roof of a multi-tenant building. All died.
声明から推測できる殺害動機はパワハラや過重労働で複数名を自殺に追い込んだというものだ
According to the statement, the victims had pushed multiple people to suicide through acts such as harassment and overwork.
容疑者は小林花子彼女が一色康弘のためだと思い込み4月5月の事件を実行したと仮定して
The suspect is Hanako Kobayashi. It's thought she's behind April and May's crimes due to her obsession with Yashiro Ishiki.
ここは動機につながりが見られない
There's no visible motive here.
被害者3人が一式に害を及ぼした人間だったか、またはアドニスの命令で無関係な人間を殺したか。
Did the 3 victims wrong Ishiki somehow, or were they killed on Adonis's orders?
後者だろうな
Probably the latter.
なん
Huh, why?
11月までの X デー事件が交換殺人なら、相田や菅原は本来殺したかった相手に直接手は下せず、他の人間に任せたことになる。
If the murders before November were substitute killing, Shota and Shigawara didn't lay a hand on the target, so someone else did the deed.
それが今月に入って足がつくのも構わず自らの手で復讐を遂げている
The killing this month she carried out herself without worrying about her tracks,
小
but
林花子が4、5月の実行犯なら、思い込みだろうと本人にとっての復讐は果たしてる。
the guy on the right looks like a mix of Himino and Makumi from Chainsaw Man. He's the most loud character as well. He's not being loud right now, but he's very over the top. And Hanako Kobayashi was the perp in April and May. She should have already have gotten her vengeance.
そっか。だから自分の復讐ってよりアドニスの命令だった可能性が高い。そうすると一式はほぼ白ってことだよな。
So that's why the recent murders are likely to be on Adonis's orders. That would still keep Ishiki's hands
そ
clean.
して一番重要なのは捕まった容疑者は全員記憶が消されていることだ
The most important bit is that all of the arrested suspects seems to have had their memories erased. Oh, since they were talking about age too, Enomoto, the redhead, he's the closest in age to her as well. So they fight like siblings, typically, when they're talking. This means that even if we capture them, the suspects can't leak any useful information. That's why the crimes have gotten so cavalier. It feels that they're intentionally throwing away their pawns.
そうだなアドニスにとっては世間を騒がす事件を起こせて駒の口封じもできて一石二鳥だ
You're right. If Adonis is acting on their plans to create an event which shakes society using their pawns like this, it's a good sacrifice. So that implies the suspect who committed the X-Day crimes are people that Adonis don't consider important personnel.
容疑者の経歴を調べてもテロ組織との関与が一切見られないあたりそう考えるのが自然だろうな
There's nothing in any of their personal history which ties them to terrorism, so that would be the natural conclusion. In other words, they're using civilians with no known connection to Adonis.
何にせよアドニスが慎重になる必要がないなら近々また事件が起きる可能性は高い
Yeah, putting this differently, if Adonis doesn't need to be careful anymore, it's very likely that they'll act again soon.
これまでの X デー事件と紐付け
Bum,
る
bum,
なら
bum.
4、5
And Yanagi is super old, 1 foot in the grave already. Yep, he's dying. They call him Daddy because he's so old. Drawing a thread between previous X-Day cases, the suspects in April, May, July, and August have all been captured,
残ってるのは6、9、11月っすね。
leaving June, September, and November.
9月の見解は白石に聞くとして6月と11月の関係者については改めて掘り下げる必要があるな
We'll ask Shidashi for his take on September. As for June and November, we'll need to dig deeper into the related people.
今さら足がつくような真似すんなら最初から回りくどいことすんじゃねえ
If you're planning to track them down now, don't bring up the subject by beating around the bush.
だよな。なんつうか、 拍子抜けっつうか。
Yeah, this all feels pretty
ア
anticlimactic.
ドニスにとっちゃただの余興だ。チェ、すっきりしね。
We're just entertainment to Adonis, not satisfying at all. I had a feeling I knew why Sasaka and Enomoto were making complicated expressions that people believed to be linked to the cases that the two of them were investigating had been caught in rapid succession. But so long as their memories were erased, they'd never shed light on Adonis itself, which would prevent us from solving the case.
ま、結局あっちの思惑通りってことだ。
In the end, we're just dancing to their tune.
犯人が自爆して解決とか、マジで無能。警察がバカにされても文句言えねえ。
If we only solve this because of mistake, people blame cops, but they're doing all they can.
容疑者の絞り込みにはお前が流した情報が役立っていたはずだ。
The intel you've acquired has been helpful in narrowing down the suspects.
一人二人容疑者が捕まったところで銃刀法は復活しない。
But catching one or two
アドニスさえ
suspects?
摘発できれば
Well,
政府も動くだろう。
my apologies, Yanagi, I thought you were done. But catching one or two suspects won't lead to the reinstatement of the weapons ban. If we find Adonis, then government has to act. I said it right.
分かってる。
I know.
榎本も複雑だとは思うが、今はできるだけこっちに協力してくれ。
Enomoto, I know this is complicated for you, but I need you to pitch in however you can now.
了解です。状況が状況だし、さすがに個人的なことは置いときます。
Can you? You got it. The situation is what it is. I can set aside my own issues.
星野、可能な範囲で構わない。小林花子の聴取について分かったことがあったら榎本に伝えてやってくれるか。
Hoshino, will you tell Enomoto everything you learned from Hanako Kobayashi's interview? Even if it isn't much, it's fine. Understood. I hadn't contributed much so far, though. Enomoto and Sasaka had been investigating their X-Day cases since they quit the police. Maybe this was about more than just catching the criminals for them. Maybe it held some great significance. It's complicated, isn't it? Even I could see why they might not exactly celebrate if the police caught the criminals. Incident. Got so many files on me now. Starting tomorrow, I'll go over everything Investigation HQ has on the June and November incident in detail. All right. We strolled through the darkened streets. Yanagi accompanied me home today too, but he seemed absent-minded, lost in thought somehow. This is kind of awkward. I thought we'd be in a pretty good mood back when we had made dinner. I thought we would... Nope, I said it right. Maybe because our conversation was interrupted, but I couldn't think of any topic to break the ice. Hoshino! Huh? While I was searching for a solution to my predicament, a familiar voice called my name. I turned around to see... Seiki! It was Seiki, of all people. He must have been out on patrol. Welcome back, sleazy. Look, Seiki's back too. His permanently cheerful mood lifted my spirits a bit. He lifts my spirits too, even if he might be the leader of a crime syndicate. He's the best in the world. Didn't you leave work early today? Mochida was worried about you. Yeah, I just had an errand to run. I figured I'd get it done since I was off early. I attempted to misdirect Seiki with vagueness, giving him no particular reason to suspect me, yet his eyes twinkled. Then he looked at Yanagi standing next to me and his eyes twinkled again. Then he abruptly returned to his senses. I apologize for dropping in on you. I'm Seiki, Hoshino's coworker. Hello. Yanagi didn't introduce himself in response to Seiki's casual greeting. It was probably because Seiki was a cop. It's probably for the best that he didn't. Might you be Hoshino's older brother? For some reason, Seiki just happened to take an interest in Yanagi. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he studied Yanagi's face for a reaction. This is the evil guy. This is who I think is the evil guy. He is not a confirmed evil guy. Look at your Instagram. You post pics of what you look like before you shaved and after. I'll look at it later. But yes, this is the guy I think is evil. They haven't actually outright said he was evil, but in one of the storylines, he gets shot and then all the evil stuff stops happening altogether. Nothing bad happens afterwards. The caller stops talking. There's no news. And I'm like, you know who's in the hospital right now? Seiki. You want to know why someone would stop doing evil stuff? Because they're in the hospital with a gunshot wound. So I think he's the evil guy. They haven't confirmed it yet, but I think this is gonna be the storyline where you figure it out. Why would he be my older brother? I only have a little brother. Well, I guess he just seemed to have this brotherly air about him. Maybe it's a dignified air, but standing next to each other, you completely seem like siblings. I see. I had complex feelings about that opinion. He had kind of treated me like a sister. It's not like I minded it, though. Does she have an older sibling and she never knew? I'm sorry for keeping you. I just saw you, so I thought I'd come say hi. Okay. Well, take it easy. You too, Seiki. And with that, Seiki dashed away. I waved as I watched him scamper off and then sighed. Sorry about that. No need to apologize. It's okay. You two get along awfully well. Do SRCPO work with police box officers often? Oh, Seiki and I were academy classmates. We walked a lot. We talked a lot, and then we became drinking buddies. If you're always dealing with tough work, then you need a way to blow off steam. Yeah, he's a dear friend who cheers me up when I'm feeling down. Time for you to head out. All right, well, I appreciate you joining me today. I hope you have a safe trip home, and I hope you make your udon or get something good to eat, whichever one you decide on doing. Bye. I see. Sounds like he's a tolerant guy. Yeah. I looked at Yanagi, who had gone quiet for some reason, as if he was thinking. Then I remembered. Speaking of which, Enomoto, he thought that Sake was my boyfriend. We were just colleagues, but maybe we were friendly enough that people mistook. Could Yanagi be making the same misunderstanding as Enomoto? I don't know, man. I don't know what would be the right answer. Seiki's just a friend. Do you want to join us for drinks? Next time, would you like to join us when we go drinking together? Huh? Anxious that we'd been misunderstood, I suddenly blurted out an invitation. Naturally, Yanagi's eyes widened in surprise. You mean you, me, and that guy earlier? Yeah, Seiki is a friend, and he's a really good person. That's fair. Okay, he looks angry. That's fine. It was a risk. It was not a calculated risk. We'll go the other way. All right, Seiki's a friend. Seiki's a good friend. When I said it empathetically, Yanagi tilted his head and blinked a bit. He's not a bad person. And I mean, he's not my boyfriend. Oh, so that's what you meant. Yeah. I'm not Enomoto, so I don't go jumping to conclusions that easily. Enomoto certainly was obstinate about it. That's good to hear. People have read the situation wrong several times, but Seiki isn't one to take advantage. So he's important enough to you that you feel like you have to defend him, huh? So you said he wasn't your boyfriend. Is it a one-sided relationship? No, it's not like that at all. Seiki is just a really good friend. All right, I get it. You can calm down. Jealous. I know, right? He smiled at me, at my panic denial, but it was an important distinction to make. Perfect. We did it. Trust up. Haha. If you're going to deny it For mentally, I can't even. It could cause him some pain, you know. He might have feelings for you. Please don't tease me. I wonder why I had been so worried that he might take it the wrong way. By the way, does the office ever go drinking as a group? I tried a little misdirection.
割と行く。榎本も笹塚も酒は嫌いじゃないからな。
We do every now and then. Enomoto and Sasaka don't mind alcohol. What about you?
かなり好きな部類に入るとは思う。
In fact, I rather enjoy a good drink. What's your drink of choice? Wine?
大
Whiskey?
抵の酒は好きだが、強いて言えば日本酒か。
I like most alcohol, but if I had to pick, I'd say sake. That's your
最
favorite?
近は山口の純米大吟醸がどうしたんだいきなり。
Lately, Yamaguchi Yumai Daijin Yojo has been. Wait, what are you asking all of a sudden? Did I look? No, not right now. I'll look after I'm done streaming. Lately, why are you asking all of a sudden? Yanagi shot me a suspicious look as he noticed my unusual line of questioning. Oh man, I overdid it. I didn't know that much about Yanagi. That made sense since we had only met recently. Lately, I wanted to know more about him since we were spending more time together. Well, because I'm your new partner for right now, we're working the case together, and if we want to be able to be on the same wavelength, we need to know each other's better. Things like your domestic skills, which I just learned about today, or your likes and dislikes, your hobbies. I want to learn whatever I can. I hardly know anything about you. I voiced my feelings to him directly. It was a bit embarrassing to say them out loud. But I do think we should get to know each other better since we're working together. Yet, Yanagi's expression had soured.
悪いが、あまりプライベートに踏み込まれるのは好きじゃない。
I don't like it when people pry into my private business. Is this really something he would be asking a coworker? I mean, drinking isn't even that private, I guess, just asking it. I reset my neck because it's cutting out for some reason. Alrighty, I'll seem a bit sleazy.
捜査にはもちろん協力してもらうが、あまり近づきすぎない方がいい。
I'll cooperate with you, of course, but you shouldn't get too close to me, because I'll bite you. Oh. The dead music suddenly. It wasn't a blunt turn down, but it was unquestionably meant to be a rejection. He doesn't want to get involved with me. Surprisingly, I felt much more shocked by the revelation than I'd
俺のことな
imagined.
んか知っても、大して得はしないってことだ。
You won't gain much useful information from learning about me. Man, I am such a petty person that she persists, right? When this stuff happens, I'd be like, fine, then I don't want to talk to you anymore. And that'd just be it. I probably look pathetic right now. Smiling bitterly, Yanagi gently patted me on the head, like he was comforting a child,
なんせ、
because I'm so
つまら
young.
ない男だしな。榎本の方がよっぽど面白い話でもしてくれる。
Besides, I'm a boring man. Enomoto would be much more interesting to talk about. I don't like Enomoto. He's too loud. As Yanagi walked ahead, terminating the conversation, I walked him feeling lonely. I wanted to know about you, Yanagi. I blurted something out spontaneously. For a moment, I thought that was like her internal dialogue. So I was actually... He stopped and turned around. I didn't want him to think I was annoying. I shouldn't cling to him like this. But I couldn't lie about how I felt. Ever since they suddenly put this collar on me, I've been uneasy about what I should do or what happened to me. But when I see how hard you try to protect everyone you possibly can in this town, it makes me want to help you. I just want you to acknowledge me. I want us to be equals or even just a bit closer, but I guess that's annoying to you.
悪い。
Sorry. He doesn't deny it.
迷惑とまでは言わない。だが、正直なところ、困る。
You're not a bother to me, to be honest. It's just problematic.
お前が悪いんじゃない。俺は、誰とも深くは付き合えない。
It's not your fault at all. I just can't get too attached to anyone. You said that you cut ties with your family, but I don't want to be protected like that. I want to fight together. I want to be someone you can count on, like the others back in the office. Can't you let me have that
多
goal?
分お前は俺に期待しすぎだ。俺はそんな大層な人間じゃない。信頼されるような資格もない。
His voice changed. You probably expect too much of me. I don't live up to the image you have of me. I'm not worthy of your trust. Worthy?
そんな深刻に考えるな。さっきも言っただろ。つまらない男だって。だから俺のことは。
Don't think too hard about it. Like I told you earlier, I'm a boring man, so don't waste your thoughts on me. Just a boring old man. With that, Yanagi started walking again. He probably wouldn't listen to me again if I tried to stop him. And to think I thought I'd managed to get a little closer to him. It must have all been in my mind. I felt very distant from him now. December 13th, 9 a.m. Did you sleep? I stared at an unexpected discovery in my files. No new incidents had occurred since last night, but it was only a matter of time. In my effort to help prevent the next crime, I was wrangling a huge pile of files from HQ. What does this mean? The June X Day incident. What does it mean? It means 7. You're so silly. An explosion occurred in a middle school, killing many students. Later, this had been established not to be an accident, and classified as an X-Day crime, sending shockwaves through the public. There was a school festival prior to the explosion, so the criminals had a huge window of opportunity to plant the bomb. The range of possible suspects was vast. Because of this, June's file was considerably thicker than the other month's incidents. The list of related people was massive. Among the plethora of names, a familiar one stood out to me. Akito Sera. Ooh, he's got a black drop. I can edit that out probably. Kazuki's best friend. If he went to the middle school, that wouldn't really be a problem. But the problem was the addendum. It was his sister who had attended the school. She killed herself 2 years prior. To think Akito had that kind of past, I had no idea. Yet according to the preliminary memo, he had been cleared as a suspect. He has an alibi. By now, though, I recognize this as a commonality of the X-Day incidents. The X-Day crimes are substitute murders. An alibi doesn't necessarily prove innocence. What if something at the school was the cause of Akito's sister's suicide? Had he tasked someone with carrying out his revenge? What if, like the July and August incidents, he'll try and exact revenge himself next? A chill ran down my spine. No, I don't want to suspect him. Kazuki's face came to mind. I can't let prejudice cloud my judgment. I needed to study these documents further. I had to act carefully if I wanted to help prevent the next incident. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I had a slight headache.
なんだ星野、今朝も元気ないな。
What's up,
これから
Hoshino?
巡回連絡に行くが、来
You
ら
look
れる
out of
か？
it again. I'm going on patrol. Want to join me? Yes, I'll come with you. I nodded and sluggishly arose in response to Mochida's invitation. I wanted to keep going over the files, but I also didn't want to neglect my job in SRCPO. My SRCPO duties had just decreased since I joined investigations, but I still went on patrol in my assigned
よ
area.
し、じゃあ行くか。
All right, let's get going then. Yes, sir. My doubts remained. My heart felt like it was swathed in gloom. I had no way of dispelling it now, so I followed after Mochida. Chapter 4. My goal is to play until 5, and it's almost 3, so maybe we can get through this storyline as well. December 13th, 5:04 p.m. How many times had I come
あら
here?
柳さんこんにちはまた来てくださったんですね
Hello, Mr. Yanagi. You're back.
どうも。
今日
Hello.
は機嫌がいいみたいなんですよさっき少し笑ってました
You look like you're in a good mood. You laughed a bit earlier.
もしかしたら今日柳さんが来ること 分かってたのかもしれませ
I've
んね。
got a feeling I know why you're here
そうです
today.
か。これ
I see.
お願いしていいですか？
May I ask you to help me with this
は
today?
い、もちろんですよ。今日のも綺麗なお花ですね。飾っておきます。
Yes, of course. My, you've brought such lovely flowers today. I'll arrange them for you. Did I skip something? I swore I
柳さ
saw.
んが来てからしばらくはこの部屋も明るくなるんですよ。いつもお花を持ってきてくれるおかげです。
Whenever you come by, this room always gets just a little bit brighter. It's thanks to the flowers you bring.
もう何年になるかしら。柳さん、ここのスタッフともすっかり顔見知りですものね。
She's just so much exposition right now. How many years have you been coming here? I'm sure you're familiar with everyone who works here by
俺
this
が来る
point.
ようになってからはもう
10
10年近いですね。
years. I've been coming here almost 10 years. Okay. So he's 28 and she's 21. So she would have been 11 and he would have been 18. Sounds reasonable.
もうそんなに経ちますか。
My, how time
他に
flies.
身寄りがいらっしゃらないから、柳さんが来てくれるのが唯一の楽しみだと思うんです。
There aren't any other visitors, so I'm sure that you're the only thing that he looks forward
それ
to.
じゃ、ゆっくりしていってくださいね。
Please take your
あり
time.
がとうございます。
Thank you. She took the bouquet with her as she left the room, leaving me alone with him. It had been years. The only reason I visit this institution was simply to see his face. I knew it was pointless, but I brought flowers with me every time I came. I do it even while knowing that what I'd done could not be
何の
forgiven.
言葉もかけられないのに。
We never even talk. He couldn't talk or even move a finger. Still, they claimed he retained consciousness, so I wondered what he thought of me. Why was I chasing the case? Why did I come here?
許されたいのか。
Maybe I want him to forgive me. In here, time stood still for me. I couldn't take a single step forward. That's what it felt like. December 13th, 8:52 p.m. Good evening. Is Yanagi? Oh, he's not here, I see.
あ、星野か。
Oh, hey, Hoshino.
柳さんなら夕方頃から出かけてる。
Yanagi's going to go out tonight. I had rushed to the office as soon as I could after work and was greeted by Enomoto and Sasuka. There was a reason for my speed, of course. Akito's name had jumped out at me while I was reviewing the files of June. I thought I could discuss it with
柳
Yanagi.
先輩に用があったのか？
Did you have some business with him? Yes, it's about the investigation. Where is he? At another crime scene?
いやー、どうだろう。一昨日の事件から何も起きてねえし。
Who knows? Nothing new has happened since 2 days ago. That's true.
柳さんにも人に言えないことの一つや二つあんだろ
Even Yanagi's got some personal things he'd rather not talk
う
about.
まあ、柳先輩って割とプライベート謎だらけだしな。
Yanagi's pretty private. Lots of mystery swirling around that guy. He's just cloaked in
ま
darkness.
さか今頃可愛い姉ちゃんたちに囲まれて。
Don't tell me he's somehow luring in hot babes with his air of mystery.
柳さんに限ってそれはない。お前と一緒に住んだ。
That's one thing that's an impossibility. Don't project your imagination onto him.
俺もねえよ。人を煩悩の塊みたいに言うな。
Oh, God. Minio, you're so loud. It's not like that either. Don't create inaccurate portrayals of me.
ああ、お前に女どもはべらせる気概はねえか。その煩悩も中学生の妄想レベルだしな。
You're right. Why would women be around you? Your level of vice is like a middle schooler's.
俺だってその気になりゃ、姉ちゃんの一人や二人。
Hey, if I felt like it, I could pick up a lady or two.
騙されて、貢がされて人生終了のコース。お前らしい最後でいいんじゃねえの
You mean like you'd earn enough to catch a gold digger? Sounds like Enomoto's way to waste your life.
俺の人生を勝手に終わらせるなよ。
Don't just assume I'd waste my life. While listening to Enomoto and Sasaka bickering amongst themselves, I wondered whether Yanagi had gone off too. Despite my wondering, I had no idea. I didn't even know enough to hazard a guess. Yesterday, when I tried to learn more about him, he completely shut me down. Ever since he told me not to get any closer, I had been feeling pretty gloomy. Yanagi. Did you say that out loud? Did you say his name out loud? Don't bother worrying about him. Yanagi's a pretty upright guy. He wouldn't actually commit a crime or do anything morally gray. Okay. And he isn't like Shirishi where you're afraid of even thinking what that guy's scheming. Nope. Right. I wasn't sure whether to agree or not. I didn't really care. I was just anxious. And he isn't a lusty loser like Minio, who's so wound up he cries when he watches dramas. I don't cry. Liar. Last time I saw you glued to the TV red face, I thought you were mad, but you were just started bawling your eyes out. Well, that was... What else was I supposed to do? It was heartbreaking. Their verbal sparring cheered me up a little bit. Yanagi wouldn't act senselessly, even if he wanted to avoid talking about his issues. He'd work with me when on the case. At least that's what I'd hoped. I'm back. Speak of the devil. Good evening, Yanagi. Hey, Hoshino. She said she had something to ask you. Oh, right. Yes. It's about the June case. There's something I need to look into. I'll be back in a second. Just wait here. Understood. And then I sat down and I was sad. I took Yanagi's jacket as he went to the kitchen. I assumed to make coffee and laid it on the back of the couch. Huh? I caught a whiff of a faint, unfamiliar fragrance from Yanagi's jacket. It stood out from his usual tobacco scent, but this was... flowers? That was unexpected. I had no idea what he'd been doing with flowers. I'm surprised you can smell anything but tobacco on that. Enomoto, Sasaka, you two get back to work.
Hey.
Okay. Got it. Yanagi watched Enomoto and Sasaka return to work and then took a seat at the low table between them. As I suspected, he returned from the kitchen with a steaming hot pot of coffee and 2 mugs. So, what were you saying about June? Right, I was reviewing the people of interest from the incident again, and one of them stood out. Sera Akito? So you noticed him too? Even if Akito had motive, he had a perfect alibi, so he wasn't officially a suspect. But if the X-Day murders were proxy killing, and we considered this month's incident, he's a suspect because he had motive. Especially since he had a squeaky clean alibi, we also couldn't rule out a connection to the other cases. I also been thinking about contacting you regarding this case. Sera Akito, 18 years old, he goes to the same school as your brother. I'd been prepared for this. I was here to talk to him about it, after all. Still, I hadn't expected Yanagi to redirect everything. I was considerably shaken. He's actually my brother's friend. Wait, seriously? Just heard that shiver. Before the class was killed by the explosion, a student in the class committed suicide.
6月の時点で容疑者候補に上がってた。
Akito Sera was a grieving relative. Back in June, he popped up as a possible suspect.
でも完璧なアリバイがあったんだよな。
But he had a perfect alibi.
その前提が崩れてるって話だろうが。
We've moved past the premise, Minio.
な、
All right. I didn't want to believe that Kazuki's friend was involved in X Day. Hanako Kobayashi and Yashiro Ishiki, I hope it was a coincidence or something. Oops, I did not hit that button. I hope it was a coincidence or something, or some mistake, that Kazuki's social circle was this linked to X Day. Is it just a
まだ
coincidence?
確定したわけじゃない。だが、可能性は限りなく高い。
We haven't confirmed anything yet, but the probability is extremely high. Yeah. Yanagi had seen that I didn't want to believe the possibility. He addressed me directly while I was still attempting to collect my thoughts.
弟を通じて、セラとコンタクトを取ることができる。
Hoshino, can you establish contact with Sera through your brother? His immediate follow-up threw me for quite a loop. You want me to contact
これから
Akito?
起こる事件を未然に防ぐ。そのために、警察もすでに動き出しているだろう。
The police are already acting to try and prevent the next incident from occurring.
その対策に時間をかけるのは、アドニスの思うツボだ。
But the
奴らは
cops'
用済みな駒を
response time is obviously something Adonis has calculated. They're just using their pawns to toy with us now.
実行犯を捕らえたところで、アドニスには近づけない。奴らにとっては、
Even when the perpetrators are caught,
ただの
they
余興だ。
sorry, they get us no closer to Adonis. This is amusement for the terrorists as they prepare for X Day. I suppose you're right. When the people who carried the murders were caught, their memories were erased. They had no recollection of their crimes of Adonis.
予測できる被害を放置するわけにもいかない。つまり、
Nevertheless,
時間との勝負だ。
Nevertheless, we can't just ignore any damage that we think we can prevent. Put bluntly, this is a race against
次に
time.
事件を起こすのは、セラ・アキトかもしれない。
Akito Sera may be the next one to carry out the next incident. There was still enough time to stop a murder from happening while Akito was still just someone with a grudge. We and Police HQ were both running out of time to stop another crime from happening. If the police decided to arrest Akito, they would likely use force. Before that happens, I have to act. I knew well what I had to do, still my heart wavered. I had decided to trust Kazuki, but now I had to suspect his friend.
もう時間に余裕はない。他に方法がないんだ。
Isn't it sad how you just have to choose sometimes? There's no time to waste. You're our best option, so I need your help
俺が
here.
行けば、どうしたって警戒される。お前だから、できることなんだ。
If I go, he'll probably just suspect me. I know you can get him to open up. Yanagi punctuated his statement with a gaze that was sincere yet stern. I had to decide right now. I hated how anxious I felt. I mean, X Day's approaching. I understand, leave it to me. I was terrified of discovering the truth. If Akito was involved with X Day, I had no idea what I would say to Kazuki. Nonetheless, I was happy that Yanagi was relying on
すまな
me.
い。辛い役目を押し付けてしまうことになるが。
Sorry, I know this is difficult for you. No, you're right. I'm the one for this job. I'm already acquainted with Akito. Akito also already knows that I'm a police officer, so he may be suspicious of me seeking him out, but I'm willing to give it a shot. If Akito was actually involved in X Day, I didn't want another death on his conscience. That was for both Akito and Kazuki. It was better to confront the truth. We're counting on you. Okay, Yanagi smiled as an attempt to dispel my anxiety. Kazuki stays over at Akito's house pretty often. I could open by saying that I wanted to thank him for always looking out for my brother. He came over to our place sometimes, so I could probably arrange a way to meet him. I'll call my brother right away. Punching my fist, I stood up. I was I was resolute. This was time for action. Just then I heard a message alert sound. I checked and it hadn't came from my phone. I think that's your phone, Yanagi. Yeah. I'm stepping out for a smoke break. Okay, see you soon. I need to make a call too. Yanagi checked his phone, grabbed his jacket, and went upstairs. I caught a glimpse of his expression, which had grown even more grim than it was before. Maybe it was just my imagination. Or, oh, good evening. When I took out my phone and scrolled through my contacts to call Kazuki, I saw someone approaching.
Yeah.
Hey, I haven't seen you around here much recently, Shidashi. I just have some minor business here. Shidashi usually stayed at the station. He didn't come to the office often. Also, there hadn't been any new developments. Did something happen that I don't know of? I would get a call from HQ if new developments had transpired, and Sasaka would also have intercepted related transmissions. I watched Shidashi enter the building, arms fluttering strangely. I returned my focus to my phone. Well, he certainly does do his own thing. I felt like everything was coming together. Did it? Side story. I'm glad we just used the same photo anytime he's smoking. It's awfully rare of you to call me over. It's not something we can discuss over the phone. It's that important to you then. Shidashi, I want to hear your take on this. Who do you think put the collar on Hoshino? Oh, that question is completely out of the blue. Now is the time to ask. Hoshino is undoubtedly innocent. At the beginning, it was only natural to assume that she had a connection to Adonis, but those doubts no longer apply. She doesn't know anything. This isn't some kind of charade or ruse. Charade? There's a game I'm gonna play called Charade Maniacs. I agree. She's not skilled enough to pull that deception off. Ooh, I can do it. So if Hoshino's an innocent victim, we need to find the person that collared her. Hoshino's incident is an exception amongst all the other incidents. At least that's my assessment. They directly contacted us with a warning of her impending death. Additionally, we were provided with a way to save her life. On the condition that the police were not informed. Yeah, so they wanted us to let her join us, to make her aware of something within the police force, so they struck a compromise with us. So why her? There has to be a very significant reason. It might even lead to the core of X Day. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to execute something like this. The rank and file couldn't have done this. I don't think one of the memory wiped pawns would have been tasked for this. So this is probably one of the heads of Adonis. The driving force of Adonis. That's gotta be who put the collar on Hoshino. What's your hard evidence? My instincts.
でも君の勘は当てずっぽうじゃないからな。
I figured you'd say that, but I know your instinct isn't simply conjecture.
X デー事件が計画犯罪と呼ばれるのはアドニスが徹底して組織的に動いているからだ。絶対的な統率者の思惑のもとね。
The X-Day incidents have been treated as terrorist acts because Adonis is organizing them. They're crimes with a larger
勝
purpose.
手に組織の名を使って毒入りの首輪を警察官につけるなんて下っ端の暴走を上の人間が許すはずはない。
Their leadership would not allow some underling to place a poisoned collar on a police officer in the name of their
つまり
cause.
アドニスの総意またはトップの指示で彼女は選ばれ首輪をつけられたことになる。
In other words, Adonis's leadership decided to collar her, or perhaps one leader decided it alone.
首輪から聞こえてくる声もアドニスの意志だと匂わすことを言ってたしな。
Yeah, the voice from the collar also intimidates. That is represented the will of Adonis. Intimidated.
彼女に首輪をつけた人間が判明すればすなわちアドニスの中心にたどり着くと。けどさ、そう簡単には絞り込めないよ。
He looks so like I have 3 screens open for this game, and on this screen he's so much brighter. So if we discover who put the collar on her, it'll lead us straight to Adonis's heart. I doubt it'll be a simple matter though.
そもそも彼女を選んだ理由が曖昧だからね。理解者だ。どうしたの？不明瞭すぎる。
The reason for her collaring was vague. We have no idea what they meant by
そ
sympathizer.
れでもお前なら最低限は絞り込めるだろう。2年前、
Going to eat a
お前
piece
の
of
プロファイル
candy,
の功績でアドニスは一時解体した。
and then I will continue reading. I know you can narrow down the search. 2 years ago, Adonis was exposed thanks to your profiling work.
そうだね。そんなこともあった。総理大臣暗殺未遂事件の時だっけ？
That is what happened after the assassination attempt on the prime minister. Yeah, that was it.
じゃあ、俺なりの見解を一つ。
Then I have a hypothesis to offer you.
彼女に首輪をつけたのはほぼ確実に警察関係者だろうね。
I'm almost certain that someone related to the police is responsible for the
こ
collar.
ういうことをする犯人は犯行後にも平気な顔をして被害者の前に姿を現すことが多い。
They'd have frequent contact with the victim while maintaining the guise of their normal
例え
relationship.
ば彼女が捜査のために頼った人物、内部関係者、彼女の状況を知りながら今も平然と話している可能性。
You know, it could also be Mochida. Mochida was the one who told her to go to the scene of the crime where she got collared to begin with. But I think it should be Seiki. I want it to be Seiki. For example, someone she depends on in the investigation. If they know her situation, it's likely she still interacts with
何
them.
より彼女を選んだのが偶然じゃないなら勤務形態をある程度知っておく必要があるからね。
Most importantly, she was targeted. That means the person had to know her. That'll do it for
なる
advice.
ほどな。俺もほぼ同じ考えだ。あと、白石。
I see. Our theories basically align. Oh, and Shirashi?
お前に
Yeah?
もう一つ聞きたいことがある。
I have one last question
Really?
for you. What?
あの日、星野が襲われた日、アドニスからの手紙を仕込んだのは誰
That day, when Hoshino was ambushed, who delivered the letter from Adonis?
アドニスが俺たちに宛てたあの手紙だ。あれは一体誰が仕込んだと思う？
I mean the letter that was addressed to us. Who do you think planted it?
捜査一課の資料に予告状を紛れ込ませ、俺たちが星野を助けた後、またしても手紙をこの事務所に置いていった。
After they planted a warning in Section 1's files, they snuck into our office and left the second
そ
letter.
う簡単にできることじゃない。それだけは確かだ。
Pulling that off was no easy feat. That much is obvious.
君さ、分かってて聞いてるんじゃないの？
Aren't you asking me questions that you already know the answer to?
わからない。アドニスが警察に潜伏させている内通者を使った。そこまでしか。
I'm
俺には
not.
わからない。
I don't know. What I do know is that Adonis has a mole inside the
それ以外
police.
はたとえ理屈で何か答えを導き出しても勘が否定してな邪魔をする。
But beyond that, my instincts conflict with the answers logic leads me to. It's quite annoying.
それは勘じゃないでしょう。そういうのは市場って言うんだよ。
Huh, so it's not intrusion then. I'd say that smacks of sentimentality. I can do it.
柳君は真面目すぎる。いや、優しすぎるのかな。
You're too serious, Yanagi. Actually, that's not right. You're too
内
kind.
通者に情を寄せてどうするんだか。どんな根拠があってその人物を信じてるの？
Why are you so attached to this mole? What reason do you have to protect them so
アドニ
much?
スは大規模なテロ組織だ。そこら中に構成員が潜んでいる。それこそ近所の一般人を装うことだって容易だ。
Adonis is a large terrorist organization. It wouldn't be difficult at all to have someone masquerading as a civilian.
共犯者に一人とは限らない。警察だけでなく、俺たちの周囲にも潜伏している可能性だってある。
We can't assume that they only have one spy. There's a chance that they have people lurking in the police force, but near us as well.
そうして俺たちを常に張っていれば、顔も名前も知らない奴が事務所に侵入し、手紙を置いていくことくらいできるはずだ。
In that scenario, they could have easily planted the letter in the office and we'd have no idea who they were.
君にしてはちょっと無理がある仮説だね。
Aren't you putting a little too much stock in this hypothesis?
それこそ岡崎くんくらい神出鬼没ならこっそり忍び込めるかもしれないけどさ。君の勘だと彼はどうなの？
You know, Okazaki's always lurking around. He could have infiltrated the office. What do your instincts tell you about
シ
him?
ロ。あいつは良くも悪くも任務のことしか考えてない。
He's innocent. He only cares about his mission.
ね。じゃあ、やっぱり答えは出てるじゃない。
That's true. Then that's the answer.
俺たちはお互い他人に踏み込まれるのが好きじゃない。でもその理由は全く違う。
Neither of us appreciate when other people pry into our affairs, but it annoys us for different
君は人に
reasons.
情を寄せすぎるから踏み込めない。俺は情を知る必要がないから踏み込まない。
You have a lot of empathy for other people. You can't let people get close. I just don't care to.
そのせいなのかな。君とはなんていうか、馬が合うって感じてた。
You know, that might be it. We get along perfectly with each
距
other.
離感がちょうどよかったんだ。俺にとってはだけど。
We keep just the right amount of distance. Well, in my opinion, anyways.
それは俺もだ。
I suppose you're right. I feel the same way.
逆にね、不思議だよ。もっと早く、それこそ彼女がここに来た日からずっと君にこうやって聞かれると思ってた。
I must say, this surprises me. Every day since she came here, I figured you were going to come and ask me this. What took so long?
しらし。
Shirashi.
なのにいつまで経っても一番怪しいやつを野放しにしてるからさ、適当にごまかせなくなっちゃったよ。
Instead, all this time you've been letting the most suspicious person do as he wishes, and his half-assed ruse isn't even working anymore.
だってプロファイリングするまでもない。理論立てて考えれば答えは簡単に導き出せる。
Simple logic will provide your answer. You don't need a profiler to figure this
捜
out.
査一課の資料を見ることができて、君たちが彼女を助けるタイミングを知っていて、
He had access to Section 1's files, knew the timing of your group's
鍵が
operation,
かかっているはずのこの事務所に何の痕跡も残さずに手紙を置ける。
and stole into your locked office to leave the letter without a trace. There's only one person who could manage that.
白石景之。俺だよ。そうでしょ、柳君。
Kaga Yukishirashi. Me. Don't you agree, Yanagi?
本気で。
Are you being serious right now? I mean, I already knew
信じた
this.
くない
So.
って顔だね。
Seems like a lot of build up for something we already know because you had to do Shidashi story before you could do Yanagi's. Your face says you don't want to believe it. So what do your instincts say? Do you think I would lie to you just to mess with you? No. Well, there you have it. Is there anything that you plan on telling me then? There isn't anything more I can tell you. I'm just a pawn as well. I'm back! Huh? When I returned from my phone call to Kazuki, only Enomoto and Sasaka were in the office. Yanagi hasn't returned yet. He said he was going to smoke, right? He sure takes a lot of smoke breaks on the roof, even though it's cold as hell outside. He's probably just being considerate. Smoking indoors will stink the place up. Yeah, it would stain the walls too. Can you really notice something like that? Totally, it turns your walls a dingy brown. Thank you so much, Okazaki. All the walls in here are white, so I guess that would definitely show up. Wait, what? Did I just imagine it? I thought I heard a voice. Not again. How'd you get in here? Through the door, like a normal person. Don't just waltz in all nonchalant. Enough with the illegal trespassing already. Do you think our office is a break room or something? Okazaki's not denying that remark made me wonder if he really did think of it that way. Then I remembered Okazaki had done me a huge favor recently. Oh, Okazaki, thank you so much for your help earlier. You looked after my brother. Oh yeah, did that turn out okay? Yeah, I really appreciate it. My brother and I have had a good talk later. Yeah, that's great to hear. He hadn't pried into the affair any further. Ooh, I just saw something flicker on my screen. Maybe he had decided that Kazuki had nothing to do with X Day. Oh, here he comes, Yanagi. Sorry to intrude. What are you doing here, Okazaki? I'm passing through. As always, Yanagi sighed in exasperation as soon as he laid eyes on Okazaki. I was expecting someone to chase him out, but maybe they knew it was futile. It was a futile endeavor. Have his intrusions become normalized to them? Hoshino, did you make the call? Ah, yes. Yanagi addressed me. He was probably being non-specific since Okazaki was in the room. I'm still waiting for him to get back to me, so I'll let you know when it's all set. Alright. Then I think I'll call it a day. I'd only given the minimal level of detail. I waited for Akito's response. I had work tomorrow, so I wanted to get home. A hot bath and some sleep would sounded nice. I'll take you home. My plans for the evening so thoroughly dashed to pieces, I uttered a startled noise. This again, it's gonna be tough to try and throw him off now. Well, just let him. What? I didn't expect Yanagi to just give up and let him have his way.
Yanagi-san, honki?
Are you serious, Yanagi? What, you don't like it? I understand Hoshino being surprised, but why are you surprised?
だっていいの? 俺、送り狼になっちゃうかもしれないよ。
I mean, are you sure? What if I was just waiting for the opportunity to make a move? Don't even say something like that out loud. You know trying that would just end up with you getting hurt, so I know you wouldn't.
変な柳さん。
You're so weird today, Yanagi. Yanagi had been very cautious towards Okazaki so far, so this struck me as odd. What had happened to cause this sudden change of heart? Or perhaps, is this my fault? Ever since yesterday, it felt like Yanagi had grown somewhat cold towards me. I really did pry into his personal life quite a bit. That was the only reason I could think of and realized that depressed me. Keep hearing what I think is like a voice, but I also think it could be my chair. Ever since the quarantine, the streets of Shinjuku were pretty empty at night. Even now, the only people on this road were Okazaki and me. Unless we stop the incidents from occurring and get ahead of Adonis, all our work is for naught. I should review all of our basic info on Adonis. According to the file Yanagi gave me... Oh, that's cute. That's a cute photo. Adonis was thought to be a rather large group. The location of its headquarters was unknown. However, since they have had continued to operate after Shinjuku's quarantine, their members must have been hiding in this district. Additionally, 2 years ago, Adonis had been exposed and dismantled. Its parent organization was fanatical and declared a national revolution as its goal. Adonis had only re-emerged recently. Some believe this was a new group, but it was likely that the Adonis that had dismantled 2 years ago was just a decoy organization. And there was one more thing. Apparently, Sasuke had recently obtained this top secret intel from the police database. 2 years ago, when Adonis was exposed after the assassination attempt on the Prime Minister, there had been an Adonis mole within the police. That mole was an SP officer. And his best friend. Something bothering you, Lee? Oh, he had just been making small talk while I was thinking, but I jumped a little as he voiced exactly what I'd been thinking. Am I really that absent-minded? However, this could be just the opportunity I was waiting for. Well, Okazaki, how much do you know about the assassination attempt on the Prime Minister years ago? Okazaki was an SP officer. He might have at least heard some rumors. I could try to probe for information. I'm familiar with the incident. I was involved, after all. Okazaki nodded. His usual smile had disappeared. He was involved? As part of the SP? Yep. As you might expect, veteran officers were assigned to the Prime Minister's details. My post was at the Prime Minister's office official resident along with my comrades. Okazaki's voice was quiet. I could tell that it was tinged with sorrow. Should I have asked? The intel that Sasuke acquired had been classified as top secret within the force. If Okazaki started wondering how I knew that information, it would be problematic. Though, I don't think he'd suddenly suspect me. I had a valid pretense to keep prying. This was the moment to be bold. I heard a rumor that there was a traitor within SP during that incident. Okazaki's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widened, and his fists were balled. Does he know something about it? There were discrepancies between the announced security development and schedules and the actual patrol that occurred that day. It took a while for Okazaki to figure out a response. So everything was chaotic. Errors allowed terrorists to breach our defenses. I would almost argue that if only a fire let out and the person was fine, that's a success, but okay. The Prime Minister was safe, but the Prime Minister's official resident burned down. SP took the blame for it. Okazaki? But yeah, I knew it. Emotion disappeared from Okazaki's eyes as if he had finally came to accept something. Maybe he knew something about the spy. Maybe this topic was something that was too sensitive for me to have broached. Maybe the spy was someone that Okazaki knew. No, he was an active officer at the time. If he was involved in a security failure that bad, he would have been severely reprimanded. The police did not take these matters lightly. So that means he... You see, I didn't do my job. Suddenly, Okazaki was back to smiling once again. But it was a woefully sad smile. I survived, but only through the sacrifices of my friends. Even though my duty as SP was to protect others, even at the cost of my own life. So I want to make sure that I protect my charge this time. He was very quiet. I didn't know if I was meant to hear that, but I could feel that the words had surely came from Okazaki's heart. Sorry, I got a text. I spoke with Shirashi. He's certain that there's a mole within the police. It's also likely that they're lurking around you. Be careful. Yanagi had sent me a text message that confirmed my suspicions. We had suspected that there was a mole, but Yanagi declaring it a certainty was enough reason to act upon it. That person who put this collar on me is close. I was now facing a reality that I'd been trying to dodge ever since I joined the investigation. Did Yanagi text you because he's worried? Yeah. It was a truth, so I just nodded. Ah, so he does actually care after all. He doesn't trust me very much. Delivering that line with his trademark grin, Okazaki returned to his usual mood. I let out an involuntary sigh of relief. I muttered to myself, he does trust Okazaki, and here I thought he had found reason to be less cautious around him. Though if that wasn't true, Yanagi wouldn't have left me alone with Okazaki so casually. But if the mole in the police force is near me, does that make Okazaki a possible suspect? No. If the risk was that high, then he definitely would have kept him away. What's wrong? No, nothing. I couldn't stop my doubts from surfacing. Besides, I don't think his expression and his story earlier was part of an act. I didn't want to suspect Okazaki after seeing how pained he felt about other people making sacrifices to save his life in the past. This is a tough one. All I could do was try and think of a way I could help. By saying nothing. Side story! Yes, I'm alone. There's no one nearby who can hear us. So it's my turn next. Do I really have to do this? I understand there's no turning back now, but... I've been looking out recently, and several of us have been captured. Ugh. Sister texts me, let me know that the new Post Malone cup is out. All right. As soon as I made a move, they'll catch me too. Even though you know that, you still want me to do that? You've granted me my wish. I'm grateful to you for what you've done. But I've already paid my dues. I've stuck to my end of the bargain, and yet And yet you still want.
逃げられるなんて思ってない。そんなの分かってます。
I'm not trying to run at all. I know what needs to be done.
今更とどまったところで意味なんてないって。
I know that it'd be pointless to stop now.
どうし。だってよく言うよ。切り捨てるつもりのくせに。
Kindred spirit, sure I am. You just plan to dispose of me anyway.
でも、和樹。
A call from Kazuki?
アキト、今平気？
Kito, are you okay?
大丈夫だけど。
Yeah.
姉貴がさ、いつも俺が世話になってる礼がしたいって言ってんだけど。
My sister said she wanted to thank you for looking out for me.
してたっけ？
Huh? Did I do
い
that?
や、ほら、バンドの練習行くとき、お前んち泊まりに行くって言ってたから。
Yeah, like when I go to practice with you, with the band, and you let me crash at your place.
なるほどね。
Oh yeah, I guess that's right.
暇な時にでもうちに来てくれってさ、おもてなしするって言ってた。
When you're free, come over to my place. You said you'll be our guest.
あいつ、料理下手じゃないから、そこそこうまいもん食わせてくれると思うけど。
It's the biggest compliment Kazuki can give me. Her cooking isn't so bad. I think it's pretty good actually,
都合の
so
いい日教えてくれたら合わせるって。
let me know when you're free.
あ、うん。
Okay.
あのさ、和樹。どうせならお姉さんと二人で会ってもいいかな。
Hey Kazuki, do you think I could meet with your sister alone?
姉貴と二人で。お前、それで間が持つのかよ。
Huh? Just the two of you? Since when are you two so close?
それはあんまり自信ないけど。和樹のお姉さん、警察官だろ。ちょっと相談したいことあって。
Well, I'm kind of nervous, but you said your sister's a cop, right? I think I need some advice from her.
ダメかな。和樹もお姉さんと仲直りできたみたいだし、できたらお願いしたいんだけど。
Is that okay with you? It looks like you two made up, so I was really hoping to ask for this favor.
アキトがいいならいいけど、あいつ、相談相手なんかできんのかな。
And he's back to stabbing me again. If you're okay with that, I'm fine. It's fine by me. I don't think she'll be much help.
多分、他の誰よりもお姉さんが適任だと思うよ。
She actually might be the best person to talk to of all.
ほう、ならいいけど。
Yeah? Alright then.
じゃあ、お姉さんの連絡先を教えて。日時とかは俺が直接連絡入れるから。
Give me your sister's number. I'll let her know myself.
嘘ついてごめん。和樹。お前だけ
I'm sorry for lying to you, Kazuki. I don't want to get you involved.
疑われてる。
I've been
だから
flagged.
お姉さんも急にこんなことを言い出したんだろう。
That's obviously why Elise suddenly wants to talk to me. Hey, this is not doing it wrong. Before it was using her normal name. I think it's like Chiquito. I always thought that I wanted to make them taste the same pain.
犠牲を払っても。なのに。
Oh. My game just like lagged. I thought that I had no regrets no matter the cost. I'd made up my mind back then, but
俺は奏が受けた恐怖と同じものを。もしかしたらそれ以上を。
I'm going to inflict the same fear that Kanade felt on to someone else. It might be even worse.
本当にこんなことがしたかったのか。
Is this really what I wanted?
こんなことで食材になるのか。
Will this really help me atone?
怖い。本
I'm
当
scared.
やりたくない。
I don't want to do this anymore. December 14th, 10:13 a.m.
11日に起こった事件の実行犯であり、5月の警察官拉致殺害事件にも関与している小林花子は逮捕しました。
Hanako Kobayashi has been arrested for the November murders and her connection to the office abductions and murder in
です
May.
が、それから目立った成果は上げられていません。
However, her capture has not led to any noteworthy
引き
results.
続き過去の事件を洗ってはいますが、今のところ特に進展はなしです。
We're continuing to investigate the past cases, but no progress to speak of has been made
どう
yet.
にかしてアドニスの尻尾をつかみたいところですが、
We'd like to at least grab Adonis by the tail, but
12月に入ってから起こった事件と 過去の事件の関連性を調べるのが早いんだろうが。
We've managed to uncover a connection between the December incident and the past incident quickly this time. SRCPO.
Hi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We stood when Morika called upon us. Others in the room turned towards us, and the room's hostile tension
お前
intensified.
たちには6月の事件のサポートを頼んでいたな。何か調査に進展はあったか？
You've been tasked with supporting the June investigation. Have you made any progress?
有力な情報は今のところ。
No, I'm afraid we still have no actionable leads.
なんであいつらに聞くんだよ。
What have you done? Huh? Who invited these amateurs?
聞こえるぞ。
They can hear you. What should I do? Should I bring up Akito here? Since he had specifically called out SRCPO for information about June, there has no doubt that HQ also had their eyes on Akito. Don't mention Akito. Don't do that to Akito. So I don't have any evidence, nothing at this time. Besides, if there was a mole in the police, I should play my cards close to my vest.
では報告を続けましょう。9月についてですが、
Then let's continue regarding September. Once we were sure that the topic had changed, Mochida and I made eye contact and sat down. I was feeling a little gloomy. This is the second time that has happened in this story.
今日の捜査会議も大した進展はなかったな。
Not much progress to speak of at that meeting. Yeah, like the commissioner mentioned, it's kind of stalled out.
新たに事件が起こってないとはいえ、なあ。
So long as a new homicide doesn't happen.
なあ
True.
星野、今のうちに昼休憩取っとけよ。
Oh yeah, Hoshino, make sure you take your break while you can. Yes, sir, thank you. Following Mochida's post-meeting suggestion, I opened my lunchbox at my desk. I ate while flipping through some files. This was how I spent all my lunch breaks lately. A text? It's from Akito. He must have gotten my number from Kazuki. But why is he contacting me directly? Sorry to text you out of the blue. You must be at work, but do you have a moment to talk? It's quite all right. I'm the one who said I wanted to thank you. I'm on break now. I can spare a few minutes. Thanks. Can we meet at the park near the police station in the area now? Okay, I'll head over. Give me a minute. Got it. I checked the reply and put my phone away. I was suddenly anxious. I put away my half-eaten lunch and stood up from my desk. Mochida, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back before my break is over.
うん、わかった。
All right, see ya. Take your half-eaten lunch with you, girl.
こんにちは。
Akito? Hello. Akito had arrived at the park when I arrived. I feel like I might sneeze again, but we'll find out later. Akito was already at the park when I arrived. When I called his name, he stood up from the bench and bowed towards me. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
俺こそ仕事中に呼び出したりして、すみません。
Please don't be. I'm the one who called you away from your work. I'm the one that's sorry. It's alright, have a seat. Okay. We sat down on the bench together. First off, I needed to properly express my gratitude to Akito. It wasn't just an act to me. I wanted to truly thank you for always looking out for Kazuki. I hope it wasn't a bother to let him stay.
和樹が来てくれるのは嬉しいし。
Not at all. I was glad to be able to have him over. I'm happy to hear it.
和樹とちゃんと話せたんですね。
It looks like you managed to have a good talk with Kazuki. Huh?
和樹、ここ何日かで変わりました。
He's changed a lot over the past few days.
お姉さんとうまく向き合えなくて、話題にするのも避けてたのに。
Before, he didn't like seeing you, and he'd always avoid talking about you.
最近はよ
Yeah.
くお姉さんの話をするんですよ。仕事の心配とか、家事で負担かけてるから、自分も覚えなきゃ。
But he mentions you a lot lately. He's worried about your job and tries to remember to take care of the chores at home. So you care that much,
和樹
Kazuki.
はお姉さんのことを嫌いだったんじゃなくて、大事だからこそ
素直になれなかったんです。
Kazuki never hated you, but you're important to him, and he wasn't being honest with
認めて
himself.
もらいたい。自分を見てほしいのに、それをうまく伝えられなくて。
He wanted you to acknowledge him, but he didn't know how to tell you. Yeah, I know that
ず
now.
っと気になってたから、二人が仲良くなれて、俺も嬉しいんです。
I've been worried about him for a long time, so I'm glad you both get along
すれ
now.
違ったまま、話さえできなくなる日が来たりしたら。
I was really hoping that you two didn't grow so far apart that you'd be unable to speak with each other. Thanks, Akito. I'm happy that I can speak with him easily. I think it's because Kazuki has a good friend like you to support him. Akito's words suddenly connected with something in my mind. Being unable to speak with each other. Maybe Akito was worried about that because of his memories of his sister. Him worrying about my relationship with my brother would only make more
それだ
sense.
けですか。
Is that all?
和樹のことでお礼を言うためだけに、仕事を抜けてわざわざ会ってくれたんですか。
Did you really skip out on work just to thank me for helping Kazuki? I could see from the look on Akito's face that he had come here today because he had prepared himself for this meeting. He obviously knew that I suspected him. I need to tread carefully. Tread carefully about X Day, about Kazuki. I mean, treading carefully would probably be Kazuki. Actually, it's a little embarrassing to ask about this again, but I wanted you to tell me about Kazuki. Huh? I know that Kazuki likes music and plays in a band now, but I still want to know more about him. I want to know what Kazuki's like when he hangs out with you. I was trying to lower Akito's guard, but I did actually want to know this. What kind of friend did Kazuki have? I needed to verify this first.
すごく頑張ってますよ。
Kazuki tries really hard. Akito was surprised by my question, but he immediately answered with a
本
smile.
気で音楽に向き合ってます。プロの人に認められるくらい才能があるし、努力もしてる。
He puts his heart into his music. He's got some skills, and he works hard. Even professionals have
た
complimented
だ好
him.
きなだけじゃなくて、音楽で生きていきたいって伝わるから。
It isn't just a hobby for him. He's trying to put his life into his music. Please support him. Okay. I think he'll get mad if I go to a concert, though. Do you play in the band
それ
too?
は作曲が趣味なんです。
My hobby is composing music. Composition? That's impressive.
ね、まだ素人レベルですよ。俺には本当に趣味なだけ。
I'm just an amateur. It's really just a hobby to me. Have you ever thought about submitting your compositions to a
一
band?
応、さすがにインディーズですけど、
Yeah, but only indie groups for
で
now.
も、一色さんには気に入ってもらえて、スタジオ借りて曲作ったり、レコーディングの手伝いとかもしてます。
But Mr. Ishiki took an interest in my work and let me use the studio to compose and record. Wow, you're more into this than I imagined. You're basically pro level if you're in a studio.
作業が詰まってる時は、1週間とか平気でこもったりしますよ。
Yeah, when I get really caught up in my work, I stay in there for a whole
ち
week.
なみに、6月の事件の時もそうです。
By the way, that was the case back in June too.
スタジオの監視カメラに映像が残ってますし、スタッフも把握してます。当然、警察も。
I'm on the studio surveillance cameras, and the staff all knew I was there too. The police too, of course.
お姉さん、俺のこと疑ってるんですよね。
Do you suspect me for the thing in June? He cut straight to the point. Yes? Yeah, to be quite honestly, I do. They suspect you at the police station too. So I wanted to talk to you first. There's still time if
も
you...
う遅いですよ。
It's too late. I decided that I couldn't lie to Akito. When I gave it to him straight, it seemed to pain
今更
him.
だ。もう、俺は後戻りなんてできない。こんな重すぎる罪。償いきれない。
Too little, too late. I can't go back anymore. My sins are too heavy to atone for.
俺
Akito.
なんかを止めても無駄ですよ。アドニスは少しも揺るぎません。
You can't stop me either. It won't make any difference to Adonis. Akito was now basically completely admitting his involvement. Oh, I feel like I don't know. There's too many variables. Akito, if you think you're done something wrong, then I beg you, turn yourself in. Your sentence will be lighter if you do. I can assure you of that. Akito had gone silent. His expression was pained. Sorry, Akito. Huh? I can't say I understand the pain that you must be feeling. Akito sharply inhaled and looked up at me. His eyes were wavering. But if you heap more sins to the pile and cause more pain, in the end, you'll just become like the people that hurt your sister. You'll just create more sadness and anger. The cycle of hate and revenge will never end. I know that. I've known that for a long time. Then why do you look like you're suffering so much? If you don't mind me saying, you look like you're blaming yourself, Akito. Do you really think that your sister would have wanted you to take revenge like this? To be honest, I don't think of my sister all that often. Huh? You didn't listen to Kazuki, and you didn't really make an effort to understand him. When I saw that, I was pulling for the two of you to make up. I thought that you were powerless like me, and you'd lose what was important to you one day. I thought your job as a cop was just a title. I won't deny that. But I was just projecting. I just made assumptions about what you were like. Akito. You're right. The ones I hated most of all weren't the people that harassed my sister to death. I blame myself. I couldn't protect my sister. More than anyone else, I can't forgive myself for being unable to stand up for her. While I was in denial, I pursued revenge. I thought there was no other way, but... Oh. I really, really regret it. 6 is sad. He has one of the saddest stories. He's the Itachi of this world. Akito, there's still time. It's impossible. I can't undo what I've done. There's no way to take back my sins. You're misunderstanding me, Akito. I'm not talking about your sins in the past. I want you to think about your future actions. You see, Kazuki has much more faith in you than I do. I've said this before, but when he's with you, Kazuki talks about you. But when he's with me, he talks about you constantly. I don't want you to throw away everything that you two would be able to do together. I'm not saying this is as a police officer. I'm saying this as a selfish big sister. Please, Akito, please don't betray Kazuki's trust anymore. I really don't want to see Kazuki get hurt, that's all. This is so unfair. The one thing I wanted to hear least of all, you just directly confronted me with it. You're strong, Lee. Akito took a deep breath. At the beginning of this conversation, you said that you couldn't understand my pain, didn't you? Yeah. That really hurt home for me. When I decided to take revenge, someone told me the opposite. They said that they That always bothered
俺
me.
が妹の痛みを理解できなかったように、きっと誰にも他人の傷なんて本当の意味で理解することはできない。
I couldn't understand my sister's pain, so I'm pretty sure that nobody can truly understand how badly other people are hurting.
それが分かっ
This
て
is
いた
like the
ら
most depressing.
あなたは向き合うことを諦めないんですね。
You knew that, but you didn't let that stop you from trying to reach me. Akito closed his eyes. He smiled helplessly.
わかりました。
All right. After a while, Akito looked up at me again. His eyes were now brimmed with willpower. He seemed to have found
和
determination.
樹を悲しませたくない。あなたの願いは俺と同じです。
I don't want to crush Kazuki's spirit. You and I want the same thing.
でも
Akito,
一つお願いがあります。少しだけ時間をください。家族にちゃんと話したいんです。
but I have a favor to ask of you. Can I please have a little time first? I want to talk with my family. Okay, that's fine. I answered him without hesitation. If Akito wasn't sincere, I wouldn't let him escape. My duty as a police officer wouldn't allow it. But Akito wouldn't run. I was positive, so I agreed to his request. You'll get in trouble for letting me off easy. Akito smiled
もう
faintly.
一つお願いがあります。和樹に
I have one more
謝って
favor
おい
to
て
ask.
ください。
Please apologize to Kazuki for... I won't do that. He needs to hear it from you. I interrupted and firmly denied his request. That was not something for me to say. You don't have to tell him everything, but you need to... Oh God, do I have a bug on me? Okay, no, I'm fine. But he needs to hear it directly from you.
ございます。
Thank you so much. There are mosquitoes all up in my complex right now, so like I'm always scared they're getting inside. Hito struggled to get the words out. He looked like he was about to cry. Hug him. Hug that child. Yanagi?
よく頑張ったな。
You did well. After Akito left the park, Yanagi approached me. I had contacted Yanagi after Akito asked for the meeting. He had been standing watch near the park. I was so nervous. Because we were sitting, Akito might not have noticed this, but my legs had been shaking the whole time. It had been stressful, exerting that much pressure on Akito. And when I imagined Kazuki finding out about everything, it felt like I'd been stabbed.
お前の言葉はきっと届いてる。
It'll be alright. I'm sure you got through to him. Yanagi's kind words cut through some of my anxiety.
それも迷っていたんだろう。逃げずにお前と話す気になったのは事件を起こすよう命令されていたからだ。
Sera was probably uncertain. He talked to you instead of running because he'd been ordered to carry out a murder.
追い詰められていた。誰かに止めて欲しかったんだと思う。
I'm sure he was backed into a corner. I think he wanted someone to stop
だ
him.
がこれで罪を重ねずに済んだ。お前がセラを救ったんだ。自信を持て。
You resolved it without increasing his crimes. You saved Sera. Be proud of that. Thank you. Yanagi's compliment relaxed me better than anything else could have. Recently, I felt like we had been growing distant, but he was still a kind person at heart. Yanagi couldn't bear to see other people hurt.
アドニスのやっていることは悲しみを増やす結果にしかならない。
All that will result from Adonis's quest is that even more sadness will be born into the
今
world.
まで捕まった容疑者やセラのように
All the
不
suspects
審
we've
者に利用され
captured
た人間は
who were
際
used...
限なく悲しみと悪
So
意を
sorry,
育て
Yanagi. All the suspects we've captured who were used as tools of revenge, like Sierra, are part of the recurring cycle of malice and sadness.
これ以上アドニスの思い通りにさせるわけにはいかない。
We can't just allow Adonis to do whatever they want. Yeah, his voice was full of determination. I nodded.
柳さん、もう終わった？
Is it over, Yanagi?
ああ
Yeah. Oh, Okazaki, you're here too?
柳さんに頼まれて。
Yeah, he asked me for a
セラがア
favor.
ドニスに関与しているなら何が起こるかわからないからな。
If Akito Seer was part of Adonis, we couldn't be sure what would happen. Yanagi spoke gently. He was right. Even if Akito wasn't aware of it, Adonis could have had other agents lurking nearby. Yanagi had brought Okazaki along as a cautionary measure. Sorry for making you come out here, Okazaki.
最近の柳さんは人使いが荒いな。
You're giving orders quite a bit these days. So why do you sound so happy about it, Okazaki?
そうそんなに顔に出てる
Oh, do I? Is that what I look like? Okazaki touched his face and then immediately resumed laughing.
そうかも。
Don't sound like a psychopath at all. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yanagi had probably judged Okazaki to be trustworthy, and Okazaki realized it.
お前は任せた仕事は確実にこなすからな。
Always fulfill your mission.
お褒めに預かり光栄です。
It's an honor to hear that from you. I glanced over at Yanagi while Okazaki smiled again. That night, Akito turned himself in at Shinjuku Station. They would probably start interviewing him. Based on events so far, it was likely that his memory would be erased. We could only pray that we could somehow gain some new leads through him. Hoshino? Commissioner? After work, I was walking down the hall to head home when a voice called me. Sorry to bother you while you're on your way home. Not at all, sir. Morioka was with him. He directed a sharp gaze at me, which made me recoil with worry. Akito Sierra turned himself in because of you, is that correct? For an instant, my words caught in my throat. It was like he had seen right through me. But it was a logical assumption, even a curious... A cursory investigator of Akito would lead someone to Kazuki. I just spoke with him for a bit. I'm glad it ended with him turning himself in. I'm glad we decided to allow you to assist us at Investigation HQ. Thank you, sir. For a rookie, you have an awful lot of connections to persons of interest. Morioka? I didn't know if Minagishi was being diplomatic or if he was changing the subject. On the other hand, I could see that Morioka was obviously suspicious. I'll work hard. There was a mole in the hair, and they were closed. Keeping Yanagi's warning in mind, that was all I could think to say. Dun dun. December 15th, 9:37 a.m. Understood. I'll send over some patrol officers. For your own safety, please do not approach the suspicious individuals. I'm Official Officer Hoshino of the SRCPO. Thank you for your cooperation. Phew! I took the police reports and hung up. While relaying the dispatch order to the police box, I sighed. Once Akito was arrested, it felt like the entire police station had a brief respite. I can't. The interviewers continued. No new information was reported. I can't tell Kazuki everything, but if they lose contact, he might get the wrong idea. Akito was a minor, so his name wasn't released. It hurt to think of what Kazuki was feeling. I have to support him. To do that, I had to focus on my own work right now. A strange noise echoed throughout the police station. What was that? Is something wrong with the speakers? The unnatural sound spread all throughout the station. Everybody looked at the speakers. The noise was still going. This is an X-Day announcement. What? What came through the speakers next was a voice that had been altered. And I was certain that I'd heard it say X-Day. As scheduled, sinners will be judged today. Those who pretend not to see abuse. No, those who abuse but are bribed into ignoring it. The justice of Adonis will fall upon you. What the hell? Locate and verify the source now. What's happening? How are they using RPA system? I recalled the mole within the forest. Would they actually go this far? And now their laughing was emanating from my collar.
星野、今なんか言ったか?
Hoshino, did you say something? I just remembered something urgent. Sorry, but I need to step out. Huh? What? Leaving Mochida with a half-ass excuse, I sprinted from the room. Dear. I ran, looking for an unoccupied room. I arrived in an emergency stairwell.
セラーキトを籠絡したテレンテクだ。実にお見事でした。
I must say that was well done, winning over Akito Sierra. I knew it. Once I stopped and caught my breath, the caller spoke again. They had probably spoken up to force me to be alone.
ですが、彼には本日仕事を頼んでいたのです。
However, we gave him a job that he was supposed to do today.
台無しにされるわけにはいきませんので、予定通り実行します。
We can't let that go to waste, so it will proceed right on schedule. What are you planning?
威勢がいいですね。被害者が増えるのを防ぎたいですか?
I'm glad you're so spirited. Do you want to prevent further future victims? Of course.
ではあなたに、いえ、あなたと柳愛知に試練を与えましょう。
Then we will give you... No. We will give you and Aiji Yanagi a trial. A trial? Me and Yanagi? You want to try him?
ええ、そうです。あなたはうすうす感づいているのではないですか?
Indeed. You've suspected that he has something to hide, haven't you?
柳愛知は本来、犯罪者に敵対し、正義を掲げられるような人間ではない。
Aiji Yanagi's never been one who could hate suspects and execute justice upon them. In the past, he killed someone. What? For an instant, my breath stopped. But the disturbing things that the caller had said before wouldn't stop floating up in my mind.
ですが、あなたがいくら解いたところで、何それは。 あなたが傷つけ、あなたが柳愛。
Yeah, we don't read flashbacks. But had Yanagi really killed someone? That's not possible.
この続きを彼の口から直接聞きましょう。よろしいですね。舞台へご招待します。
You should hear from the man himself. Would you like to? We invite you to the stage.
柳愛知と二人で都庁展望台まで来てください。
We would like both of you to come to the Tokyo Metropolitan Office viewing platform.
せっかくの晴れ舞台ですから、決して他の人間は連れてこないよう。
It'll be a great gala occasion. Invite only, so no other guest, please. Wait!
星野、お前こんなところにいたのか。
There you are, Hoshino. Mochida. Mochida appeared as soon as the caller went silent again. He looked very worried.
様子がおかしかったから気になってな。何かあったのか?
You look like something has gone wrong. I was worried. What happened? Mochida, I'm sorry, but there's somewhere I must be and I can't explain now. Since Adonis had hit a bullseye, there wasn't anyone I could bring with me besides Yanagi. I couldn't explain, but I couldn't surrender. I channeled my emotions into my gaze. Look, something's obviously up. Shouldn't I come with you? No, I'll be fine, but I really do appreciate your concern, Mochida. All right, just don't do anything crazy. Yes, sir. All right, then fine. Go on. Get out of here. We just had an X-Day announcement. You would not be leaving. I watched Mochida leave. It was really painful to hold information from him when he was so obviously worried. I need to tell Yanagi. Only I knew where the crime scene would be. We were running out of time. I hastily took out my cell phone. Yanagi.
星野、首輪のやつは俺とお前の二人で来いと言ったんだな。
Hoshino, did the caller tell both of us to be somewhere?
セラの出頭で予定が狂ったのはわかるが、 わざわざ俺たちを呼び出すからには何か企んでいるのは間違いない。
Seda turning himself in must have screwed up their plan, so now they're calling us out. They're obviously up to something. That's true. What is it? Never mind. Half of my thoughts that were distractions unrelated to meeting up with Yanagi. Did you kill somebody? The caller's chilling tale of Yanagi killing. Someone in the past kept replaying itself in my head. I'm sorry, was that a glitch in the Matrix? Am I the voice? I am the voice. I want to ask, but if it's a lie, but if he says it was true, I was afraid of the possibility, so I couldn't bring myself to ask.
何か言われたのか?
Did they tell you something? I trembled as soon as he spoke, which was a dead giveaway.
そうか。
Ah, I see. Yanagi faintly knowingly smiled. That smile overflowed with sadness, as if his heart had been
あの
pierced.
時もお前はそんな風に怯えた目で俺を見ていた。今も
Back then,
同じ
you
ように
had
してる。
an absolutely terrified look in your eyes. You looked exactly the same right now.
お前と引き合わせようとした時点でアドニスは俺たちのことを調べたはずだ。
When Adonis introduced us to each other, they had researched
俺
us.
が過去にしたことを聞いたんだろう。
You've heard what I did in the past. I didn't get any details, just that you killed somebody.
そうか。
I see. They were just telling me that to shake me up, right? Trying to play with my emotions. Right? They must have been trying to distract me so I couldn't think
い
rationally.
や、それは事実だ。
No, it's true. Yanagi's voice cut into my heart, although I desperately wanted to deny it. True. He'd really killed somebody. I couldn't believe
他に
it.
は何か言ってたか?
Did they say anything else? To ask you for details, and that we should go to the Tokyo Metropolitan Office viewing
わかっ
platform.
た。急ぐぞ。
All right, let's go. Yanagi's face stiffened and he began running. In a daze, I watched him go. I finally came to my senses. Right. This was no time to be dumbfounded. We had to get moving and save whoever Adonis was targeting. I can't believe it, but I can't think about that right now. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and started running to the government building. There sure are a lot of people here.
ああ、
Yeah. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at the designated meeting point, but there were a lot of civilians here. We didn't know what might happen, so it seemed best to declare an evacuation. If I show the officials my police notebook, I can get them to start the evacuation now.
ようこそいらっしゃいました。星野さん、柳愛知さん。
Welcome, and thank you for coming, Lee Hoshino and Aiji Yanagi.
こんなところに呼び出して一体何をするつもりだ?
Why did you call us out here? What exactly are you planning?
柳さん、我々は彼女と同じくあなたにも適性があるのではないかと踏んでいます。
Yanagi, we have determined that, like her, you are also suitable.
適正
Suitable?
もちろん我々アドニスと志を共にできる方だ。
Naturally, you are suitable to share the will of Adonis.
ふざけるな。お前たちテロリストの理想に共感などできるわけが。
Don't screw with me. I could never sympathize with the ideals of terrorists.
本当にそう言い切れますか？あなた自身が犯した罪。
Do you really think so? You haven't forgotten your sins now, have you?
星野さん、彼が一人の人間を壊した事実を
Lee
信じていただ
Hoshino,
けましたか？
do you believe us now? He broke someone. I don't trust anything you say. Even if Yanagi acknowledged them, I didn't intend to let the caller's words shake me. I only believed what came out of Yanagi's mouth. There was nothing else for me to hear.
ですが、あなたもその現場にいたはずですよ。
But you were there as well. Huh? Yet they shook my resolve nonetheless. My voice trembled.
12年前の冬のことです。あなたが実家のある新潟から親戚を訪ねるため
It was
東京
during
に来ましたね。
it was during winter 12 years ago. You came from Niigata to visit your relatives in
その
Tokyo.
時に巻き込まれた事件のことを覚えていませんか？
Don't you remember that incident that you were caught up in? The memories resurfaced, that events of 12 years ago. I was still a child. I had been abducted by a strange man and assaulted. My memories after that were hazy. I could only remember one vivid memory. Someone drenched in blood had been beating someone else. I was very scared. I see now, that's why. The man pleaded for his help, while another person, a monster, stood over him, swinging a metal pipe over and over in his rage. That was Yanagi. He had tried to save me, but the image that had been burned into my mind was one of pure terror. I couldn't even say anything. All I could do was tremble in fear. Even now, I couldn't form any words.
そうだ。俺は一人の人間の人生を。
That's right, I destroyed somebody's life. Yanagi's eyes overflowed with sorrow. His expression was painful, as if he had been blaming himself.
理性を忘れ、やられる前にやろうと思った。もともと警察官になれる資格なんてない人間だ。それは誰よりも俺自身が知っている。
I wanted to be sure he didn't kill me first. I lost it. I was never qualified to be a cop. I'm more aware of that than anyone else.
ですが、正当防衛が認められましたね。年齢や状況からも無罪方面でお咎めなし。
But it was ruled as an accident of self-defense. You faced no reprisal due to the
だ
situation.
からこそ、これまで誰にも露見しなかった。周囲を欺いてこられた。
That's why your past has stayed secret. You who deceived everyone
あ
around
なた
you.
は本来、我々と同じ。犯罪者なら、ためらわず裁けるはずの人間です。
You've always been like us, one who can pass judgment without hesitation.
それなのに猫をかぶって、正義感にあふれる警察官を演じて。
Still, you
楽しかったんで
pretended
すか？
to be an upstanding police officer. Did you enjoy playing that role?
我々が罪人ならば、あなたも罪人です。ですが、我々はあなたに同情もしているのですよ。
If we are guilty, then so are you, but we truly sympathize with you, Yanagi.
同情。
You sympathize?
他に方法がなかったのでしょう。相手が暴力を振るってきたのですから、抵抗するのは当然です。
There was no other way, was there? Your target used violence against you, so you were forced to fight
や
back.
りすぎだと非難する人もいるでしょうが、ならば痛みを受け入れ、死の恐怖に怯え、ただ耐えていればよかったのですか？
Some criticized you for going too far, but would it have been better to let him beat you, cower in fear, and endure it all?
それでは加害者の思うツボです。抗わなければ、待っているのは破滅しかない。
That is the rationale of the assailant. Only ruin awaits those who do not fight.
そんな同情はいらない。俺は自分がしたことを正しいなんて思ってない。
I don't need your pity. I know what I did was wrong.
復讐は何も生まない。あの時も憎しみで武器を振るったわけじゃない。
Revenge doesn't build anything. I didn't wield that weapon back then out of
ただ
hatred.
怖くて、臆病で、弱かっただけだ。
I was afraid and cowardly. I was just weak.
もうあんな思いをしたくないから。誰にも同じ思いをさせたくないから。強くなりたいと思った。
I didn't want to think about those times. I didn't want anyone else to feel like that, so I decided to make myself stronger.
お前たちがやろうとしていることは絶対に認められない。
That is why I will never sympathize with the things that you've done. Yanagi's voice was firm. It was like a beacon to my chaotic emotions.
犯罪は必ず起こる。故意であれ偶然であれ、 完全になくすことは不可能だ。
Crimes will always happen. Whether they're intentional or not, you can't prevent them all.
犯罪者をただ駆除したところで恒久的な平和なんて訪れない。その場しのぎにしかならない。
Merely exterminating known criminals won't bring about a lasting peace. You're treating symptoms, not making a cure.
ましてやそのために犯罪を犯しているお前たちが平和を説いたところで説得力なんてあるわけないだろう。
To say nothing of the moral bankruptcy of committing murders in the name of peace, you've got no credibility at all.
どうやらあなたとは相入れないようですね。
It appears we won't see eye to eye after all. Such a shame. The voice from the caller seemed discouraged. Maybe they really wanted to win Yanagi over. Yanagi had always shouldered the weight of his wrongs, all by himself.
では、あなたの覚悟とやらを見せていただきましょう。
Then please demonstrate your resolve to me now. Wait, what? As if on response to the caller, a woman suddenly screamed.
全員そこから動くんじゃねえ。
Nobody move. What? Startled, I turned to face the source of the terrified scream. A man was pointing a gun directly at a woman's head.
人質になっている女性は過去、賄賂を受け取っていじめをもみ消しました。結果、いじめを受けた少女は自殺してしまった。
The woman currently being held hostage once accepted bribes to overlook abuse. A girl killed herself from the abuse.
銃を突きつけている犯人は過去、信じていた人間に騙され、人生を狂わされた。元はごく普通の
The man with a
善良だ
gun
った人間です。
was betrayed by someone he trusted, which ruined his life. He used to be a fine, upstanding
犯人
man.
を刺激すれば、人質の頭が撃ち抜かれます。人質を助けるためには、犯人を即死させなければならないでしょう。
If he's provoked, he'll execute his hostage. You can only save her by instantly taking down her captor.
どうしますか？何一つ遺言を残さず、この状況を解決できますか？
Now, what will you do? Can you find a solution for this dilemma that doesn't leave a trace of malice?
これは
This is
この光景に見覚えがある
quick
でしょ
time event incoming. Thank you.
あなたは
Let me
全てを守
save.
ると言いました。
I appreciate the warning. I
犠牲
always
を出さず、本当に守ることができますか？
I have a chance. A familiar scene, I'm sure. You've said you will protect everything. Can you do that without sacrificing anyone? Yanagi's voice trembled. Logic dictates that we have to prioritize the life of the hostage. Her past crimes weren't a capital offense, and moreover, she was the victim in this case. But the man taking her hostage was previously a victim too.
俺は罪を償わせ
We don't. I didn't know what the right action was. I could barely think.
撃つぞ。近寄るな。
A shooter, get back!
助けてお願い誰か助けて
Help me, somebody, please! The screaming echoed throughout the platform. Panic was now rapidly spreading through the area. Then, amidst the chaos,
誰も傷つけたくない。
I can barely hear you, Yanagi. I don't want to hurt people anymore. I heard a quiet voice amongst the commotion. It seemed to wipe all of my hesitation, confusion, and fear away.
俺はな、文字通り
Yep, he wants to protect everything. I'm members. Yanagi? Right, what reason was there to hesitate? I had known the proper goal from the beginning. It didn't matter what had happened in Yanagi's past. The Yanagi I knew was kind, and he was far stronger than anyone.
事件を解決するのに必要なこんな状況に放り込まれても十分強いだろう。
So many flashbacks. The Yanagi I know taught me to be strong. He gave me the willpower to protect others. I'm gonna save over my save because there's been 3 flashbacks since that save. Just so we're closer to the QuickTime event. No matter what happened in your past, I trust you, Yanagi. I lightly touched his back.
星野
Hoshino. I'll fire warning shots from his flank. Please follow up by shooting his hand. Oh, should I miss intentionally just to get a bad ending? Oh man, if you do it, we can save them, both of them. But you can do it. I know that you fought alone because you wanted to become stronger. I know you want to become stronger than anyone because you didn't want to hurt anyone. I've learned that much about you, at least. So please, be strong and help these people. Not just one of them, but both. Help them all. Even if it's hard or nerve-wracking, you're the only one who can do this right now. Nothing's going to move forward if you don't, right?
ああそうだったな
You're right. It's exactly as you said it is. Yanagi raised his head. There was no more hesitation in his face. Yanagi's hands reached for his holster. Watching him, I drew my sidearm as well. Without aiming at the criminal, I spoke. This is the police. Drop your weapon and release the hostage. If you have any demands, we will listen. There must be some reason you're doing this. Please tell me what it is.
そんなの嘘っぱちだ。警察が俺の話を聞いてくれたことなんて今まで一度も。
You're lying. The police have never listened to a word I've said, not even
ここで引
once.
き金を引いたらお前は本当の犯罪者になってしまうただ自分に負けないでくれ
If you pull the trigger, you will have crossed a line that you can't return over. Please don't lose yourself like this.
取り返しのつかないことになる前に話を聞かせてほしい今ならまだ間に合う
Listen to me before you do something you'll regret forever. There's still time to avoid this mistake. But betraying his uncertainty, the gunman's muzzle strayed from the hostage's temple. Now. Oh, it's so cute. Look at them. They both look so cute. Seizing on the chance, I raised my pistol. Failure was not an option. I'm gonna fail on purpose, though. We're gonna fail on purpose just to get the bad ending out of the way. It's so mean. Ah, the shot had missed. The bullet had pierced the hostage's shoulders of all things. Oops. Ah. She's fine. It's just her shoulder. She's fine. You guys.
くそ。騙しやがって。
Damn it, you tricked me. Paying no heed to the fallen hostage, the frenzied man lifted his gun. The barrel of the gun was pointed directly at Yanagi. Yanagi froze up completely and his eyes went wide. Yanagi! I had already moved. There wasn't even time to think. Oh no!
Hoshino!
Oh no, I couldn't. How did I get shot? Oh gosh. Hoshino! My chest burned with pain. I knew I'd been shot. Someone caught me as I fell. I'm sure I landed in Yanagi's arms. You are dead again. I'm dead. Oh no, I'm glad. That meant Yanagi was safe. I had made it this in time. He might have more than one bullet. You are very confident of this. I had thrown myself in the path of the bullet to save Yanagi.
俺のせいで
It's all my fault. Yanagi's expression was one of despair. It's not the look I wanted to see on his face. It'll be okay. I wanted to smile and tell him that, but it was a little beyond my capability.
迷ったからまた何もできずに
It's because I hesitated. I'm still too weak to do anything. Please don't look so sad. I wanted to stay by his side longer. I wanted to walk with Yanagi to help his wish come true. Dang. Aw. But it looked like life had other ideas. That wasn't going to happen.
星野嫌だ目を開けてくれ
Ah, so sad. Hoshino, no, open your eyes. I would no longer hear that gentle voice of his. Aw, what a sad ending. I mean, I guess that's fair if you get shot. Alright, this time we won't fail on purpose. Unless I fell by accident, which has happened before. It says non-stop. That's not what I want. What did I set up non-stop? Hang on. Is non-stop right? It is right. It's worse, the bad ending of the one where Okazaki dies happily for you. That was. He's like, I did it. I saved your life. Gah! Yanagi shot accurately stuck the assailant's gun. I thought that Sasuke's ending where you get shot is really sad because he has such anxiety over guns. As soon as the weapon was knocked clear of the woman, I barreled in like a cannonball and secured the hostage. Are you okay? Yes. Damn you. Freeze. With Yanagi's pistol trained on him, the gunman settled down immediately. It seemed like the gun he was previously holding was his only weapon. He saved them. You forgot the Sasuke one. I just did the Sasuke one, so that's why it's so fresh in my mind. Both of them were unhurt. No one else seemed to be seriously injured. Police, let us through. We heard gunshots. Is anybody hurt? Realizing that the police had arrived, all the strength drained from my body. But until the hostage was in their protection, I couldn't let my guard down. Hey, are you okay? Yes, the hostage is safe. She shouldn't be hurt, but you should call for medical transport just to be safe. Got it. You're safe now, miss. Can you stand? Yes. I watched the woman leave, chaperoned by the officers. They all went with her. She must be regretting her past actions. I desperately wanted to believe that. There's no saying she didn't regret it to begin with. Yanagi. Morioka. Morioka had arrived on the scene as well. He and Yanagi were watching each other. Morioka's just around her going like, this girl pops up at every suspicious interaction. Morioka didn't seem to find anything wrong with what happened here. I want the details later. Yes, sir. With that, Morioka mingled with the rest of the investigators. The surprised suspect was instantly surrounded by officers. Nothing happened. Coming to my senses, I idly touched my collar. It didn't react. Did you sit down? I sat down in a heap. I didn't feel like I could stand anymore. Are you all right? I suppose I have no right to ask, do I? Yanagi flashed a self-derived smile and slowly sat down. He leaned against my back. I'm trying to picture that. His broad back touched mine. It was warm. Oh, I see. We're just sitting back to back now. He always has such conviction in these photos. She is close to what a dead body looks like. My hands are trembling again. It's pathetic. I don't think you're pathetic. You saved everyone involved, didn't you? We had saved both the suspect and the hostage. It's all because of you. Huh? I didn't do anything. I could only shoot because you were here. You gave me the courage to do it. I just realized he's still just holding his gun. That seems... If not for you, I would have surely failed again. So I was helpful? You were